Apocalypse, start with a firearm, build a tank in 10 days. Greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement, this story is 100% epic fiction, so please don't attempt real magic, the results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author, we are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 1 Doomsday. Bang, bang, bang. A series of incessant noises had been blaring since he woke up. In his university dorm, Lin Nan lay in bed, covered with the covers, tossing and turning. The inexplicable noise outside kept him awake. I finally managed to skip class, but why is it like the end of the world outside? Are we even going to bed? Bang! Bang! Just as Lin Nan turned over to resume his sleep, two dull knocks suddenly rang out. Like gentle bangs against the head. Ugh! Sitting up helplessly, Lin Nan stared at the dorm door with despair. This is so annoying. Is he back? Lin Nan, sleepy-eyed, instinctively opened the door, thinking it was his roommate. Upon opening it, Lin Nan didn't even bother to see who was knocking, and simply climbed back into bed. He was exhausted from playing Honor of Kings with his girlfriend all night until 3 in the morning. Hiss, hiss. Lin Nan was about to explode, thinking, who the hell is breathing so loudly there? Don't they know I'm a light sleeper? Lin Nan impatiently opened his eyes, but the sight before him instantly brought his dazed gaze to a halt. Holy crap! What's going on? He saw a naked man and woman, their backs to him. They stood side by side, their backs turned. They did nothing but hunch over, their heads swaying. Fuck you, Liu Wenqi, why are you here in my dorm instead of having sex with your girlfriend? You have some weird fetish, but I don't. Lin Nan sat up and shouted. He recognized the man before him as Liu Wenqi, their class leader, and the other as his girlfriend. Hearing Lin Nan's voice, the two slowly turned around. Holy crap, Lin Nan jumped up instantly, his eyes filled with disbelief and indescribable fear. The man's eyes were vacant, their whites almost rolling up into the air. His mouth was gaping, and something was faintly visible inside. A large chunk of the woman's face had been chewed off, her body stained red with blood. The hissing sounds had come from their mouths. These are zombies. Lin Nan trembled, but the more he trembled, the more he told himself to be rational. After a stalemate of half a minute, Lin Nan noticed something unusual. These two don't seem to be trying to attack me. Although he didn't know what was going on, he knew he couldn't leave them alone. Most importantly, the dormitory door was open, and who knew if more zombies would come in. The most important thing now was to find a weapon. Thinking of a weapon, Lin Nan's eyes instantly shifted to the bed beside him. It was his roommate Luo Tian's baseball bat. Luo Tian, a key player on the school baseball team, slept with his bat, imitating Cristiano Ronaldo, who slept with a ball. Thank you for this good habit. Lin Nan took the bat and swung it instantly, aiming directly at Liu Wenqi's head. Bang! Bang! He swung it countless times, and during this time, the female zombie's aggression was aroused, thinking of attacking Lin Nan on the bed. Finally, Lin Nan struck them down with a single blow of his club. Both zombies were knocked to the ground. Taking advantage of their inability to attack, Lin Nan leaped down and struck them several more times, only stopping when their heads were completely deformed. After finally closing the door, Lin Nan collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. He still clutched the baseball bat tightly. Honestly, while he didn't feel a deep sense of brotherhood with the class monitor, they were still classmates. Finishing them with his own hands. He felt a trembling sensation within him. The smell of blood lingered on his breath. Lin Nan wanted to check his phone to see what had happened, but a cold, mechanical notification chimed in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for your first zombie kill. This system has recognized you. The invincible arms system is binding. What system? Lin Nan was stunned. Just moments ago, he'd been trying to figure out how to survive in this world, and then, a system appeared. Ding! System binding successful. Opening the control panel, as soon as the words fell, a blue screen of light suddenly appeared in front of Lin Nan. This is awesome. Lin Nan hadn't understood what was happening, but upon seeing the contents of the control panel, he couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Ding! Through the control panel, the host can strengthen their body. Killing zombies will earn kill points, which can be exchanged for weapons in the munitions column. After listening to the system's explanation, Lin Nan saw 2 points in the upper left corner of the panel. He assumed these were the kill points earned from killing zombies. Lin Nan then took a closer look at the specific stats. Lin Nan system level 1 strength, 5 speed, 5 constitution, 5 spirit, 6. The average for adults is 5 points. 2 evolution crystals, none Saint coins, none items, first kill gift pack, baseball bat, tights. Lin Nan stared at the control panel for a while, several questions in his mind. System, what are these evolution crystals for? Why don't I have any? After saying this, Lin Nan waited for a long time. There was no response from the system. Then what are these Saint coins for, and how do I get them? The system remained silent. Lin Nan was speechless. This system seemed unreliable. Sure enough, the apocalypse depended on himself. Could you please open that first kill gift pack for me? Ding. First kill gift pack successfully opened. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 D-Class mobile home blueprint and 1 Eclipse pistol, infinite ammunition. Lin Nan was stunned when he saw the items on the dashboard. A pistol, with unlimited ammunition. This was a complete bug. Just look at the entire school, who would have such a high-end item as a gun? Lin Nan instantly felt a surge of hope. By comparison, the other D-Class mobile home seemed rather underwhelming. And it was just a blueprint. Lin Nan tossed it into his inventory without even glancing at it. Just as his mood eased slightly, he heard the system's voice suddenly chime in. This system is reminding the host that there are less than 24 hours until the next general evolution, at which point the zombies will be upgraded to level 1. Level 1, what will happen then? Lin Nan asked instinctively. However, he didn't hear the answer he wanted. But Lin Nan already had a vague answer in his mind. It will definitely be more lethal than it is now. No wonder these zombies didn't attack me. It turns out it's because their level is not high, but after thinking about it, Lin Nan had some questions. If they don't attack people, then how did they become zombies? Lin Nan saw the 2 people lying on the ground. Sighing, Lin Nan put on his clothes, pulled the sheets off his bed, and threw them on them. You 2 were honest people when you were alive, you should be decent when you die. As soon as he finished speaking. Bang bang bang, the dormitory door rang again. Chapter 2. Don't go out, don't get wet in the rain. Again, this familiar voice was so similar to the way Liu Wanqi knocked on the door before. It was most likely a zombie again. Lin Nan learned his lesson this time and jumped onto the bed. He carefully opened a gap. The zombies at this time were still relatively docile and would not rush in crazily. Dormitory manager, as expected, she had also turned into a zombie. Lin Nan gently took out his pistol and put the barrel through the gap. Without any hesitation, Lin Nan pulled the trigger with a bang. The huge recoil almost made him lose his balance and fall off the bed. Is the recoil of a pistol so strong? Looking at the zombie corpse whose head had been shot, Lin Nan fired 3 more shots in a row, fearing that she was not dead. It's quite powerful. Looking at the smoking barrel, Lin Nan nodded slightly, and was quite satisfied with the gun. Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning 1 kill point and 1 bucket of purified water. There are still supplies? Unfortunately, there's only 1 bucket of water. It seems I need to gather some. In the apocalypse, supplies are cut off, and any unstable factor could be fatal. Lin Nan looked up and peered through the window. Dark, gloomy clouds filled the sky, as if it had just rained. Rain? Could these zombies be connected to the rain? Unable to think straight, Lin Nan withdrew his thoughts and closed the door again. With nearly 24 hours left until the full evolution, while these zombies were still relatively lethal, Lin Nan had to make a quick decision that would benefit him. For example, should he go out and gather supplies, or stay hidden in his dorm? He turned on his phone to check for information about this new world. Thankfully, the internet was still functioning. The marketing accounts that used to send spam were now frantically pushing the same news: don't go out. Don't get in the rain. A long ago medical institution tested the components of the rain and discovered human tissue. Human, but not just human. Exposure to this tissue can cause mutations in the body. Zombies are the ultimate form of human mutation. Sure enough, it's related to this rain. Looking at the tightly closed window, Lin Nan felt grateful to his roommate. If the rain came through the window, he'd probably be mutated soon. But I can't just stay in the dorm. If my supplies run out, I'll die of starvation. thirst, or even be killed by the rampaging zombies. A pistol isn't a guarantee of survival. Lin Nan saw the rain had stopped outside and hesitated. Just then, his phone rang. It was his roommate, Yang Guang. "Hey, Liuer, you're still alive." Yang Guang was ranked 6th in the dorm, and Lin Nan called him Liuer. Brother Nan, you're still alive." That's great. Yang Guang burst into tears. Yang Guang's reaction was a bit exaggerated, and Lin Nan noticed something was wrong. "What's wrong, Liuer? What happened, Brother Nan?" "They're all dead. The eldest, the third, the fourth, and the fifth," Yang Guang called out, his voice trembling. The truth was cruel. Although Lin Nan had already had a feeling, when it finally became clear, he still found it hard to believe. These people were the most important to him during his 4 years of college. Graduation was imminent, and everyone was looking forward to getting married and becoming each other's fathers. Unexpectedly, "Brother Nan, are you still there?" Lin Nan's sudden silence startled Yang Guang. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Lin Nan took a deep breath and looked out the window again. He lit a cigarette and whispered to Yang Guang on the other end of the line, "Liuer, where are you?" "I'll find you, Brother Nan." Yang Guang burst into laughter through tears. "You can't go out. You have to stay in the dorm, don't talk nonsense," Lin Nan shouted. Yang Guang smiled again. "Brother Nan, thank you for your company these 4 years. Take care of yourself. Don't go out. Don't get caught in the rain. Don't save me, Ling." Yang Guang hung up. "Did you think I wouldn't know where you were if you didn't tell me? You idiot." Lin Nan packed his things. He was going to the classroom. Lin Nan wasn't a saint, he didn't want to bother with irrelevant people. But Liuer had saved his life. He'd nearly died in a car accident before, and it was Liuer who risked his life to push them all out, nearly killing himself. So, now, Lin Nan didn't want to abandon Liuer. But before leaving, he still had to make some preparations. The rain had stopped outside, but Lin Nan still felt uneasy. He donned a raincoat, carried a backpack, held a baseball bat in his left hand, and a pistol in his right. Ding. Host's weapon detected. Baseball bat can be enhanced. Requires 3 points. Enhance. Baseball bat can be enhanced. This was something Lin Nan hadn't noticed before. It'll cost 3 points. After a moment's thought, Lin Nan declined. Points weren't easy to earn, but with a pistol in hand, he still had some self-defense. With everything ready, Lin Nan gently opened the door. Peering through the crack at the scene outside, Lin Nan's pupils dilated. 5 or 6 zombies had gathered at the door. Damn it! How could I have forgotten about that? It must have been the gunfire earlier that drew them here. These zombies, though slow and clumsy, were highly sensitive to sound. The loud gunfire attracted many of them. Lin Nan opened the system store and looked at the matching pistol silencer. 100 points? This is a scam. Can I get a discount? The system ignored him. Lin Nan had no choice but to enhance his baseball bat. Melee weapons were actually quite necessary for these slow-moving zombies. At least they wouldn't attract other zombies. After all of them evolved, once the zombies developed the berserk attribute, they would launch a frenzied attack. Using a pistol would easily make you a target, drawing a swarm of zombies. The weapon enhanced quickly. The baseball bat was enveloped in a blue light for about 3 seconds, then, after a flash, the enhancement was complete. It's iron. Lin Nan's gaze lingered on the bat's handle, revealing it had completely transformed into stainless steel. But when his gaze landed on the bat's upper body, he froze. The original wooden baseball bat had turned into an iron mace. The sharp barbs released a terrifying edge. Even Lin Nan himself felt a chill. The most important thing is that the enhanced weapons can be stored in the system's built-in inventory. This is quite convenient. Looking at the mace in his hand, Lin Nan glanced at the zombies outside the door. His eyes narrowed slightly. Lin Nan suddenly had a bold idea. After making up his mind, he got on the bed and then gently pushed the door open. Seeing the door open, the zombies slowly walked into the room. Little did they know that behind them, there was a weirdo holding a mace. He was looking at them with a smirk on his face. Chapter 3 Zombie Tide. This craniotomy stick is terrifying. 5 zombies were shot in the head, one at a time. None could withstand Lin Nan's second blow. Blood stained his raincoat. If it's just this bad, I can just walk right through it. Lin Nan opened the door and looked out at the empty hallway, thinking he couldn't wait any longer. But just a few steps outside the dormitory, He stopped dead in his tracks. He saw the last thing he wanted to see. Nan, the child of the dormitory had also transformed into a zombie. Lin Nan took a deep breath, then slowly approached with a craniotomy stick. He brushed past a little zombie, Nan. Faced with a child who often called him uncle, Lin Nan hesitated. Nan's eyes followed him. She saw him pause again at the doorway. A flash of light flashed in his hand, and a dark pistol appeared. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The girl collapsed in a pool of blood. Rather than living in this apocalyptic world, half dead, I'd rather reunite you with your mother. Lin Nan didn't look back. He didn't want to witness his daughter's plight. The sound of gunfire again attracted dozens more zombies from all directions. Lin Nan continued swinging his mace, striking each one down. Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning 1 kill point. Receive a box of Kang Shao Fu instant noodles. Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning 1 kill point. Receive a box of 6 nuclear bomb drinks. Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning 1 kill point. Receive a box of Aolitaiyu cookies. Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning 1 kill point. Receive a box of Dumousi. System, damn it. Why are all these supplies counterfeit, and why would I need Dumousi now? Damn it, Lin Nan paused. However, in the apocalypse, supplies are quickly becoming scarce. With these things, even at their worst, they'll be hard currency in the future. Dumousi is so good. If all else fails, fill it with water and throw it at zombies. Lin Nan unleashed another powerful blow with his mace. The zombies before him instantly turned to pulp. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing 15 zombies and achieving the Apocalypse Rookie Achievement. Reward: 5 evolution crystals. What are the evolution crystals for? Lin Nan asked subconsciously. Evolution crystals improve the host's attributes. Higher attributes mean the host's body is strengthened. Hearing the system's instructions, Lin Nan immediately opened the control panel. The attributes remained the same as before, with the addition of a metal mace, an Eclipse pistol, a D-Class RV Fortress, and Kang Shao Fu instant noodles. Currently, the mace was the primary tool, so strength was undoubtedly the first choice. After defeating so many zombies, Lin Nan was already feeling a bit exhausted. Use, evolve strength, Lin Nan said. Ding! Points added successfully. Congratulations to the host for gaining the strength skill, Earthquake. Each use consumes 10 kill points. After he finished speaking, Lin Nan suddenly felt that all the pores on his body dilated instantly, and he had endless strength all over his body. This was twice the strength of an adult. Lin Nan felt that he could smash the zombies with his fists alone. Not to mention swinging a mace. In Lin Nan's eyes, it was just like a small branch. Although Lin Nan was operating the panel, he was still alert to the situation outside. A zombie behind him had approached, and Lin Nan directly took the mace to stab the zombie. The result was really like using a sword, and the zombie's head was directly pierced. Awesome. Lin Nan didn't even look at the skill that required 10 points, because it was not necessary at all. The creature that could force him to use his skills has not appeared yet. Now it is no longer the zombies that come to him, but Lin Nan who takes the initiative to find the zombies. On the way to the classroom, Lin Nan cut through the thorns and bushes. Based on the principle of the zombies don't harm me, but I will harm the zombies, Lin Nan easily walked out of the dormitory area. Although the killing went smoothly, Lin Nan knew that this was only because the level of the zombies was low. But this also successfully became his leveling point. There are about 3,000 to 4,000 people in this school. If they all mutate into zombies, I will kill them all. Lin Nan thought about it. That's 3,000 to 4,000 points. Weapons in the system's arsenal can generally be exchanged for 100 or 200 points, and thousands of points can be exchanged for high-end goods such as tanks. After thinking about it, Lin Nan knew that this was unrealistic. If he killed 3,000 zombies, it would probably take 24 hours. Let's get down to business first. Just as he was thinking, Lin Nan had already reached the school square. At this time, nearly 40 zombies had died tragically under his craniotomy stick. Dark red blood stained his footprints. Lin Nan's footsteps also stopped. He looked at his watch and a somewhat sad smile appeared on his face. It was class change time, and the square was densely populated with people. No. All zombies. The square was crowded with people, and there were only 200 or 300 of them. They occupied the closest road to the teaching building. Lin Nan carefully discovered that among these 200 or 300 zombies, there were actually a few who shuttled back and forth at an extremely fast speed. Although they were far apart, their target was a zombie next to the flagpole in the square. Although the zombie's gait was swaying from side to side, appearing to be a formality, Lin Nan immediately recognized it as a disguise. As expected, when he noticed a zombie approaching, he immediately broke into a run. But he still couldn't escape the zombie's pursuit. One zombie, seemingly clawing at the ground with all four legs, flew towards him, stepping on the heads of other zombies. After knocking him down, it began to bite him. High-level zombie, Lin Nan immediately thought, as ordinary zombies wouldn't attack humans. Ding, reporting to the host, that's a level 1 zombie, the system's cold, mechanical synthesized tone echoed in Lin Nan's ears. That's a level 1 zombie, Lin Nan shuddered. According to the system, after all evolution is complete, all zombies will evolve into level 1 zombies. If the entire school is filled with these things, it will be the true end of the world, no time to wait. Lin Nan opened the arms store and looked around. Gatling gun? No, too expensive. The same chainsaw from SOAR? No, I can't afford it. AV-3 missile cannon? Oh my goodness, can I rent it? The system ignored Lin Nan, obviously not allowed. Finally, Lin Nan's eyes stopped at throwing weapons. What can I do with 40 points? His eyes shuttled back and forth between various darts and throwing axes. Finally, his eyes lit up. M3 grenades for 2 points each. Lin Nan looked at the dark crowd, his eyes narrowed slightly. He calculated in his mind, 20 grenades should be enough. Chapter 4, The Battle of Life and Death. Bang, bang, explosions erupted across the square. The smooth stone slabs crumbled into dust, and broken limbs scattered across the ground. Occasionally, a zombie was sent flying, tracing a graceful arc through the sky before slamming heavily to the ground. Arda's explosion, 20 grenades exploded in rapid succession, a truly spectacular sight. Lin Nan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The kill points kept increasing. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing 50 zombies. You've earned the Apocalypse Hunter achievement, rewarding 10 evolution crystals. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing 200 zombies. You've earned the Apocalypse Butcher achievement, rewarding 1 blueprint upgrade. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing 300 zombies. You've earned the Apocalypse God of War achievement, rewarding 2 blueprint upgrades. In an instant, 300 zombies were dead. Is this blueprint upgrade opportunity so valuable? I'm already the Apocalypse God of War, and you're still rewarding me with this. Lin Nan didn't pay much attention, for there were more formidable opponents ahead. 20 grenades couldn't even take you out. Is this the strength of a first-level zombie? Smoke billowed, and 3 figures stood in the distance. Lin Nan, holding a metal mace, stared intently at the 3 zombies before him. They too sensed the danger Lin Nan presented. The explosion had taken its toll on them, leaving one with only a hand. Another had a large chunk of flesh missing from its waist. But even so, they remained standing. Saliva dripped from their bloodied mouths onto the ground. To them, Lin Nan, while dangerous, was also a delicacy. This temptation was supreme. They simply couldn't resist. You're really looking for death? Lin Nan lit a cigarette, and a smoke ring drifted slowly upward. Just as the smoke ring was about to break, Lin Nan moved. A flash of light flashed in his hand, and a black pistol appeared, the muzzle pointed directly at the center zombie's brow. With a bang, the bullet hit the zombie's head. The expected explosion didn't occur. The bullet pierced the zombie's forehead. Is it that tough? The zombie charged at him, bullets barely stopping it. Lin Nan instinctively stepped back, a flash of light flashing in his hand once more, the craniotomy rod returning to his grasp. Try this. Lin Nan charged forward, the rod radiating a ferocious aura. Each cold barb threatened to shatter the zombie's skull. Bang! Brain matter exploded. The blood-stained raincoat was now tinged with a new white hue. Lin Nan didn't pause, turning again. He instinctively swung the craniotomy rod, cleaving the zombie's waist in two. Just as Lin Nan was about to deliver another blow, he was shocked to discover the other zombie had vanished from his sight. Not in front, not to the left, not to the right, behind. The first-level zombie's attacks were too fast, and a 1-on-2 fight was no defense against the other zombie's attacks. If you get scratched, you'll become infected and become a zombie. Lin Nan's heart trembled. I don't want to become something like this disgusting. Ground shake. Almost instinctively, Lin Nan unleashed the strength skill, which cost 10 points. As soon as he finished speaking, a red glow enveloped him. Gripping the craniotomy club, Lin Nan raised his two hands and slammed it into the ground. The ground within 5 meters shook as if by a violent earthquake. The one-handed zombie, leaping in the air, was sent flying by the shockwave. Lin Nan seized the opportunity and leaped back into the air. Ground shake, Lin Nan unleashed another strength skill. The craniotomy club landed squarely on the one-handed zombie. With a thud, the zombie instantly disintegrated into shreds of flesh, buried in a nearly 2-meter-high crater. Thus, all 3 first-level zombies were buried. These 3 zombies are even harder to kill than those 300. The square was thick with smoke, and the ground was dotted with potholes. Lin Nan cleared a spot, picked up the unsmoked cigarette that had fallen on the ground, and took a deep drag. Although this skill consumes points and does decent damage, it's incredibly demanding on stamina. Stamina. After using it twice, Lin Nan felt as if his body had been hollowed out. System, take those 10 evolution crystals, add 5 points to strength and 5 points to constitution. Lin Nan made up his mind and continued to unleash the might of the craniotomy club while strengthening his own stamina. As soon as he finished speaking, a white light shone around him. Ah, that feels good. Lin Nan's limbs felt as if they were being transformed, and he couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. The points were added successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the passive constitution skill, Serum Constitution. The host is immune to zombie infection, and their blood can be used to make serum. Damn it, then I'm not afraid of that. But being immune to the zombie virus is one thing, being mauled to death by a mob is another. He still couldn't be careless. Without the fear of infection, the raincoat lost its meaning. It was still in the way. Lin Nan took it off. However, when he saw it stained red and white with blood and brain matter, he couldn't help but vomit. What's that? Lin Nan, who had just vomited, was rinsing his mouth with a bottle of Farmer's Three Fists mineral water when he suddenly caught sight of the reflection. It was right next to level 1 zombie. Before he could get closer to take a closer look, he heard heavy footsteps behind him. Lin Nan took a few steps in that direction and saw a fast-moving zombie chasing a boy. Another level 1 zombie. Lin Nan swung his mace, anticipating the zombie's movements. With a whoosh, the mace flew over the boy's head, striking the zombie's skull with precision. Bang! The level 1 zombie's head exploded. Is this the power gained from adding points? Lin Nan was reveling in the excitement of his increased strength. Suddenly, a system voice chimed in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully rescuing someone. You've earned a Saint coin. Saint coin, Lin Nan suddenly understood. So that's how these things are, but I wasn't planning on saving him. I just wanted to practice. Just as he was thinking, the boy's voice rang out again. Lin Nan came to his senses and saw the boy he'd saved before, holding his mace, looking at him with admiration. Big boss, let me join you. From now on, I'll be your henchman, okay? Lin Nan glanced at him, but ignored his thoughts. He couldn't even guarantee his own safety, so how could he bring another burden along? Lin Nan pulled a few bags of brainless sauerkraut beef noodles from his bag and tossed them to the boy. These are for you. They'll keep you alive for a few days. Don't follow me. You'll die miserably if you do, brother, I beg you. The boy glanced at Lin Nan's bulging backpack and looked at him with a pitiful expression. Lin Nan said nothing, reaching out to reclaim his mace. However, the boy dodged, unwilling to let Lin Nan take his mace back. Even his expression changed. You're so heartless. Lin Nan narrowed his eyes slightly, his face expressionless. The boy looked at the metal mace in his hand, revealing an expression of confidence. I didn't expect you to have such a powerful weapon. But now it's mine. The boy looked weak, but his explosive power was still very strong. He grabbed the mace with both hands, pointed it at Lin Nan, and threatened, if you know what's good for you, give me your bag, or I'll make you like this zombie. Lin Nan said nothing, still looking at him expressionlessly. Are you deaf? Don't think I don't dare kill you. To be honest, I already have a life on my hands. Killing you wouldn't be the slightest bit of a burden. Hearing this, Lin Nan smiled faintly, but it was a terrifying smile. You said you were going to kill me. What are you going to use to kill me? With your weapon. The boy was about to say, I'll use your weapon to kill you, but suddenly, a flash of light appeared. The metal mace disappeared. How is that possible? This is impossible. The boy stared at Lin Nan in disbelief. Another flash of golden light, and the mace suddenly appeared in Lin Nan's hand. The boy quickly pulled a knife from his waist. The blade pointed directly at Lin Nan. But Lin Nan was faster. With a blow of the mace, the knife flew out of the boy's hand. There was a snap. The sound of broken bones could be heard. Please be magnanimous, please let me go. I was just impulsive and greedy. It's not good enough for you to let me go. And, I have elderly people at home. My grandma needs my care. Lin Nan frowned, but didn't say anything more. He turned away, as if to let the boy go. Seeing Lin Nan's action, the boy was instantly delighted. Not wanting to give Lin Nan a chance to regret, he turned and ran. Bang! Although Lin Nan had his back to the boy, the muzzle of the gun, which had appeared out of nowhere, was pointed squarely at his back. I didn't expect, you still have a gun. Bang! Bang! After several rounds, the gunfire stopped, and the crowd left. Another body was behind Lin Nan. You talk too much. Sheathing his gun, Lin Nan walked towards the teaching building without looking back. Under the shade of the trees in the waning summer, leaves withered and yellowed inexplicably fell before Lin Nan's eyes. Grandma, he suddenly remembered the boy's words, and also thought of his only relative far away in Shanghai. Lin Nan's cold, decisive nature stems from a family that was torn apart at a young age. It was that old woman who scrimped and saved to raise him and send him to college. It was she who protected the last vestiges of conscience in Lin Nan's heart. We agreed to let the old lady enjoy her old age. It shouldn't be too late. Lin Nan raised his head and unconsciously quickened his pace. The magic city, heavily guarded, was safe for the time being. Grandma, wait for me to rescue you. Chapter 5. This zombie is a little unique. The vast multimedia classroom, the stairs littered with corpses. Yang Guang's body lay hidden in a corner. Tragically, there were no zombie bite marks on his body, but instead a deep knife wound on his neck. The blood had long since drained away. Lin Nan compared the knife with the boy's from earlier, and it was the same weapon. The boy must have used Liuer to shield him from the bullet, and then killed him. Liuer, I've avenged you. Lin Nan felt a pang of pain. At that moment, Yang Guang's phone continued to vibrate. Lin Nan picked it up, revealing a conversation between Liuer and his sister. Yao, don't be afraid, I'll save you right away, brother, don't come out. Yao can protect herself, and I can protect you too. Sorry, Yao, I'm leaving. Liuer's sister Yao? Lin Nan had occasionally heard Liuer talk about his sister, a genius with a high IQ. She seemed like a living map. Regardless of whether Yao possessed these skills, he hadn't saved Liuer, but he had definitely saved Yao. Don't worry, I'll take good care of Yao for you. Pulling back the curtains, Lin Nan wrapped Yang Guang's body in several layers. Then he lit his lighter. The flames caught the gunpowder from the bullets, and a massive fire erupted. Lin Nan spotted several zombies at the door and used the flames from Yang Guang's body to light a cigarette. Then he slowly stood up. In the glow of the flames, Lin Nan, mace in hand, seemed like a killing god. All of you, bury my brother with me. Let him have company on his journey to the afterlife. With a swing of his mace, a zombie instantly reduced to a pool of pulp. Lin Nan fought his way to the door. He showed no concern for being scratched. He showed even less fear when surrounded. He had originally intended to bury the few zombies at the door, but instead, the entire road was suddenly filled with dozens, nearly 100 bodies. Lin Nan's eyes were raging with blood. But he didn't lose his mind. He grabbed a zombie trapped in a car and pulled him out. After grabbing the car keys from his waist and shooting him in the head, Lin Nan set off for number 13 high school. His best friend's sister lived there. Wait for me, Lin Nan sent another message. He took the driver's seat, his gaze fixed on the distance. However, the moment he inserted the key, Lin Nan suddenly remembered, he couldn't drive. I should learn by just ramming it. After several attempts, Lin Nan finally started the car. Buckling up, he stepped on the accelerator. With a swift, powerful throttle, Lin Nan successfully crashed into his first car. After killing several zombies, he finally learned how to drive. Learning to drive shouldn't be that hard, right? How come some people take so long to get their license? Lin Nan sped along, looking up. Suddenly, something felt off. Hey, did I run a red light? Never mind. The police have all turned into zombies. In the apocalypse, there are no rules. Only madness, and those on the verge of madness exist. In front of Lin Nan, a heavy-duty off-road vehicle was being driven furiously by two tattooed men. At the rear of the vehicle, A child was tied to the vehicle, pulling it along. The road was covered in blood. The child was carrying a colorful backpack with a picture of a happy Peppa Pig on it. Oh, I want to fly higher, higher. This is so fucking awesome. This is exactly what I want. Brother, look, there's a kid following us. The tall, tattooed man smiled even more wildly when he saw Lin Nan approaching them. Lin Nan drove alongside them, his smile no less radiant than theirs. You guys had a great time. I've got a gift for you to cheer you up. Without waiting for a reply, a flash of light flashed in his hand, and a metal box appeared in their hands. The two men looked puzzled, and when they looked back at Lin Nan, he was already far away. The man in the passenger seat opened the box. Instead, they saw an unknown square machine with a small screen in the center, displaying 001. The two glanced at each other, a strange look of ecstasy on their faces. Bang! Art's explosion. Lin Nan's car pierced through the billowing smoke. He activated the windshield wipers, scraping away the flesh fragments that had fallen from the car after the man who wanted to fly higher was blown away. Lin Nan regained his previous expressionless face and drove on. The increase in strength attribute allowed Lin Nan to control his muscles more precisely, which indirectly improved his driving skills. Lin Nan pulled a white crystal from his pocket. The gloomy sky had long since cleared, and the sunlight filtered through the white crystal, emitting a strange glow. It was found in the body of a first-level zombie. Lin Nan hadn't had time to examine it before, but now it looked exactly like the evolution crystal. The system seemed to sense Lin Nan's confusion and proactively said, reporting to the host, "This is the evolution crystal. You can randomly obtain it from high-level zombies." Lin Nan suddenly understood. So it really is an evolution crystal, randomly obtained? No wonder I only found 2. Lin Nan was still excited by this news. Attribute bonuses were important to him, but evolution crystals could only be obtained through rewards, which greatly limited his access. Since even level 1 zombies could drop evolution crystals, then after global evolution was complete, level 1 zombies would be everywhere. Doesn't that mean evolution crystals would be everywhere? Oh my god, Lin Nan couldn't help but exclaim. His previous worry about global evolution instantly turned to anticipation. Lin Nan glanced at his watch. Oh my god. There are still 8 hours left. Will it take that long to get out? No, this speed won't work. Oh, I remember there's a saint coin. Lin Nan opened his inventory and found the saint coin. System, what's this thing for? Lottery, the system replied. Then hurry up and draw, Lin Nan said. About 5 seconds passed. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing an evolution crystal, speed. This evolution crystal can greatly increase the host's speed. Use all 3 crystals on speed, Lin Nan said calmly as he drove. Another wave of relief washed over him, and he felt his surroundings slow down. His reaction speed also increased significantly. We're almost there. Lin Nan spotted the sign for number 13 high school and a swarm of zombies at the gate. With another powerful swipe, Lin Nan parked the car steadily at the gate. Stubbing out a cigarette, Lin Nan stepped out. His mace gleamed with cold light. Another fierce battle. Lin Nan swung his mace, intending to crush the backpack-carrying zombie in front of him. However, before he could raise the mace, the zombie jumped slightly, dodging Lin Nan's attack. A first-level zombie, Lin Nan said instinctively. He readied his mace, but the first-level zombie fell to the ground. A pile of snacks fell out of his backpack. This zombie is a bit stupid. Lin Nan didn't let his guard down, and was about to strike with a giant hammer in his hand. However, something happened that surprised Lin Nan. The zombie not only didn't attack Lin Nan, but instead knelt on the ground and bowed. What the hell? Zombies can beg for mercy. Chapter 6, Seeing Old Friends Again. Do you think I won't kill you if you kneel down and beg for mercy? Lin Nan held the craniotomy club still raised. With one blow, the kneeling zombie before him would be reduced to a pool of pulp. However, when the club was only 0.01 centimeters from the zombie's eyebrows, Lin Nan stopped. It wasn't that his conscience was overwhelmed, but rather that the zombie's behavior shocked Lin Nan. The zombie held a bag of bread and raised it respectfully, offering it to Lin Nan. Is this still a zombie? So humane. Seeing Lin Nan withdraw his hands, the zombie pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his bag, apparently realizing that Lin Nan liked to smoke. Finally, Lin Nan put away the club. Go. Lin Nan turned and tried to walk into the school, but heard a low growl from the zombie behind him. Lin Nan turned his head and saw that the zombie had turned and was walking towards a narrow passage. As he walked, he waved at Lin Nan, as if hoping that Lin Nan would leave with him. Lin Nan followed with a mixture of doubt and disbelief. The zombie was enthusiastic, generously offering snacks to Lin Nan when he saw he was willing to follow. Could this be a real person in disguise? Lin Nan wondered, but his thought was quickly dismissed when he noticed a piece of flesh missing from the zombie's waist. If it weren't for the tattered clothing, one could even see the exposed skeleton. The passageway was narrow, but quiet, with few zombies to be seen. After walking for a while, Lin Nan grew bored. He still had to rescue Liu's sister. "Where are you taking me?" the zombie pointed ahead. Following his finger, Lin Nan spotted a house. It was a single-family villa covered in ivy, its windows sealed with wooden boards and iron sheets. In this apocalypse overrun by low-level zombies, it was a welcome refuge. "You want me in?" the zombie nodded. He then took the key from his neck and expertly opened the iron door. After Lin Nan entered, he carefully closed it again. Entering the house, Lin Nan saw a large iron cage. This piqued his curiosity. What was it holding? Lin Nan watched as the zombie placed its backpack on the table, then walked into the cage and expertly slid itself inside. "Lin Nan?" Once the cage door was locked, Lin Nan watched as the zombie, like a feral creature unleashed, attacked the cage with frenzy. Lin Nan's face was filled with questions. Just then, there was a creak. The door to the second-floor attic opened. A girl ran out, excitedly shouting at the side of a backpack overflowing with snacks. "Stop shouting. Aren't you afraid of attracting zombies?" Another boy followed, fiddling with a lighter. He looked elegant and easygoing, but the moment he spoke, he came across as incredibly hypocritical, even manic. He looked at Lin Nan, stunned for a moment, then a look of alarm crossed his face. "How did you get in? That little girl must have saved me." The woman munched on her bread and looked upstairs. Lin Nan saw another sweet-looking girl, though she looked a little tired, as if she'd been crying. "Ding, alert host, the girl in front of you is Chu Mingayao, a level 0 control evolver. Skill, zombie control." Hearing the system's voice, Lin Nan looked back at the rampaging zombies nearby. Suddenly, a sudden realization dawned on him. However, what surprised Lin Nan most was that, after searching so hard for someone, he finally found her without any effort. This girl, Chu Mingayao, was Liu's sister. I didn't expect she's a control evolver, but what puzzled Lin Nan was how Chu Mingayao didn't recognize him. They'd met before. "Did it? I warn you, supplies are running low. Don't bring outsiders into my house. You're not allowed to eat today. Give him your share of food," the man shouted. "It's okay, I took more today," Chu Mingayao explained with a smile. Unexpectedly, the man erupted in anger upon hearing her words. "You don't understand me, do you? Have you forgotten who's boss here? If you bring anyone home again, you'll starve to death." Chu Mingayao lowered her head, her eyes reddening. Lin Nan narrowed his eyes at the scene before him, a chill rising in his heart. "I don't need your food, I'll bring my own." Lin Nan lit a cigarette, his mind racing. He was trying to gauge the man's abilities. The man saw the cigarette in Lin Nan's hand, then glanced at his thick backpack, his expression amusement rising again. "Actually, you can stay here if you want, but you have to divide the supplies." The man's craving for cigarettes was unstoppable the moment he saw the cigarette in Lin Nan's hand. Lin Nan smiled faintly, but with a look of disdain. "Why?" The man was stunned. He hadn't expected Lin Nan to speak to him like that. "Why do you say that?" "Because I'm the boss here." "What, you don't want to?" Lin Nan flicked the ash from his cigarette and smiled faintly. "As you think, I don't want to." Lin Nan spoke each word with unwavering arrogance. "You're such a traitor. How dare you act so arrogantly on my territory?" The man flew into a rage, then turned to Chu Mingayao and shouted, "Chu Mingayao, open the cage, control the zombies and kill him." Lin Nan looked at Liu's sister. She didn't move, but another girl did. She walked over to Xiao Chen and whispered, "Xiao Chen, you can't let Chu Mingayao use her powers anymore. She's emotionally unstable now. What if she loses control if you let the zombies out? You have no right to control me. You're just my plaything." Xiao Chen slapped her hard, then looked back at Chu Mingayao. He was also a ruthless man. Seeing Chu Mingayao's indifference, he desperately tried to open the cage. Chu Mingayao saw this and immediately used her control power. "That's right," Xiao Chen beamed upon seeing the zombie being controlled. "Next, Control the zombie and kill him. Xiao Chen pointed at Lin Nan, who completely ignored the zombie. To Lin Nan, Xiao Chen's behavior resembled that of a clown juggler. If he knew hundreds of zombies had perished at Lin Nan's hands, he'd probably be terrified. However, he had no time to bother with Xiao Chen at that moment. Yao, don't you recognize me? Lin Nan asked, looking at Chu Mingyao in confusion. Chu Mingyao rubbed her reddened eyes, but a blank expression remained. I'm your brother's brother, Lin Nan. We went to the amusement park together, remember? Chu Mingyao was startled by his words. She scrutinized the man before her. The heroic presence in Lin Nan's brows and the familiarity of his voice sent a shiver through her. Although Lin Nan's appearance and figure had changed, his unchanging aura resonated with a girl who had lost her brother. You really are brother Nan? Chu Mingyao slowly descended the stairs, her hand covering her mouth, unable to contain her emotions. Lin Nan nodded, his eyes filled with mixed emotions. I'm here to see you on behalf of Liuer. Upon hearing the news about her brother, Chu Mingyao finally couldn't contain herself. With a cry, she burst into tears. But as she cried, the zombies behind her moved. Chapter 7 Lin Nan's wise words. Chu Mingyao was cradled in his arms, tears streaming uncontrollably. Unbeknownst to her, and equally unnoticed by Lin Nan, the zombies behind them were inching closer, their bright red lips dripping with mucus. They looked as if they were witnessing a delicious piece of fresh meat. Back, facing them, Xiao Chen and the woman saw the zombies on Lin Nan's back. They pointed in horror, their mouths trembling, unable to form a single complete sentence. At that moment, Xiao Chen, the arrogant and domineering, instantly withered before the zombies. He could only watch as the zombies opened their bloody mouths and advanced on Chu Mingyao. Crack, a zombie head appeared on Chu Mingyao's shoulder. Its bloodshot eyes even managed to glance at Lin Nan. Lin Nan felt heavy-hearted, unsure how to comfort the tearful little girl. Seeing a zombie by Chu Mingyao, he instinctively kicked her. The zombie was instantly kicked away. It's over. Xiao Chen collapsed to the ground, along with the girl. They knew that with this bite, their greatest support was gone. Chu Mingyao was going to become a zombie. Brother Nan, Chu Mingyao, confused, touched her shoulder, staring at the blood-stained hands, stunned. Brother Nan, am I going to become a zombie? The little girl's crystalline eyes sparkled like sapphires. But before Lin Nan could reply, Chu Mingyao, bewildered, burst into laughter. Brother Nan, am I going to see my brother again? Then, in a voice almost audible only to herself, she muttered to herself, I just promised my brother that I would protect him. The little girl had a quiet appearance, but a thoughtful heart. She knew Lin Nan had come here for her, and if she became a zombie, he would be heartbroken. Chu Mingyao didn't want anyone in this world to feel heartbroken because of her. She was an orphan, but her childhood was happy, thanks to the company of Yang Guang and her many siblings in the orphanage. She came into this world with a grateful heart. Looking at Chu Mingyao's flickering eyes, Lin Nan wanted to say something, but someone else beat him to it. Get out. Get out of my house. Chu Mingyao, you've become a zombie, so don't harm us, Xiao Chen shouted at the top of his lungs. Young Master Xiao has been helping you all these years. Don't just go back on your word, another woman said. Chu Mingyao nodded absent-mindedly. Brother Nan, I have some supplies in my room. I'll give them to you. She started to head upstairs, but before she could take a step, Xiao Chen blocked her way. You're almost a zombie, and you're still dreaming about supplies? Dream on, that's right, there's no way I'm going to give you any. Get out. Chu Mingyao stared at the two people in disbelief. Xiao Chen had indeed helped her find a part-time job, but she had also repaid him. Besides, if she hadn't controlled the zombies to go out and find supplies these days, they would have starved to death. Now, as she tried to take some supplies for Lin Nan, she was met with such an aggressive expression. At that moment, the innocent little girl seemed to glimpse the ugliness of human nature. It dawned on her that such selfish and arrogant people still existed in this world. Chu Mingyao's expression gradually grew calmer. Just then, Lin Nan gently patted her shoulder. This is the fundamental rule of survival in the apocalypse. Kindness is a quality, but here, it's a sin. Lin Nan had been observing everything unfolding with a cold eye. In the past, the bodies of these two would have long since been frozen. But the point of this was simply to add a few more corpses to the world. Keeping him alive a little longer was to allow Chu Mingyao to see things more clearly. Understanding these things would allow her to survive in this world. Now that her goal seemed accomplished, then Lin Nan looked at Xiao Chen and the others and smiled faintly. Well, some people, it seems, no longer have any value in living. A flash of yellow light flashed, and the craniotomy rod appeared in Lin Nan's hand. The barbs, captivating, released an icy chill that seemed to crush everything. At this moment, even Lin Nan's aura seemed to undergo a qualitative change. The system's achievement rewards also had a heightened buff, Lin Nan's aura. At this moment, Lin Nan truly transformed into a Doomsday Butcher. Seeing the blood still flowing from the craniotomy stick, Xiao Chen and the others instinctively stepped back, their legs trembling. You're also an evolver. Xiao Chen stumbled and fell to the ground, pointing at Lin Nan. Lin Nan ignored him, instead continuing, in this world, besides being selfish, you must also learn to thrive in a timid way. Especially don't bring your bad temper from your past life here. You never know whether the person standing before you will be a willing victim, a kind-hearted Buddha, or a demon who treats human life as worthless. With that, a loud bang, and 2 more headless bodies appeared in the magnificent villa. These are all wise words, but unfortunately, the price of learning is life. Ding. Congratulations to the host for earning 2 kill points. Lin Nan had long known that killing humans earned kill points. It's over. Lin Nan retracted his mace and turned to look at Chu Mingao. The young girl had never seen such a bloody scene before, and her stomach churned. It wasn't until she drank a few sips of water that she gradually calmed down. It's okay, follow me, you'll get used to it soon. Lin Nan smiled at the young girl before him. Chu Mingao bent over, her exquisite neckline glimpsed. Being so close to a woman wasn't his first time, but it was definitely rare. Add to that the girl's delicate fragrance, and she looked like a seductive little fairy, making Lin Nan inexplicably nervous and his breath quickened. In his mind, Lin Nan couldn't help but picture an old cow walking on the grass after the rain. Suddenly, he saw a newly sprouted grass, stained with the morning dew, looking very beautiful. The old cow was so excited that he mooed. The mooing made the cows next door restless, but he just stayed in the grass, guarding the tender grass alone. What the hell am I thinking? Lin Nan was stunned for a moment, and quickly shook his head, trying to be more rational. This is his brother's sister. But then again, brother-sister, isn't this a close relationship? What the hell am I thinking? Just as the big devil Lin Nan was daydreaming, Chu Mingao beside him had already recovered. Seeing Lin Nan's expression, Chu Mingao felt a bit puzzled. But remembering what he had said earlier, she chuckled softly. Brother, I'm afraid I can't go with you. Have you forgotten I was bitten by a zombie? Chu Mingao paused, then continued, but before you go, can you kill me while I'm transformed into a zombie? And, I want to die dignified. As she spoke, the scene of Xiao Chen and the other man being shot on the HUD flashed back to Chu Mingao's mind. But this time, it was better. Apart from the uncontrollable trembling, she didn't feel like vomiting. Perhaps she felt relieved, since she was about to die. Lin Nan was stunned by his words. Actually, you don't need to worry about that. With that, a thin syringe appeared in Lin Nan's hand, and he drew some of his own blood. Now, Lin Nan had become a mobile serum bank. Thanks to his enhanced physical attributes, he was not only immune to viruses, but his blood could also be used as serum. Just inject my blood into your body, and you won't have to worry about turning into a zombie. Chu Mingao was in disbelief after hearing Lin Nan's words. Although she was a high school student, Chu Mingao possessed an exceptionally high IQ, a fact known only to Liuer. Lin Nan only discovered this later. The reason for this was that, while the young woman was crushing her peers academically, she also diligently studied medical knowledge after class. She had a thorough understanding of basic medical theory. Therefore, in her view, making serum from blood was sheer nonsense. Some people might produce antibodies, and blood could be used to make serum, but it was impossible to just draw blood and use it. Don't disbelieve me. Have you forgotten that I'm an evolver? Chu Mingao chuckled. I believe you, Brother Nan, but your actions are somewhat challenging the medical knowledge system I've built over the years. What system? Lin Nan was bewildered. He was a serious university student, and he couldn't understand a little girl's words. But he wasn't embarrassed. Instead, he grinned and feigned indifference. Stick your butt out, right? This is supposed to hit you on the butt. Lin Nan looked up at the ceiling, whistling uncontrollably. This wasn't meant to take advantage of her, that was how the system explained it. And that shot wasn't cheap. costing over 100 kill points. After all, passive skills are still skills, and they cost points. Hearing Lin Nan's words, the young medical student smiled faintly and didn't raise any questions. Instead, she cooperated by removing her lower garment. "Ah, that hurts a little. Can I be gentler? It still hurts. Bear with it, it will pass after this." Huh? About a minute passed, and they both exhaled simultaneously. Finally, the shot was over. Chu Mingyao could clearly feel the changes in her body. The tightness in her blood vessels disappeared, and she felt an inexplicable sense of comfort all over. She stole a glance at Lin Nan, her eyes sparkling with stars. "Just now I was thinking about protecting Brother Nan, but in the end, I was the one being protected." Though it was amusing, Chu Mingyao secretly made up her mind, "I must not be a burden. I must become Lin Nan's right-hand man." Seeing that Chu Mingyao looked good, Lin Nan smiled and said, "Are you okay? If you are, let's go. You have a back injury, let's go find some medicine and stock up on some more." Before he had healing skills, medicine was the absolute hard currency in the apocalypse. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 8, Cannon Rose. Finding Chu Mingyao finally put his worries to rest. Furthermore, this little girl could actually control zombies. This was something that surprised Lin Nan. The two of them arrived at the school gate again. Seeing the swarm of zombies before them, Lin Nan felt strangely excited. These are all prime kill spots. There were hundreds of zombies. With this thought, a flash of yellow light flashed in his hand, and the craniotomy club appeared again. "Wait here, I'll be right back." Lin Nan, mace in hand, was about to charge into the zombie swarm. But just then, someone grabbed him. Chu Mingyao clutched the hem of Lin Nan's shirt, looking at him pitifully. "Brother, I want to help you too." "You forgot, I can control zombies." Lin Nan shook his head. "Just control one to protect you. I'm worried a level 1 zombie might attack you, while these ordinary zombies weren't dangerous." Lin Nan was terrified a level 1 zombie might attack Chu Mingyao. The thought made him hesitate. After all, a first-tier zombie was incredibly fast. If they really attacked Chu Mingyao, she wouldn't be able to react quickly, and something bad would definitely happen. Chu Mingyao seemed to sense Lin Nan's concern and quickly explained, "No, look over there." Following her gaze, Lin Nan spotted a zombie. It walked to the side, picked up a fallen wooden stick, and began frantically attacking the other zombies. "I can control them and help you fight the zombies with weapons. While this stick isn't as powerful as your big one, it can still kill zombies." There was a hint of pleading in Chu Mingyao's voice. She truly didn't want to be a burden. However, the girl's concerns were clearly different from Lin Nan's. She was worried that her own damage wasn't enough, while Lin Nan was worried that Chu Mingyao would be ambushed by a first-tier zombie. The girl had probably never seen a first-tier zombie before, so she didn't know the true danger. However, the zombie's use of the stick really stunned Lin Nan for a moment. Then, a sudden realization struck him. "Oh my god, I have a bold idea," Lin Nan exclaimed excitedly. He quickly opened the system and frantically refreshed the weapon page. Found it. Chu Mingyao looked at Lin Nan in confusion, wondering what he had found. Until a flash of light appeared. "It's huge." Seeing the giant beneath Lin Nan, the girl pouted in shock. A giant Gatling gun lay quietly at Lin Nan's feet. Compared to other Gatling guns, it was almost half a circle larger. Calling it a mobile turret wouldn't be an exaggeration. "Isn't it huge?" I exchanged it for 400 points. Looking at this massive gun, Lin Nan felt a pang of pain. After all, 400 points was practically everything he had. Luckily, the system had said that if Chu Mingyao killed a zombie, Lin Nan would also receive kill points. The girl didn't care what Lin Nan meant by points, but asked again, somewhat shocked, "Is this for me?" "Yes, call your zombie over." After a brief training session, Chu Mingyao quickly mastered the use of the giant Gatling gun. Her mastery meant that the zombies she controlled had learned it too. The zombies roaming the school gates would never understand until their death that there was a traitor among them. At Lin Nan's command, the traitor instantly transformed into a mobile turret, bullets plundering the zombies like they were free, until they were reduced to pulp. Flames shot up into the sky. Wails and screams filled the streets. Kill point +1, kill point +1. Kill point +1. The system's voices continued incessantly, while Lin Nan sat leisurely in a rattan chair, sipping a freshly brewed yogurt. Yeo, would you like a drink? Chu Mingayeo shook her head expressionlessly, concentrating on controlling the zombies. Seeing her resolute expression, Lin Nan felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. This must be mutual support. This is what the apocalypse needs. Yeo, you're so strong. I'll definitely have you by my side from now on. Chu Mingayeo smiled faintly and nodded. She was incredibly happy to receive Lin Nan's affirmation, at least she wasn't a burden. Afterward, Chu Mingayeo's control became even more refined. While this weapon didn't require a high headshot rate, simply blasting the zombies into sieve was sufficient. Lin Nan still noticed a significant improvement in the giant Gatling gun's accuracy. Brother Nan, why are the bullets in this Gatling gun endless, infinite, just fire away, really infinite bullets? Brother Nan's ability is truly terrifying. Chu Mingayeo was quite close to the zombies, the flames flickering constantly on her face. Just as she was enjoying herself, a hand suddenly appeared at her neck. Before she could react, her vision went dark. It turned out to be sunglasses. Put these on, don't let the glare damage your eyes. Lin Nan had snatched them from a zombie, fearing Chu Mingayeo's eyes would be blinded by the gunfire. He put them on her, unconcerned about whether she was bothered or not. Chu Mingayeo uttered a dumbfounded good, her pretty face flushed, and her breathing became rapid. Brother Nan was so close to me just now, I could almost hear him breathing. Chu Mingayeo felt a tingling sensation all over her body, but she knew the most urgent task was to fight the zombies, so she quickly composed herself. Lin Nan sat off to the side, seemingly relaxed, yet tense. The Gatling gun's power was immense, but so was its noise. Soon, a swarm of zombies were drawn in from all directions, especially onto the campus. Considering a high school, there were at least 1,000 zombies. However, Chu Mingayeo was responsible for handling all of this, while Lin Nan was tasked with cleaning up the scattered zombies that appeared out of nowhere. He could also protect her, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He knew these zombies weren't the main draw, the first-tier zombies were the real deal. Lin Nan even considered running away if too many first-tier zombies appeared. Luckily, his car was still parked outside. Ding, congratulations, host. You've earned 10 kill points. Lin Nan was alert to any movement when a strange sound suddenly reached his ears. 10 kill points are a reward for killing a first-level zombie. Could it be? Lin Nan looked in Chu Mingayeo's direction and spotted several figures among the zombies, moving at breakneck speed. They're really first-level zombies. There's more than one. Lin Nan tightened his grip on his mace. It's my turn. Lin Nan leaned toward Chu Mingayeo. Why didn't that little girl tell me? Isn't she afraid of first-level zombies? Just as he was thinking, Lin Nan saw a zombie leap up, aiming directly at the zombie with a Gatling gun. Unexpectedly, the zombie, having just leaped into the air, fell motionless to the ground. Hundreds of bullets followed. Even a first-level zombie might have thick skin, but it's still flesh and blood. If 1 or 2 bullets don't kill it, use 10. If 10 don't kill it, use 1 or 200. Bullets are free anyway. And what's more, it's aimed at their heads. Stunned for a moment, Lin Nan remembered what Chu Mingayeo had said. Her ability meant controlling 1 zombie was easy, but controlling 2 was difficult. Despite this, she could briefly control another while controlling 1. This was why the first-level zombie had suddenly stopped moving. Thinking of this, Lin Nan had another thought: can I control a single first-level zombie? After all, 4 ordinary zombies, she could easily control 1, but 2 would be a real challenge. But what if she put all her energy into controlling a single first-level zombie? After all, first-level zombies are incredibly aggressive and have thicker flesh. Chu Mingayeo had already replaced several zombies, all because the Gatling gun's constant fire melted off a zombie's arm due to the heat from the barrel. A genius girl is a genius after all. What Lin Nan had thought of, she had already thought of. Now, she had successfully controlled a first-level zombie. While this would shorten the time it took to control the others, it wouldn't affect their ability to kill them. Only a second or 2 of control was enough to blow their heads off. Holy shit, is this even human? 1 person is worth an entire army. Lin Nan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. By that time, nearly 300 zombies had perished at her hands. What a beautiful rose of cannon fire! Lin Nan stared, entranced, his eyes blazing with fire. It's a shame these opportunities for wanton slaughter are running out. Coming to his senses, Lin Nan looked up again. Thick dark clouds were gradually rolling over the horizon. Feeling the sweltering heat, he knew a relentless downpour was brewing. This could be a sign of universal evolution. Then, level 1 zombies would dominate, and humans would become the true victims. They were no exception. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully slaying 1,000 zombies and achieving the Apocalypse Overlord achievement. Rewarding the host with 3 opportunities to use global video. Through global video, survivors worldwide can hear the host's voices and images. Lin Nan was stunned. There was such a thing. He'd thought it was another blueprint upgrade opportunity. After all, he already had 3 of them. Furthermore, a blueprint for a RV fortress still lay quietly in the system's inventory. Seeing that all the zombies before him had fallen, including the level 1 zombies, Lin Nan called out to Chu Mingayao. No more fighting, we're leaving. Don't forget we're fine. Chu Mingayao was so engrossed in the fight that she completely forgot about the wound on her back. But it's still early, it's getting late. The sky is about to change. Lin Nan's profound words startled the little girl. After dispatching the turret zombie with a single blow, Lin Nan searched around its body and quickly found a glowing crystal. An evolution crystal. See this? Help me find it. Lin Nan pointed at the evolution crystal in his hand. Chu Mingayao was stunned by the pure white crystal in his hand. What are you looking for it for? I'll tell you about this later. But right now, you have only one mission, find this thing among these zombies. Chu Mingayao paused, then took off her backpack and pulled out a small black bag. Lin Nan stared at her in amazement until she poured the contents into her hands. He was shocked to find that in her hands, white as a sphere, there were over a dozen evolution crystals. The little girl tilted her head and asked doubtfully, is this enough? Chapter 9 Behemoth. Holy crap, Lin Nan couldn't believe it. He took one in his hand and examined it carefully. It was hexagonal in shape, pure and lustrous, and the size and appearance were exactly the same as the one he had just found. It really is an evolution crystal. He roughly counted it and found there were 14 of them. Lin Nan looked up, bewildered, at Chu Mingayao. Where did you get this? Do you have any more? Chu Mingayao felt like laughing at the man's greedy expression. But she didn't laugh. Instead, she shook her head. Brother, we can't go there. It's too dangerous. She knew that Lin Nan would not give up after saying that, so she explained, there's a monster over there. After I discovered I could control zombies, Chu Mingayao carefully recalled the events of that morning. When I control a zombie, I can simultaneously capture its vision. Just this morning, a series of screams erupted from the campus artificial lake. Many fast-moving zombies madly rushed into a cave near the lake, but they couldn't exit. Because it was a steep slope, I couldn't see what kind of monsters they were. I controlled the zombies to investigate, but all I found was a cave and piles of corpses, long since reduced to bones. And next to them were these crystals. I had a feeling these crystals were something special, so I picked them up, thinking I'd study them. Didn't the monster attack you when you picked them up? Lin Nan asked, puzzled. No, Chu Mingayao shook her head. I don't know why. It was so quiet inside the cave. If I hadn't known something strange was happening, I would have thought it was just an ordinary cave. Lin Nan nodded thoughtfully. If you say that, there must be many more of these crystals nearby. How about taking me over to see them, brother? Chu Mingayao stamped her feet anxiously. Where's the promised sleazy growth? It's really dangerous in there. Don't worry, I'll just wander around outside, not go in. And, you forgot. That monster is strong, but I'm not weak either. Trust me, this thing is truly important to me. Chu Mingayao was moved by the determined expression on the man's face. Oh. Fine, I'll take you there, no need, Lin Nan suddenly said. Just tell me where it is, and I'll go by myself. No, Chu Mingayao ruthlessly rejected Lin Nan's offer. I'll follow you wherever you go. You can't just leave me alone in one place, even if it's incredibly safe. Throwing down these words, the little girl turned away angrily, heading back to the campus. Lin Nan shook his head helplessly, watching Chu Mingayao's back. Hey, Yao, don't go yet. Let's clean up the battlefield first. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. There should be 1 or 2 in here. Help me find them. Lin Nan rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. He looked so different from the great demon holding the sniper. He seemed so gentle, as if he didn't belong in this world. Chu Mingayao turned around, a gentle breeze ruffling her hair. Her sapphire eyes gleamed, like an angel descended into this world. The girl saw Lin Nan's bewildered expression, and she couldn't help but laugh. HMPH, Chu Mingayao snorted softly, then went to search among the zombies. Drawing on her memory of the previous battle, she quickly found two. After that, there was no trace of the evolution crystal. Looking at the 17 strange crystals in his hand, Lin Nan trembled with excitement. Opening the system panel, Host, Lin Nan System Level 1 Attributes, Strength. 15, Earth-Shaking Smash, Speed. 8 Constitution. 10, Serum Constitution, Spirit. 6 Saint Coins. 0 Evolution Crystals. 17 Inventory, Mace, D-Class RV Fortress Blueprint. Looking at the stats, Lin Nan decisively declared, System, put all points into strength. Although he said he wouldn't fight, he felt the chances of encountering the monster were high. That's why he added strength. Ding, points added successfully. Consume 5 evolution crystals to unlock the skill, Explosive Funeral. Using the skill causes the host's designated corpse to explode, dealing massive damage. Consumes 20 points, ding, alerting the host. Since the system level is level 1, points cannot be added. To continue adding points, please upgrade the system level using evolution crystals. Lin Nan was stunned. He hadn't expected such a rule. How many evolution crystals are needed to reach the next level? 20, Lin Nan pondered. 20 isn't that much, actually. I'll save the rest for now. Maybe I'll have enough soon. Lin Nan looked at his newly acquired skill, Explosive Funeral. It can explode corpses, so it's pretty average. It depends on how you use it. He shut down the system and followed Chu Mingayao towards the artificial lake. The lake was close, visible from the school gate. But as they walked, Lin Nan suddenly realized he'd overlooked something. Reopening the system, a sudden realization dawned on him. He discovered that 10 or 20 attribute points would activate a skill. And for speed and spirit, only 2 points were needed to gain a skill, and 4 points were needed to gain a skill. Skills are valuable, a good one could even save your life. Without hesitation, Lin Nan added them. This left him with only 6 evolution crystals, but he also activated 2 skills. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring the speed skill, Swift Cheetah. This passive skill permanently increases the host's speed. No kill points required, it doesn't even require kill points. Not bad, not bad. Lin Nan felt his muscles inexplicably increase in explosive power, even his back felt incredibly resilient. I can honestly say I feel like I can fly. This was Lin Nan's most immediate feeling. Just then, another voice rang out, ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring the psychic skill, Danger Sense. This passive skill allows the host to quickly sense potential threats. No kill points required. Hearing the introduction of this skill, Lin Nan laughed excitedly. With the skill, I no longer have to worry about sneak attacks from troublemakers. Just as he was thinking, Lin Nan suddenly stopped in his tracks. It's here so soon. Chu Mingayao turned her head, looking at Lin Nan with a puzzled expression. What's coming? Lin Nan made a hushed gesture, silencing her. He stared intently at the artificial lake. When you stare into the abyss stares back at you. Lin Nan's instinct told him that a behemoth from the abyss was lurking in that direction. Don't be afraid, let's retreat carefully. Lin Nan gently took Chu Mingayao's arm and held her in his arms. The two of them moved backwards, step by step. Chu Mingayao didn't dare speak the entire time, not even daring to look in the direction Lin Nan was looking. The little girl was nervous, and Lin Nan was no better, his palms sweating with nervousness. If I take another step forward, I'm afraid that thing will attack. This was Lin Nan's true thought. A moment later, Lin Nan suddenly shuddered. And he choked on his saliva. He saw, from the dense, tangled grass of the artificial lake, a pair of huge, blood-red eyes staring intently at them. Holy shit! What the hell is this monster? After retreating a distance, and sensing the danger had subsided, Lin Nan quickly picked up Chu Mingayao and ran. Lin Nan's swift cheetah skills were fully utilized. Embracing her, Chu Mingayao briefly felt like Lin Nan was driving. How could someone in the world run so fast? Chu Mingayao's skirt blocked Lin Nan's view, and the girl's unique fragrance couldn't stop the young man's swift pace. Now, his mind was filled with only one conviction: run. Run as far as he could. Away from that artificial lake, away from that monster. Chu Mingayao closed her eyes and clung to the man beside her. Only when Lin Nan completely lost the sense of danger did he finally stop. By then, His shoes were long gone. Brother Nan, what happened? Huh? Lin Nan gasped. There was a giant creature at the artificial lake. It was terrifying. You're lucky to have made it back alive. Is it really that powerful? I was remotely controlling the zombies, Chu Mingyao asked, puzzled. How far? About 10 meters. 10 meters is far. Look at me. I've already run for several kilometers, and I'm still afraid of being caught. Lin Nan sat down exhausted, his words truly shocking Chu Mingyao. So what do we do now? Lin Nan waved his hand. It's okay now. It can't catch us at this distance. Despite his words, Lin Nan secretly resolved to return once he built a plane and tank. I don't care what kind of prehistoric beast you are. I don't believe you can withstand my plane and tank. He also knew that a plane and tank were currently unrealistic, requiring thousands, if not tens of thousands, of kill points. Lin Nan pulled out an evolution crystal and examined it carefully. It's such a shame. There must be a lot of evolution crystals there, brother, Chu Mingyao suddenly asked, seeing Lin Nan staring blankly at the crystal. What on earth is this thing for? Why would you risk so much? Becoming stronger, Lin Nan replied decisively. It's called an evolution crystal. With it, I can strengthen my body. I see, Chu Mingyao nodded, her eyes suddenly lighting up. Then, can I use it to enhance my superpowers? Huh? Lin Nan was stunned. Let me think about it. He said think about it, but in reality, he was asking the system. The system answered without hesitation. Evolvers can use evolution crystals to enhance their superpowers. The more they use, the stronger their abilities become, but the amount used varies from person to person. Forcible use can cause the user to explode and die, so how do you use it? Swallow it. Lin Nan nodded, then repeated the system's instructions to Chu Mingyao word for word. Try one first. The girl took the evolution crystal and swallowed it without a second thought. How is it? Do you feel anything? Chu Mingyao shook her head. Then take another one. Do you feel anything? Chu Mingyao shook her head again. This repeated several times until she swallowed the last evolution crystal, and her body finally transformed. But even stranger than her physical transformation was the sudden appearance of a huge ripple on the seashore next to Lin Nan Street. Chapter 10 Overall Evolution. Chu Mingyao closed her eyes, clenched her teeth, and a bright light appeared between her brows. Meanwhile, ripples on the sea surface gradually transformed into a massive whirlpool. Lin Nan saw a gigantic, unknown fish struggling to poke its head out. Yao, what's wrong with you? He gently shook Chu Mingyao, but she didn't respond. A faint roar echoed from her mouth. Lin Nan, anxious, quickly called the system for help. What's going on? Is Yao okay? Report. The host's female companion, Chu Mingyao, is currently improving her abilities. She's not in danger for now. What do you mean by for now? Do you mean she'll be in danger later? Lin Nan couldn't help but nitpick, fearing the system was playing tricks on him. Please rest assured, the system has detected that all her health signs are normal, and her abilities are rapidly improving. The cold, mechanical voice silenced Lin Nan. I'm glad she's okay. Lin Nan breathed a sigh of relief. But what's going on over there? Turning his gaze to the sea, Lin Nan saw that the fish had already emerged halfway. Just this small portion was larger than 10 giant Gatling guns. Chu Mingyao is controlling it, the system explained. Holy crap, Lin Nan stared at the enormous fish in disbelief. Chu Mingyao's control skills are closely tied to her own strength, just like the giant Gatling gun she had earlier. She could control the zombies and pick up that weapon, but only once. She didn't have the strength to control more. The fish, on the other hand, could control a creature so large, which spoke volumes. Yao is truly incredible, Lin Nan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Half of the giant fish's body had already been exposed, and it was then that Lin Nan realized he had underestimated Chu Mingyao. This has to be the size of a whale. Lin Nan saw the fish, the size of a small aircraft carrier, still struggling. The roar of its crashing waves attracted many zombies to the shore. Meanwhile, Lin Nan heard Chu Mingyao's roars grow louder. She was still exerting her strength. While Chu Mingyao's method of increasing her supernatural powers was somewhat strange, it was nonetheless truly captivating. Damn, compared to you, I'm nothing. Lin Nan felt a little envious of Chu Mingyao. Once you evolve successfully, you'll probably be able to control a lot of zombies. I'll give them all a Gatling gun, and all of Z City will be ours. Lin Nan couldn't help but fantasize, if everyone gets a tank, Then the whole of H province? He. No, the priority is to take down that behemoth. After waiting for a while, Lin Nan was getting bored. Little sister, when will you be free? The rain's about to start. Lin Nan watched as the dark clouds in the sky grew thicker and darker. His gaze returned to the sea, but the more he looked, the more something seemed off. The fish had fully emerged. It looked like a small aircraft carrier. But, was this still a control skill? This was telekinesis. At first, Lin Nan thought Chu Mingyao was simply controlling the giant fish to surface. But as more and more of the fish emerged, he realized something was amiss. The fish's entire body was exposed, so how the hell was it still floating? If this wasn't telekinesis, what was it? Holy crap! Yao has awakened some incredible superpower. Just when Lin Nan thought things were over, something unexpected happened again. With a soft gasp, the light between Chu Mingyao's brows suddenly intensified. In a split second, Chu Mingyao seemed to have exhausted all her strength. Just as she was about to faint, Lin Nan swept her into his arms. Meanwhile, the giant fish by the sea was already floating in midair. It struggled even more violently than before. Then, with a loud bang, the giant fish exploded. Lin Nan looked up and saw the scene unfold. As if inflated, the fish's body grew dramatically. When it could no longer bear the pressure, its flesh and blood dyed the entire street red. Lin Nan and Chu Mingyao's bodies were both stained with blood, with bits of flesh still lingering. He looked at the little girl in his arms, who seemed oblivious to the situation, sleeping peacefully. Lin Nan couldn't help but laugh. Are you a little angel, or a little devil? A heavy rain was about to fall. Lin Nan, holding Chu Mingyao, found a room in a residential building. While the entire evolution wasn't complete, Lin Nan cleared the hallway. He could still sense the faint presence of human presence. There might be survivors. He took off his clothes, stained with blood and flesh, and put on new ones. These were things he'd once wanted but couldn't afford, but now, they felt just so-so. He even thought of blowing the shopkeeper's head off, that's if he'd turned into a zombie. Bored, Lin Nan turned on his phone. Thankfully, the network wasn't down. His first thought was to call his grandmother, but no one answered. He could only pray that she was safe. Then, Lin Nan came across numerous posts, including numerous videos. For example, a video uploaded by a user called Doomsday Cockroach showed a middle-aged man with the ability to shoot flames from his hands. He appeared on the street, firing fireballs crazily, reducing any zombies he hit to ash within minutes. There were a lot of comments below. Holy crap, is this a special effect or a superpower? When will I evolve superpowers? I'm so envious. Actually, these zombies aren't very aggressive. I even killed one myself. 666 above, I actually thought so too. Look how slowly they move, a slide tackle could easily kill them. But then there was another video, also shot by this person, and coincidentally, it was also shot of this fire manipulator. In it, this man walked up to a swarm of zombies, excitedly preparing an even larger fireball. This fireball would incinerate all the zombies. But he still underestimated these zombies, or rather, underestimated some of them. As he was still slowly gathering his fireball, several figures from the zombie swarm quickly charged at him. By the time the man realized something was wrong, it was too late. A zombie leaped in front of him, its sharp claws transforming into the scythe of death. In a flash, the fire elementalist was decapitated. The extremely gory video was frozen in its final seconds. A man's head, held in his arms, disappeared from view, and his body, standing for a second, collapsed with a thud. Even the hopeless hopes of some people crumbled. What the hell is that? Can't even an evolved one stand up to it? This is impossible. This has to be fake. How can such a powerful zombie exist? However, some videos were truly inspiring. For example, a man dressed in red, completely covered in veiled clothing, armed with a weapon, took on 3 zombies alone. These 3 zombies' attack methods were remarkably similar to those that killed the fire elementalist. Without exception, all 3 were slain. Even more unbelievable was the countless corpses and severed arms lying at his feet. The supposedly peaceful campus square had become a living hell. Just as everyone was about to call him a hero, he shot and killed a human. Devil, this is a devil, living compatriots, they were killed like that. How abhorrent. If the pixel wasn't so blurry and I couldn't see that person's face clearly, I would have killed him. Lin Nan remained calm as he watched these online hysteria. He'd naturally recognized him as the person in the video. However, the biggest wake-up call for him was to wear a mask when going out, otherwise he'd be noticed. These videos made many people aware of the horrors of the outside world. Some even posted, "As long as the internet is connected, I could stay home for a year. My family owns a supermarket anyway." This comment amused Lin Nan. "Do you think you'll be safe just hiding?" Lin Nan looked out the window. Night had already fallen. Rain began to patter. After this rain, the zombies will probably counterattack. Even Lin Nan felt a little nervous. Through the gaps in the curtains, in the dim light of the street lamps, Lin Nan saw a large group of zombies, seemingly from nowhere, gathering together as if they were having a party. Drowned by the rain, these zombies grew increasingly agitated, active, frantic, and even on the verge of a rampage. Roars rose from outside the window, growing heavier and heavier. Starting tomorrow, Level 1 zombies will become the dominant species. They'll sniff out the scent of the living, frantically attacking closed doors until they devour the living, leaving them no chance for infection. But this wasn't what worried Lin Nan the most. By the time the regular zombies became the dominant species, Level 1 zombies would already be around. If Level 1 zombies became the dominant species, would Level 2 zombies still be scarce? Roar! Suddenly, a massive scream echoed in Lin Nan's ears. It came from the direction of the campus. More evolution. Lin Nan's heart skipped a beat. City Z, a formidable creature is about to appear. The roar of the behemoth grew louder, and the sound of rain outside the window, mixed with the roar of thunder and lightning, became even more terrifying. Lin Nan didn't turn on the lights. The dim room felt damp and cold, making even his fortified body shiver. He gave the only bed and blanket to Chu Mingao. The girl had actually woken up long before then, finding herself in unfamiliar surroundings. Luckily, the man was still there. With a sigh of relief, she realized her clothes had been taken off. Just as she was about to lose her temper, she saw old clothes on the ground, stained with blood. Instantly, her heart softened. She imagined this scene, after she'd passed out. This man had held her tightly, mace in hand, marching through a swarm of zombies. Even when surrounded, ambushed, and covered in wounds from the zombies, he never considered giving up. Blood stained both of their clothes, but he remained like a god of war, guarding her in his arms. Chu Mingao's face flushed. She looked at the shivering Lin Nan and couldn't help but feel distressed. Turning her back, adjusting her posture, Chu Mingao mustered her courage and said in a voice that was part soft, part shy, and part nonchalant, "Hey, the bed's cold. Why don't you sleep on the floor?" Chapter 11 The Real Doomsday. "What did you say?" Lin Nan turned his head to look at Chu Mingao, who had her back to him. Chu Mingao realized she'd said it wrong. Though her tone sounded nonchalant, it was all fake. She was genuinely nervous. "I mean, the floor's too cold. You should sleep on the bed." Chu Mingao's voice was as low as it could be, but Lin Nan still heard it clearly, and he was stunned. He hadn't expected Chu Mingao to say such a thing. But thinking about it, he understood it was just her personality. This little girl was naturally kind. Still, Lin Nan shook his head and declined her invitation. "You go to sleep. I'm not cold, eh?" Lin Nan couldn't help but shiver. The cold rain outside lowered the temperature inside. "Come on. You're cold, how can you protect me?" Chu Mingao's voice rang out again, sounding slightly aggrieved. "Brother Nan, do you dislike me?" These were Chu Mingao's thoughts. The little girl's thoughts were conflicted and complex. Lin Nan was stunned for a moment, but finally took off his coat, leaving only a short-sleeved shirt. Then he slid into bed. Bed is so much more comfortable, Lin Nan thought to himself, consciously putting some distance between him and the girl. Seeing him in bed, Chu Mingao grew even more nervous. She curled up, daring not to move, let alone sleep. After an unknown amount of time, her body gradually relaxed, a hint of fatigue creeping in. Suddenly, a hand touched her back, then rested directly on her waist. The girl shuddered, instantly awakening. "Brother Nan. I am not ready yet," Chu Mingao whispered. There was a pause, but the other man remained silent. The girl didn't know why he wasn't talking, and she didn't know what to say, her anxiety growing. It felt like bargaining with a vegetable vendor. Whoever spoke first lost. She didn't want to risk her life yet. An unknown amount of time passed, but the hand remained there, motionless. Chu Mingao's heart raced. Finally, as if making a decision, she bit her lip softly. The girl grabbed the hand. She tried to turn around. "You have to be nice to me," Chu Mingyao thought to herself, but just as she was about to turn around, she heard a faint snore. The girl froze. She wondered if Lin Nan was asleep. When she finally turned around, under the dim street light outside, she saw Lin Nan's eyes tightly closed, his mouth slightly open, and soft sounds coming from inside. He was asleep. Chu Mingyao, irritated, instinctively pinched Lin Nan's nose, instantly choking him. What's wrong? Lin Nan's eyes snapped open, and he sat up, looking around. He thought it was a zombie. A flash of light flashed in his hand, and the craniotomy rod appeared in his hand. He froze for a second, sensing no danger. Then he glanced suspiciously at the little girl next to him. You touched me, Chu Mingyao scolded. Lin Nan retracted his weapon and touched his head, feeling confused. Coming to his senses, he realized his other hand was still on the girl. Frightened, he quickly withdrew it. I'm sorry, Lin Nan apologized hastily. HMPH, Chu Mingyao snorted and ignored him. The night passed in silence, save for the increasingly heavy rain outside. The next day, the true apocalypse arrived. The once harmless, slow-moving zombies were now on the loose. They roamed the streets and alleys with impunity, swarming over any sign of movement. Just as Lin Nan had suspected, a tightly closed house offered little safety. The zombies would attack the house with a frenzied frenzy. They would peer through windows and cracks in the woodwork, observing if anyone was alive. Just when you thought you were safe behind a door, boom! A bloody head would burst through the door, offering a friendly greeting and devouring you in the process. Fortunately, Lin Nan had cleared the hallway of zombies in time and blew up the stairs leading upstairs. Unless one of the zombies was a skilled jumper, reaching up would be difficult. This floor was now relatively safe. But only relatively so. Once the zombies spotted someone, they swarmed over them, trampling them down. Lin Nan saw someone forced to climb a utility pole, only to be dragged down by the zombies, who swarmed them and trampled them down. The consequences of falling into a zombie swarm were unimaginable. So Lin Nan simply hid inside the house. But that didn't mean he would just sit there and wait for death. At that moment, a black gun barrel pierced through the crack in the window, pointing straight out. A 20-centimeter telescope was fixed on the running zombies outside. Stop that woman in the red, hip-hugging skirt. As soon as the words left his mouth, the female zombie instantly stopped running. Biu, biu, biu. It took 3 shots to blast her head off. It took 3 shots with a silenced Barrett rifle to kill her. She's truly a first-tier zombie. He had purchased the Barrett M82A1 for 300 points, and had spent another 100 points to install a silencer. So, all in all, it cost a full 400 points. Luckily, killing a level 1 zombie netted 10 points, which would pay off quickly. Maybe even a tank. No matter how tough your level 1 zombie's claws were, could they be tougher than tank armor? Lin Nan aimed again at the zombies outside. My aim's not good, just help me control it. Chu Mingyao was now capable of remote control, so while moving targets were difficult to hit, Lin Nan could still handle stationary ones. However, the girl seemed a little upset about what happened last night, with a sullen face, refusing to pay attention to Lin Nan. Lin Nan was puzzled. An accidental touch wouldn't have gotten her so angry. With no other options, Lin Nan could only find conversation while shooting. For example, was today's old-style pickled cabbage noodles delicious? Or, should we use Douyin to record our wonderful lives? Or, pointing to his Barrett sniper rifle, he said, would you like to take a shot? I'll teach you. Although Chu Mingyao was angry, she didn't let Lin Nan down and joined in the conversation. As they chatted, they turned to yesterday's events. By the way, don't you have telekinetic explosion? Telekinetic explosion was a name Lin Nan had made up. What is telekinetic explosion? Chu Mingyao was stunned. Have you forgotten? Lin Nan, also a little confused, recounted what happened yesterday. Chu Mingyao's obedience clearly wasn't focused on her own abilities. She pointed at the pile of blood-red old clothes and shouted, was that blood on the clothes splashed by the fish explosion? Yes. No, don't be so loud. Chu Mingyao blushed, her mind in a turmoil. Yesterday, she'd been thinking about how Lin Nan had protected her and fought his way back, surviving through thick and thin. Turns out it was all fish blood. Stinky fish, Chu Mingyao grumbled inwardly. Lin Nan, not knowing what she was thinking, quickly pulled her to his side, pointing at a zombie and saying, don't just stand there. I want to see your special ability. Yesterday, Lin Nan had asked the system how many evolution crystals a typical level 0 evolver could digest. The system's answer was 1, 2 meant an evolver with good potential, 3 meant an excellent evolver, and whoever survived to the end would be a top-tier being. Lin Nan asked again, what about 6? The system fell silent, ignoring Lin Nan. This was why he was so curious. Just how strong was Chu Mingyao now? She herself was curious. Determined to live up to Lin Nan's expectations, Chu Mingyao clearly put in her best efforts. However, after a while, the zombie's vision was almost gone, and there was still no explosion. What's going on? Lin Nan looked at Chu Mingyao in confusion. The girl tried again, then spread her hands, looking aggrieved. I don't know how to make it explode. When controlling a zombie, just looking at it can sense a string between us. I imagine picking up that string and controlling it, but I can't make it explode. Hearing her words, Lin Nan pondered. After a pause of 2 seconds, Lin Nan continued, try to imagine him exploding. Use your mind, can you? Chu Mingyao, hesitant, glanced out the window again, this time spotting a middle-aged male zombie frantically attacking a car. As the glass shattered, he was about to crawl inside when the door suddenly opened, revealing an elderly woman and a bald man. Seeing the two flee, the male zombie instantly withdrew from the car and gave chase. Seeing he was about to be caught, the bald man pushed the elderly woman to the ground. Mom, I'm sorry. Finally, without looking back, he sprinted forward. This move bought him a few seconds to escape. After his mother was pinned to the ground, she clutched at the zombie in her dying attempt to save her son. However, in a split second, her throat was severed. The bald man fled over 10 meters, but was still caught up. He stumbled and fell to the ground. Turning, he saw the middle-aged male zombie leaping to his feet. Then, as he watched in horror, the middle-aged male zombie performed a magnificent aerial explosion. A mid-air explosion. This maneuver stunned the bald man. Seeing the man covered in blood and flesh, Chu Mingyao knew that Lin Nan hadn't lied to her. Telekinetic explosions really existed. Lin Nan stood behind her, pressing her shoulders and chuckling softly. Well, I didn't lie to you, did I? Keep going, don't stop, practice more. Look over there, there's a zombie trying to eat him. Chu Mingyao turned her head and looked at Lin Nan in confusion. Should we save him? Save him. Why not? Lin Nan smiled faintly. Then, bang, another zombie exploded. At the same time, the system's voice rang in Lin Nan's ears again. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a Saint coin. Chapter 12 Mutated Crow. As long as the system identified a teammate, she would also receive a Saint coin for saving them. And the saves were calculated based on the number of times, not the number of people. In other words, every time Lin Nan saved a person from damage once, he would receive a Saint coin. If he was persecuted again, he would receive another Saint coin for saving them a second time. In theory, as long as he kept saving people, he would continue to receive coins. Lin Nan had discovered this loophole and had asked Chu Mingyao to save the bald man who had even tricked the elderly woman. Of course, if he knew the elderly woman was her mother, he would have been even more willing to use him to earn Saint coins. At this moment, the bald man was still confused. This was the 10th one. It only took a moment to glance at it in the crowd before it exploded on the spot. As a young man, he naturally played Gawain and had watched videos of evolvers. The dazzling superpowers, accompanied by the dynamic music, dazzled him and filled him with envy. Now, filled with excitement, he boldly speculated, do I have superpowers? Have I become an evolver? His entire body trembled with nervousness. Look, whoever explodes. I've mastered this skill. Just as he was half convinced, a zombie suddenly appeared behind him, moving with incredible speed. Hearing the noise, he quickly turned around. Bang! Another one exploded. And it wasn't over yet. Just as he was about to break out in a cold sweat, 3 female zombies appeared simultaneously from the corner in front of him. These 3 zombies must have been close friends in life, as they were still wielding their arms and legs in their zombie form. However, the bald man didn't have a chance to flee. He merely glanced at them from the crowd. Bang, 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 the 3 zombies exploded in quick succession. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. The bald man's legs, ready to flee, also stopped. He stared at the shredded flesh before him, not vomiting or feeling any fear, only his mouth trembling with excitement. About 2 seconds later, the bald man suddenly leaped onto the roof of the car, pointed his middle finger skyward, and shouted, "Anyone else? Anyone else? Come on, I'm going to chop you down." At that moment, he finally believed that a look could kill. However, after exploding over a dozen level 1 zombies in a row, Chu Mingyao finally couldn't take it anymore, and Lin Nan told her to stop. Seeing the girl's impressive performance, Lin Nan couldn't help but admire her. You used to only be able to control one level 1 zombie, but now you can make over a dozen explode in succession. Wow, I found a treasure. Lin Nan looked outside again. The bald man looked like he was ready to kill anyone who came. This was exactly the saying, if you want to kill someone, you must first drive them crazy. Just then, a small zombie appeared before him, about 5 or 6 years old. The bald man glanced at him, then a look of arrogance appeared. "I don't want to kill you." Send your dad over. However, how could the little zombie understand his meaning? Still moving forward, step by step. Seeing the bald man standing there motionless, it roared provocatively. The bald man's heart sank at the sound, and he glared fiercely at the little zombie before him. "Okay, you've succeeded in pissing me off. I'll stare you down." Then, his eyes widened, glaring fiercely at the little zombie. Seeing his eyes grow as big as grapes, the little zombie walked under the bald man's car, raised its head, and tilted it to look at him. The bald man was also puzzled. Why had his superpower been useless? He propped his eyes with his fingers. But it was no use. With absolute faith in his superpower, he had never considered escaping. But before he ran, the little zombie moved. It instantly leaped up, opened its mouth, and locked onto his throat, all in one smooth motion. Blood gushed from the bald man's neck. With another push from the little zombie, his neck shattered. He continued to prop his eyes up. Until his death, he was still wondering, why didn't my superpower work? What a pity. Lin Nan watched the bald man's tragic death, a look of heartache on his face. Why is it a pity? Didn't he deserve it? Chu Mingyao suddenly asked. She had never understood why Lin Nan would save such a rotten man from the beginning. No, I just feel bad. I only earned 11 saint coins. Saint coins? What are those? Something that makes me stronger. Anyway, I just need to save more people in the future. But remember this. If you know they're bad guys, don't forget to kill them after saving them, Lin Nan said softly. Bad guys, after saving them, kill them, Chu Mingyao summarized Lin Nan's words. Although it felt a bit unnecessary, she just had to do what Lin Nan said. You should rest for a while. I have something to do. With that, Lin Nan opened the system. All 11 saint coins. Ding. Congratulations to the host for earning 10 kill points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for earning 15 kill points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for earning 1 kill point. The system's voices continued, but the more they sounded, the more unnerved Lin Nan became. Why are they all kill points? And that 1 point? Are you serious? But just as Lin Nan finished speaking, a different voice suddenly rang out. Ding. Congratulations to the host for earning 1 reconnaissance robot spider. Robot spider? Show it to me. This was the last saint coin reward. If it wasn't good, he wouldn't have the heart to save anyone anymore. A flash of light appeared, and Lin Nan was stunned for a moment. There was nothing where the light had appeared. Do you see anything there? Lin Nan pointed to the spot where the flash had appeared and looked at Chu Mingyao. The little girl shook her head. She saw nothing either. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his ears. The mechanical spider can adapt its skin to its environment and will only be visible when it moves. With that, the mechanical spider moved cooperatively, and then a spider-like object could be seen moving. It was about the size of a soccer ball. What's its use? Lin Nan asked. As a reconnaissance robot, it can discreetly acquire visual information and share it with its host, the system explained. Lin Nan nodded. It was similar to the zombies controlled by Chu Mingyao, capable of acquiring visual information. However, it was relatively stealthier and required less mental effort. Restore your skin to its original state, so I can see what you look like. Lin Nan had barely finished speaking when a robot resembling an iron spider appeared on the floor before him. Upon seeing its true form, Lin Nan's first thought was, isn't this the terrifying robot from Red Alert? The sight of you makes me want to strap a bomb to you. Why would you strap a bomb to something so cute? Chu Mingyao bent down and gently stroked its head. The mechanical spider even moved its front claws with considerable pleasure. Lin Nan also enjoyed it. As Chu Mingyao bent down, A wide swath of scenery from her collar was visible. He swallowed hard and quickly turned his head away while she wasn't paying attention. What Lin Nan didn't know was that the moment he turned his head, the young girl snorted in a smug manner. Lin Nan coughed lightly and asked, "Are you running fast?" Upon hearing Lin Nan's words, Spider-Man instantly adjusted his skin, leaving only a shadowy figure darting across the room. Seeing this, Lin Nan nodded contentedly and waved at him. The group walked to the window, and through the slit in the curtains, Lin Nan pointed. "See those glowing crystals over there? Collect them all for me, and I'll give you a small bag." Lin Nan handed him the bag Chu Mingao had used to hold the evolution crystals. Taking the small black bag, Spider-Man leaned sideways, clambered down the wall, and scurried down. Counting the Barrett's shots and Chu Mingao's telekinetic explosions, they had killed around 21st level zombies, and there were at least 10 evolution crystals down there. Before, they had no way of reaching them, and could only stare blankly. Now it was different, they had Spider-Man. From the 3rd floor down to the ground, almost no zombies noticed his presence. The little spider held a bag in one hand and picked up evolution crystals with the other. When in danger, he put the bag under his belly and hid his body. The outside world was completely unaware of the abnormality. At this time, he had picked up about 8 evolution crystals. However, just when he was about to pick up the 9th, something unexpected happened. A huge black bird the size of an adult fell from the sky, aiming directly at the evolution crystal in front of the little spider. Warning: the mechanical spider's collection mission has been obstructed. Do you want to spend 20 kill points to use the silk spinning skill? Fuck, dare to snatch the evolution crystal from me? Use the skill, damn him. As soon as the words fell, the little spider's eyes turned red instantly, and the axles in his body turned and made a buzzing sound. At the moment the giant bird fell, 2 red dots suddenly appeared in the space in front of it in its field of vision. Before he could notice anything unusual, a huge metal net was instantly ejected from under the red dots. The giant bird was very fast, but it was still covered by the instantly ejected metal net. Lin Nan seized the opportunity and aimed at the giant bird. Barrett's bullets, 1, 2, 3, dozens of shots were fired in succession until the giant bird stopped struggling. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a first-level mutant crow and obtaining 10 kill points. Crow. Lin Nan looked at the huge black bird. You call this a crow? How can there be such a big crow? And it's only a first-level one. A first-level zombie only fired 3 shots, while this thing took over a dozen. The difference is truly incomprehensible. The giant black bird was destroyed, and Spider-Man quickly retracted the silk it had spit out. Just now, as the giant black bird struggled, its frantic chirping had attracted a swarm of zombies. Fearing it might be dangerous, Lin Nan had Spider-Man collect the evolution crystals in front of him and then called him back. Hopefully, it only attracts these zombies. Lin Nan muttered. He raised his head in panic. His danger perception skill activated, and an inexplicable sense of oppression spread from the sky. The moment Spider-Man returned to his room, the system spoke, warning, a second-level mutant crow is approaching. Host, please prepare for defense. Chapter 13 Crisis. A second-level mutant, a crow. If a first-level creature was so terrifying, what about a second-level creature? Lin Nan's heart skipped a beat. Through the crack in the window, he stared intently at the sky. Suddenly, around the corner of a tall building, with a long cry, a massive black bird appeared. It looked exactly like the one from before, except for its size. Its wingspan stretched tens of meters. Its eyes alone were the size of an adult's head. It circled in the air for about 10 seconds, as if it had spotted something, before quickly descending. As expected of a second-level mutant, it was hundreds of meters high, and within seconds, it was about to touch the ground. Gliding for several meters, the first-level zombies that passed by were instantly decapitated. The 2 of them couldn't help but gasp. The first-level zombies they had struggled to deal with were no more than a light brush of wings against the mutant crow's neck. Are those wings made of knives? Chu Mingao murmured softly. Lin Nan remained silent, his gaze fixed on the giant, second-level mutant bird. The bird had already reached the recently deceased first-level blackbird. Suddenly, a sharp, mournful cry erupted, and the bird soared to the heavens. The resounding sound attracted even more zombies. Oh no, Lin Nan quickly dodged, hiding behind a wall. Through the invisible spiders, he saw the giant blackbird outside staring intently at their house. To be exact, it was him. Lin Nan had no idea how he'd been exposed, But just as he was furtively observing the bird, it suddenly turned its head. Man and bird, staring directly at each other. In that instant, a wave of fear washed over him. It was like being hunted by a predator. Lin Nan's heartbeat raced, and he clenched his fists, trying to calm himself. It's okay to be afraid, but not to be cowardly. The bird hadn't made a move yet, but the zombies were gathering in ever-increasing numbers. He knew he couldn't wait any longer. Explode Funeral. Lin Nan activated his second power skill, and in an instant, the corpses of the fallen first-tier zombies outside exploded one after another. Though it was called a series of explosions, only a dozen or so were destroyed. Each skill consumed 20 kill points, which was already his limit. Fortunately, the effect was quite good. A massive explosion suddenly resounded. The force generated by the explosion of more than a dozen corpses was 5 or 6 times greater than the power of the previous 20 cubic meters grenades. The clustered zombies were instantly blown away, and even the giant bird was startled and flew straight into the sky. Its giant yellow claws were dripping with blood. This wave also earned Lin Nan a small kill point gain. As it escaped, Lin Nan looked up. Compared to the increasing number of zombies below, he was more afraid of the giant bird in the sky. However, due to the window, Lin Nan could not see any trace of the giant bird. However, he already had a vague idea of the answer in his heart. The overwhelming sense of crisis never dissipated. Brother Nan, Chu Mingyao looked at Lin Nan with concern. Yao, we're going to fight. Lin Nan forced a smile. Fight to survive. With that, a flash of light flashed in his hand, and the giant Gatling gun appeared again. This time, it was Lin Nan carrying it. Chu Mingyao, still recovering from the shock, nodded firmly. Here we go. Lin Nan turned and pointed the muzzle of the Gatling gun at the window. He fired. Hundreds of bullets pierced the glass before him, and a huge black shadow suddenly appeared. Come on, let's see who's tougher, you or my gun. Chu Mingyao stood aside, desperately trying to control the level 2 mutant crow. Due to the excessive force she'd exerted earlier and the target's high level, she only managed it for a fraction of a second. She nearly fell. However, that 1 second was enough for it to absorb nearly 100 bullets. A sharp bird cry echoed through the sky. The level 2 mutant crow had been shot. Blood flowed down its black feathers. It worked. Lin Nan raised his eyebrows slightly, feeling hopeful. But this second-level mutant crow wasn't stupid. It seemed to have developed intelligence. It realized that its opponent not only had control over it, but also possessed powerful weapons. Since it was difficult to attack, it simply dodged. However, dodging didn't mean leaving. It landed not far away, chirping frantically. Lin Nan knew it was trying to lure the zombies in. Once Lin Nan and his men were defeated, it would come and reap the spoils. Although the distance was sufficient, Lin Nan couldn't hit it. Due to the deafening noise of the Gatling gun, many zombies were already charging towards him. Although they were on the 3rd floor, once these zombies gathered in a group, they could easily break through. Danger. A real danger. Lin Nan finally understood what the true apocalypse was like. More and more zombies surged forward, soon covering the entire floor. Lin Nan could only fire frantically with a Gatling gun, striving for precision because these zombies were unlike the ordinary ones he'd encountered before. If he didn't hit the head, he'd need to fire more than a dozen times. Lin Nan gritted his teeth, occasionally using the explosive funeral to relieve the pressure. While powerful, this skill cost 20 points, requiring 2 kills to recoup the cost. If he couldn't kill both, it would be wasted. His only hope now was to build a tank worth 4,000 points. He needed to kill 400. However, ideals were beautiful, but reality was harsh. The zombies surged towards him at breakneck speed. One strange zombie leaped over 3 meters high, stepping on another zombie's shoulders and flying directly in front of Lin Nan. Lin Nan couldn't dodge, nor could he hit it. At that moment, with a bang, the zombie exploded. Chu Mingyao pushed herself again, using a telekinetic explosion. Yao, thank you. The little girl, pale, smiled and replied, you're welcome, Brother Nan. Keep going. I have a hunch that we can survive. Lin Nan remained silent, only to be met with a continuous stream of bullets from his hands. Explosion funeral, and so on. Explosions ripped through the zombies' foundation for climbing the stairs, destroying Lin Nan's plan to stockpile kill points. Tanks couldn't be built. The only way to prevent the zombies from surging was to constantly use explosive funerals. But the 1 to 2 points difference meant they were likely to run out. Skills wouldn't work, and the situation would increase. They could even be wiped out in one wave. How could they break the deadlock? Lin Nan glanced at the little spider next to him. This reconnaissance robot was barely any help in the battle. Its sole skill, metal silk, cost points and was of little use in the current situation, so Lin Nan hadn't authorized its use. Knowing it was useless, it frantically raced around. It was strange. Despite being a robot, it seemed to possess a human presence. The little spider noticed Lin Nan occasionally looking at it, and it stopped spinning and turned its head to look at him. Its body began to make strange buzzing sounds. Meanwhile, Lin Nan hatched another plan. It was more of a gamble than a plan. According to the system's level, I'm currently considered a level 1 evolver. Facing level 2 mutant crows and swarms of level 1 zombies, I'm inevitably going to be defeated. But what if the system reaches level 2? Will something miraculous happen? This was Lin Nan's thought. He tried to inquire about the changes in the system's level 2. But the system didn't respond. It was a gamble. He currently had 15 crystals. If he acquired 5 more, totaling 20, he could upgrade the system. The only person who could help him collect evolution crystals was Spider-Man. Lin Nan could actually use these crystals to upgrade stat points and acquire skills. But regardless of whether these skills would be beneficial in the current situation, the kill points alone would likely be too much for him to afford. This is the only way. Lin Nan looked at Spider-Man and gave him new gathering orders. Our hopes rest in your hands. Upon hearing Lin Nan's words, Spider-Man instantly stood at attention, like a steely soldier taking on a mission in a time of crisis. After a brief pause, Spider-Man vanished and slipped away stealthily. The zombie's attention was completely focused on Lin Nan, paying no attention to the small creature that had sneaked away. The ground was completely covered with zombie bodies. Stepping on a zombie's head, little spider activated its scanning function. Using this function, it discovered that evolution crystals were almost exclusively found in 2 locations. One was the explosion zone, the area where the explosive funeral skill was used. The other was at the feet of the giant blackbird. This creature seemed to understand the wonders of this thing, occasionally collecting it while observing the battle. And at its feet, the area with the most evolution crystals was over 20. Little Spider analyzed it using its built-in safety calculation system. The survivability index in the explosion zone was 31.5%, while that at the giant bird's side was 0%. After a brief deliberation, Little Spider chose the explosion zone. Explosive funeral was extremely damaging to the zombies, and to the mechanical spider as well. Especially since it didn't know which corpse beneath it would suddenly explode. It wasn't Lin Nan's fault. He was already overwhelmed and teetering on the brink of death. Not to mention worrying about Little Spider's whereabouts and whether he would be caught in the explosion. Unaware of which corpse would explode, it tried to avoid them, either jumping or clinging to the walls. It quickly collected 2 crystals, and the third was right before its eyes. However, at that moment, a nearby zombie's head was violently blown apart. A volley of corpses followed. Spider-Man clutched the small black bag containing the evolution crystal tightly, but was himself sent flying. His right front paw was shattered by the explosion. Spider-Man slammed heavily onto the ground, a crack appearing on the shattered paw. Perhaps by some divine intervention, the spot where he landed happened to contain an evolution crystal. Seeing the gleaming crystal, Spider-Man leaped up instantly, almost falling at first, but luckily managing to keep his balance. Excitedly, he placed the crystals into the small black bag hanging from his neck. With each explosion, he crouched tightly, fearing the bag would shatter. After collecting the third crystal, Spider-Man glanced at the blast zone, briefly pondered, and rushed in again. Chapter 14, Spider-Man Explodes. This time, however, it wasn't so lucky. The moment it rushed in, it was caught in the explosion, the price of which was its intact hind leg. Hesitant, it looked up, just in time to see the man above. The barrel of the gun in his arms was reddened, his clothes scorched, and his hands blistered. Even so, he dared not drop his weapon. He placed his entire hope of survival on the man. With this thought in mind, the little spider rushed in again, this time completely transformed into a cold machine. Its built-in system helped it calculate the safety factor for each step, becoming its only recourse. Explosions might be far away, in front of it, or even at its feet. But nothing could deter its determination to complete its mission. Finally, at the cost of 3 legs and 1 arm, the little spider successfully collected 5 evolution crystals. Although it was only a reconnaissance robot, it lived up to Lin Nan's expectations. Its collection mission complete, it didn't stop, relying on its 3 remaining legs to frantically climb upwards. However, its movements were eventually detected by the giant bird behind it. At first, the tiny creature, no bigger than its own eyeball, didn't catch its attention. But when it saw it repeatedly burrowing into the blast zone, unfazed even by the wounds, the giant bird noticed something was amiss. Especially when it saw it placing the evolution crystal into its pouch, it caught the bird's attention. It was determined to seize the evolution crystal. Upon realizing it had been discovered, the little spider instantly emanated a puff of smoke and stopped dead in its tracks. This allowed it to blend in with its surroundings, making it invisible to the giant bird's eyesight, no matter how sharp its vision. And indeed, it did. As the smoke cleared, the little spider vanished. However, after a few seconds, the giant bird suddenly moved, catching the little spider in its mouth. The explosion had destroyed the spider's cloaking function. After a short circuit, the spider's skin returned to its original appearance. Just then, the system's voice rang in Lin Nan's ears. Reconnaissance robot spider, requesting the launch of metal silk. This requires 20 points. Lin Nan then realized the little spider was already in the giant bird's mouth. He knew it was all over, his last hope shattered. Warning, reconnaissance robot spider, requesting the launch of metal silk. Requires 20 points, the system's voice chimed again. Little spider, is that your request? Lin Nan smiled, a smile somewhat melancholic. Your silk can only control creatures the size of an adult, how could you possibly control a monster this massive? Even so, Lin Nan agreed. This was little spider's last act of defiance, and perhaps his last act of humanity. Receiving Lin Nan's authorization, the little spider's entire body glowed red, and the dripping sound even alerted the mutant crow. Its innate instinct told it not to bite. However, it neither bit nor let go. Buzz buzz buzz, the little spider looked at Lin Nan, then at Chu Mingyao, its 2 tiny red eyes flickering. Seeing its broken limbs and bruised body, Chu Mingyao couldn't help but wipe away tears. Buzz buzz buzz, buzz buzz buzz, buzz buzz buzz, the cold mechanical spider waved its broken front claws, as if bidding them a final farewell. Then, after a brief silence, the little spider lowered its arms. Then, a dazzling red light suddenly flashed. Finally, with a bang, the little spider exploded. Its small body, yet it possessed immense energy. The explosion directly bent the giant bird's beak, sending it flying in terror. Then, a continuous wail ensued. Lin Nan was still wondering, wasn't it supposed to launch spider silk? Why did it self-destruct? As soon as this thought occurred to him, he saw a strand of spider silk fly back from its original direction, aiming directly at him. Specifically, at the wall next to him. Clinging to the center of the web, a small black bag clung to its spot. 5 evolution crystals. Chu Mingyao took the bag, discovered the crystals inside, and handed it directly to Lin Nan. Lin Nan took it with his blistered hands. Little guy, I didn't expect you to actually do it, Lin Nan then spoke with remarkable conviction. Level 2. System, I want to upgrade to level 2. The system, perhaps unable to bear it any longer, had barely finished speaking when a green light enveloped Lin Nan's body. Instantly, his wounds healed, his heated gun barrel cooled, and all negative states were eliminated. Even Chu Mingyao had returned to peak condition. If that were all, Lin Nan wouldn't be satisfied. Just then, the system's voice chimed again, ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading the system to level 2. All system items are 10% off, and the cost of all level 1 skills is 10% off. Also, the host is being rewarded with 1,000 points. Also, the host is being rewarded with 1 level 1 Secret Realm exploration ticket and 1 high-tech upgrade module, Enslaver, 10% off. Holy crap, Lin Nan couldn't believe the system's words, but after unleashing the skill, only 2 points were deducted. Remember, the explosive funeral originally cost 20 points. Originally worried about running out of kill points and causing skills to miss connections, Lin Nan now not only used them freely, but the more he used them, the more points he accumulated. Furthermore, weapons in the system's store were discounted by 90%. A giant Gatling gun that cost 400 points was now only 40. Just as Lin Nan was contemplating a comeback, Chu Mingyao suddenly said, Brother Nan, I've recovered. I can help you control the zombies. Hearing this, Lin Nan's heart leaped with joy. How many can you control? 10. If it's stable, 10. That many? Hearing her words, Lin Nan immediately threw down 10 giant Gatling guns. What he used to buy one, he could now buy 10. Control them and get the guns. If I don't kill all the zombies on this street today, I'm not Lin Nan roared, his voice full of the imposing aura of a single man standing against 10,000. Chu Mingyao was even more stunned by the neatly arranged array of 10 giant Gatling guns. But she quickly regained her composure and, following Lin Nan's instructions, attempted to control the situation. A level II mutant crow circled in the sky. The explosion had startled it, but it quickly recovered. It squawked several times as more zombies poured in. However, just as it swooped down, attempting to sneak up on Lin Nan and startle him, a barrage of bullets suddenly barreled towards it. He dodged them with incredible speed. But that wasn't the end. Another barrage of bullets pelted him, but again, they missed. It circled excitedly, as if in protest. But as it soared, it suddenly sensed something was amiss. It saw the zombies had given up climbing the stairs and were charging to the side. Suddenly, 10 men wielding giant Gatling guns appeared. 5 on each side. And once these men were eliminated, new ones would take up the weapons and continue to wield the Gatling guns, a constant and unending stream. And what about the 2 men upstairs? Where were the 2 men upstairs? The second-level mutant crow was surprised to find the 2 figures gone, replaced by a black hole. It flew to the side and discovered a massive cylindrical tube. However, the hole pointed in the same direction it flew to. Just like the female crows pursuing it, it was annoying. Control it. Just 1 second. 3, 2, 1, fire, Lin Nan's voice suddenly rang out. As the words fell, something suddenly appeared from the black hole. The second-level mutant crow was puzzled by the object rushing towards it, but its instinct told it to get out of the way. However, it was too late. It couldn't move. Bang! It felt a wave of pain. But at the same time, it was able to move again. It looked at itself, and what came into view was the azure sky after the rain. And that familiar tall building. Suddenly, a voice rang out. It was Lin Nan. He was holding a loudspeaker he'd found somewhere, pointing at the crow's body and shouting, "Comrade, you no longer have a heart. According to the system, you're already dead, understand?" The crow looked down at itself again, realizing that a large hole had appeared in its body. The so-called sky and skyscrapers were all visible through this hole. It then raised its head again, its expression devoid of hostility, revealing a thoughtful, human expression. It seemed to be wondering what Lin Nan meant by that. It also seemed to be wondering how that thing could blast a skyscraper and a piece of sky out of its body. But as it pondered, it became sleepy. Then, with a loud bang, it plummeted to the ground. Chu Mingyao watched the entire scene unfold. She sat on the tiger tank Lin Nan had redeemed for 400 points, staring at him in shock. Why did it fall? Did you really mean what you said? Lin Nan smiled. No, I was just reminding him that he couldn't live without a heart. Actually, he'd aimed at the crow's head, but on his first try, he'd hit its heart. Not bad, though. After hearing Lin Nan's words, Chu Mingyao pondered, but it's already mutated. Can we still follow common sense? After some thought, Lin Nan felt her words made sense. Then let's fire a few more shots. Bang, bang, bang. 3 more shells blasted the level 2 mutant crow to pieces. This time, it was truly dead. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing the first level 2 mutant crow. Reward. 100 kill points. The system rewards rang out again. Lin Nan was about to cheer when he saw Chu Mingyao's face filled with sorrow. What a pity. It died just after meeting Spider-Man. Chu Mingyao sighed softly. If it hadn't risked its life to collect 5 evolution crystals, allowing Lin Nan's system to reach level 2, they would have perished on the spot. Seeing Chu Mingyao's grief, Lin Nan smiled. Chu Mingyao looked at Lin Nan, puzzled. Unexpectedly, the latter extended his hand, and a small chip suddenly appeared in his palm. This is, before the little girl could finish her words, a bright light suddenly flashed, and there was a buzzing sound. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 15, Second Order Mutant Tiger. The little spider had actually revived. It also looked at its body in confusion, then buzzed and leaped into Chu Mingyao's arms. Naturally, it was overjoyed. When the little spider exploded, Lin Nan obtained a chip. This was the memory chip of the little spider that the system automatically recovered. For 20 points, it could rebuild its body. So, theoretically, as long as Lin Nan had enough points, the little spider would not die. This was why Lin Nan couldn't help but laugh when he saw Chu Mingyao so distressed. System, I can upgrade weapons, so I should be able to upgrade the little spider too. Sure, the first upgrade costs 200 points, what's the use? You'll know the details after you upgrade. The system returned to its usual behavior, as if afraid to say more would kill it. Lin Nan shook his head helplessly and looked at his over 2,000 points. The number was still growing rapidly, as 10 zombies below were fighting with Gatling guns. 200 points to upgrade the little spider is not expensive. After all, I'll need it to help collect evolution crystals later. After confirming the upgrade, the two saw the cheerful little spider suddenly stop. Immediately, its entire body shimmered with white light. The sound of the wheels turning could be heard. After waiting for about 10 seconds, Lin Nan couldn't help but gasp. Holy shit, nothing's changed. System, are you deliberately trying to trick me because I have so many points? Something was wrong. Lin Nan froze for a moment, then observed it for a moment before finally spotting something unusual. Shrinking, that's it, buzz buzz buzz. Although Lin Nan grimaced, the little spider was remarkably cheerful. It even leaped up and crashed through the ceiling. Chu Mingyao, heartbroken, tried to catch it, but it methodically shot out a pure white metallic thread, which then landed steadily. Lin Nan was shocked to discover that the wire was gleaming with a cold, exceptionally sharp edge. Ling. The reconnaissance mechanical spider has been upgraded. Added a special storage function, with a capacity of 1 cubic meter. Improved material properties, enhancing defense. Improved energy structure, increasing mobility. Added silk spinning skills, granting the ability to cut silk threads. Increased metal thread toughness, improving control over spinning. Improved stealth, reducing the chance of detection while moving. Holy crap. So many upgrades. Lin Nan was stunned, carefully examining the small creature in front of him. Seeing Lin Nan looking at it, the little spider hung upside down, tilted its head to look at him, and made a buzzing sound. Little thing, since you're so powerful, why don't you help me collect some evolution crystals? The little spider understood Lin Nan's words, dropped to the ground, stood at attention, and rushed straight towards the zombie pile. Without hesitation, like a well-trained soldier, it rushed into the zombie pile again, nimbly dodging the hail of bullets. Even if it was hit, it was just a spark, not damaging its body at all. Now, its defenses were greatly enhanced. Lin Nan wasn't idle either, watching the sea of first-level zombies, shouting explode and destroy until his mouth was hoarse. Furthermore, he threw TNT explosives, originally costing 100 points but now priced at 10 points, like they were free. His points weren't decreasing, but increasing. And the increase was even more terrifying. Nearly 300 first-level zombies had been eliminated. If it weren't for his mind explosion, the corpses would have been 3 stories high. Lin Nan's points had already reached over 3,000. Just when Lin Nan was about to earn enough points, a deafening noise attracted an unusual creature. Brother Nan, look over there. Chu Mingyao pointed to the corner of a nearby building. Because the house Lin Nan had chosen was unusual, with protruding buildings on either side blocking his view, the entire building had a concave shape. Therefore, the two of them could only see the area in front of them, and unless someone approached, they couldn't see. Hearing her voice, Lin Nan looked in the direction Chu Mingyao pointed, and suddenly, a gigantic tiger head appeared there. Its head alone was the size of a basketball backboard, its eyes bloodshot, seemingly oozing blood. Those eyes stared intently at Lin Nan, as if gazing at prey. Just then, a zombie ran past, and the mutant tiger swallowed it whole. However, just as it took a bite, bang, a blast. The tiger's mouth exploded, sending several fangs flying. The sudden change startled the mutant tiger, and blood gushed from its mouth. A mere second-level mutant tiger, how dare you be so arrogant? Despite his words, Lin Nan took cover inside the tank. He aimed and fired. Bang! A massive armor-piercing round ripped through the air. The tiger, sensing something was amiss, dodged. And it did. The massive round narrowly missed the second-level mutant tiger and flew off into the distance. The mutant tiger roared into its leaky mouth, as if to show off. Lin Nan watched calmly. He fired again, the second, The third, but each one dodged the mutant tiger. This mutant tiger, seemingly from some unknown zoo, glared at Lin Nan with a haughty expression, as if mocking the humans at the top of the food chain. Lin Nan remained unmoved. He almost wanted to laugh. Chu Mingyao noticed something unusual and quickly asked, "Brother Nan, how about I help you control it?" Lin Nan shook his head. "No, but..." Chu Mingyao looked worriedly at the mutant tiger approaching them and the missing shells. "Don't be afraid," Lin Nan smiled. "Let the shells fly for a while, let the shells fly for a while," the little girl repeated. When she looked up again, she saw that the shells had flown for a while, then stopped. They had stopped. How is that possible? How can a shot stop? Chu Mingyao was stunned, but she was even more shocked. 3 armor-piercing shells, after a pause, suddenly turned and headed back. Their target was the incredibly arrogant mutant tiger. The level 2 mutant tiger, apparently oblivious to the situation, continued its steady advance towards Lin Nan's position. The speed of the shells was incredibly fast, especially when you were completely unaware. Then, with a whoosh, a bang, the explosion took place. 3 armor-piercing shells exploded simultaneously. The devastation was unimaginable. The level 2 mutant tiger was instantly blasted to smithereens, one of its claws landing in front of the little spider. The object, which had been interfering with its collection of evolution crystals, was swept away by its front paw. Congratulations to the host for killing the level 2 mutant tiger for the first time. 100 points awarded to the host. Lin Nan smiled as he gazed at the tiger's shattered body. Animals are ultimately just animals in the face of human wisdom. Humanity's rise to the top of the food chain is the will of heaven, and we must not underestimate them. Lin Nan displayed a righteous expression. In that moment, he felt like he had defended human dignity. However, before Lin Nan could form another word, a sudden, deafening scream echoed. It's heading towards the campus. At the same time, a profound sense of crisis once again enveloped the area where Lin Nan was. Lin Nan didn't know if something had grown stronger, causing the sense of crisis to spread to this area, or if it was actually heading this way. "System, what the hell is this thing?" Lin Nan asked. There was a moment of silence. The system remained silent. Just as Lin Nan was pondering a response strategy, the system spoke. "They are extremely powerful. The host is advised to leave immediately." "They?" "More than one." Lin Nan was stunned. The system didn't give a clear answer, only repeating the same phrase over and over again. "The host is advised to leave immediately. The host is advised to leave immediately." Damn it, because I've been hiding from that thing for so long that I'm tired of it. Today, I've made up my mind. Lin Nan looked up at the sky, his dark gray eyes revealing a rare determination. "This time, I must leave the city center. I don't believe you'll be able to follow me to the suburbs." As he spoke, Lin Nan immediately called back Spider-Man and, dragging Chu Mingyao with him, headed towards the rooftop. "We can't stay here for long. Let's leave first and return when we're stronger." Chu Mingyao didn't know why they'd leave when they clearly had the upper hand. But she would always abide by Lin Nan's decision. "However, how do we get there? Why not a tank?" A hint of doubt flashed in the girl's bright eyes. "Tanks are too slow, and they have to be careful with the terrain. Then how do we get there?" As they spoke, the two of them had reached the rooftop. The moment they reached the rooftop, Lin Nan chuckled. "By plane, of course, plane." Chu Mingyao's face was filled with disbelief. She glanced at the sky. Where were the planes? Suddenly, a thought occurred to her. If Lin Nan could summon tanks, he could certainly summon planes. Just as she expected, a flash of light appeared, and before them, a gleaming jet-black aircraft appeared. It was a fighter jet. Its name, Raptor. Its speed was exceptional, and its damage output was unmatched among similar fighters. Looking at the Raptor fighter jet, worth 1,000 points, Lin Nan felt a pang of pain, but more than that, his blood boiled with excitement. "I never thought I'd have the chance to become a pilot." Yeah, Chu Mingyao nodded excitedly. "My biggest wish is to become a flight attendant, stewardess." Lin Nan looked at the fighter jet before him, and the idea of flight attendant in the girl's words seemed a little strange. But that wasn't the point. The most important thing right now was escape. "When I return, I'll kill you all." Swearing their oath, Chu Mingyao and Lin Nan quickly jumped into the plane. However, the moment they actually jumped into the cabin, they suddenly realized they didn't know how to fly. Meanwhile, more and more giant mutant birds in the sky had spotted them. Chapter 16 Harvest. Ling. The fighter flight manual is worth 100 kill points. Host, are you willing to redeem it? Suddenly, the system's voice rang out beside Lin Nan's ears. Still groping in the dark, he was startled. You have such a good thing. Why didn't you take it out earlier? Without further ado, Lin Nan shouted exchange 3 times. Congratulations, host, on receiving 1 fighter flight manual. Would you like to learn it? Learn? So you don't want me to just follow the manual? Seeing a large flock of giant mutant birds approaching, Lin Nan hurriedly shouted, learn. Then, Lin Nan's whole body trembled, and his mind felt a sense of relief. Everything he knew about fighter flight suddenly flooded his mind. Hold on tight, Lin Nan shouted to Chu Mingyao, and then, a scorching wave of air instantly erupted from the tail of the plane. A giant mutant bird, nearly touching the fighter, was instantly vaporized by the blast. Chu Mingyao's mouth opened wide in shock. Is this still a fighter? Lin Nan realized this, but he didn't care. Many of the weapons provided by the system had been modified. Like a giant Gatling gun, like a Barrett sniper rifle with a silencer. He'd known about this for a long time. With the airwaves building up, the Raptor finally moved. Chu Mingyao closed her eyes, wondering where Lin Nan's confidence came from. It wasn't her fault she didn't believe him. It was more of a terrifying thought, seeing someone who had just claimed he couldn't fly suddenly start to fly. And then there was the final thing, hold on tight. What? If you hold on tight, you won't die? But the moment the plane actually took off, Chu Mingyao's concerns were completely dispelled. She slowly removed her hand and surveyed the sky in disbelief. They were already high in the clouds. Lin Nan's control was incredibly steady. Even he found it incredible. Those 100 points paid off. I actually learned a skill. The giant bird chasing them was completely left in the dust. And with it, the sense of danger vanished. It finally disappeared. Lin Nan breathed a sigh of relief. Stewardess, I'm thirsty. Could you please open a Coke for me? Lin Nan gripped the joystick tightly with one hand and handed Chu Mingyao his backpack with the other. You can't drink water on a plane. Chu Mingyao took the backpack and hugged it. It's okay. This plane is different from the outside. Don't you feel the stable air pressure inside? And you don't feel suffocated? Hearing Lin Nan's words, Chu Mingyao also sensed something unusual. It was indeed just as he'd described. How amazing, Chu Mingyao exclaimed in amazement. Lin Nan smiled faintly. So, you have to serve me well as a pilot. Otherwise, if I'm not careful, we're both done for. Chu Mingyao couldn't help but laugh at Lin Nan's frivolous expression. This brother of her brother was quite interesting. But only if he didn't have any weapons. There was no other way. Due to Lin Nan's frivolous personality and the uniqueness of this fighter plane, Chu Mingyao finally gave in. However, after opening the backpack and rummaging through it, the girl couldn't find any Coke. Brother, there's no Coke in here, only Coca-Cola. The girl held the bottle and examined it in confusion. That's it, Lin Nan's face flushed. It was all because of this system, always giving out knockoffs, and the key was that you couldn't scold it. Oh, then can I have a bottle? Chu Mingyao asked sweetly. Lin Nan took the drink with the ring open, downed it in one gulp, and burped. Of course, what's mine is yours. Chu Mingyao nodded happily and opened the ring. Because the girl had a small stomach and was afraid of drinking too much and having trouble going to the bathroom, she only took a few sips. Then she looked for a place to put the water. Carrying it all the time wasn't a good idea. However, there was no such place on the fighter jet. Chu Mingyao didn't take it seriously. It wasn't tiring anyway, so she simply held the drink in one hand and zipped up her backpack with the other. But then, she saw something strange. Brother, what's the dumousse for? It looks a lot like candy. Chu Mingyao raised it to her eyebrows and looked at it doubtfully. Her words scared Lin Nan, who had not yet recovered from his shock, and his face flushed again. Fortunately, his mental attribute was not low, and he returned to normal in an instant. That, Lin Nan pretended to be calm and said, that, it is used to hold water. Yes, it is used to hold water, Lin Nan said affirmatively. Think about it, in this era, water resources are so precious, and cups are not easy to hold, so I brought a few of these convenient water bags. Oh. So that's how it is, so convenient, Chu Mingyao believed it. Then Lin Nan heard a noisy sound, and the sound of water. Because he was operating the plane, he didn't dare to turn his head. Then he heard Chu Mingyao repeat it again, it's really convenient. Lin Nan flew for an unknown amount of time. Since the fighter plane had unlimited energy and ammunition, he wasn't worried about a crash due to a lack of power. However, this aimless flight, coupled with the constant need to keep an eye out for oncoming mutant birds, kept Lin Nan on edge. He had originally planned to fly directly to the Magic City to visit his grandmother, but the city's military system was well equipped, and he feared being mistaken for an enemy aircraft and shot down. Furthermore, he had no spaceflight experience and didn't know how to fly there, which made him a bit frustrated. Meanwhile, the child behind him had a weak bladder and seemed to be struggling. He kept urging Lin Nan to find a place to land. They had already reached a beach. Just as Lin Nan was looking for a place to land, the system suddenly sounded ding, alerting the host. Materials for a Class D RV fortress have been found. Just below and to the right of the host, Lin Nan glanced down through the window. Is it on that small island down there? So close, but I'm not interested in RV fortresses, so forget it. Lin Nan thought the system would ignore him, but this time, it continued, quite unusually. The D-Class RV fortress is sturdy and durable, fast, and can fly for short periods of time, even over obstacles. Oh, but I'd still rather find a house. After all, I can fly a plane whenever I go out, the system continued. The D-Class RV fortress has unlimited energy, allowing you to shower and cook. You can shower and cook even if you find a house, but your unlimited energy is quite interesting. Seeing Lin Nan's interest, the system continued. The D-Class RV fortress can conceal itself in the dark, eliminate human presence, and ensure a peaceful sleep for the host. Sounds good, but then, changing the subject, Lin Nan said, next time. Just then, the system alarm sounded. Alert, mission system activated. Host, please kill the second-level mutant giant turtle to obtain the important mutant turtle shell to synthesize the D-Class RV fortress. Host, do you accept? Lin Nan was confused by this sudden task system. If I don't accept your opinion, you will send me a task? Lin Nan was about to refuse, but the system added, if you refuse to accept, all the host's permissions to this system will be revoked. Oh, no, I accept. Isn't it okay for me to accept? Isn't it just killing a second-level turtle? Is it necessary to get so angry? Lin Nan shook his head helplessly. He now understood what it meant to be grateful for what you have done. However, Lin Nan, also wanted to save face. He didn't want to be like a grandson and accept the task under pressure. So, Lin Nan cleared his throat and asked again, well, how many beds are there in the RV fortress? 1, accepted. Lin Nan answered decisively this time. Let me tell you that if it's more than 1, I will die today. Even if I fall into the sea from here, I won't accept it. Brother, I can't hold it anymore. Can I fall down? Chu Mingyao's soft voice suddenly sounded from behind. Her pretty face flushed, and she looked shy. Yao, bear with it for a while. I found a place, but there is a monster guarding it. I have to kill him before I can stop. Oh, okay, then hurry up, the little girl said timidly with a wondering look. Lin Nan looked down and found no mutant giant turtle, nothing but an island. He lowered the fighter plane to a certain height, and then he found that this was not an island, but a huge mutant sea turtle. Wow, it's so big, it's really hard to do it, although you and I have no grudges. Today it's either you or me. If you want to blame someone, blame this evil system. As he spoke, Lin Nan had already activated his weapon. Then, the fighter jet fired frantically. However, the attack was clearly misdirected. The level 2 giant turtle didn't even budge. Seeing no reaction, Lin Nan grew anxious. He aimed directly at its head and attacked. It worked, but only slightly. This level 2 giant turtle's defense was vastly superior to other mutant beasts. Lin Nan had no idea what a level 3 would be like, but he figured it wouldn't be much higher. However, Lin Nan didn't panic. He still had his trump card. He gently flicked open the missile button's anti-mispress mechanism and, the moment it locked onto the giant turtle's head, pressed the button. Because the plane's missiles could automatically lock onto the enemy, he didn't need to spend 20 points to upgrade his shells to homing rounds like a tank would. This meant that all 20 missiles he had previously attached would hit the level 2 giant turtle's head. Bang! A loud thud echoed as the level 2 giant turtle finally suffered the damage. A wailing sound echoed, and blood dyed the sea red. The island trembled constantly, like an earthquake. The huge explosion also caused the waves to roll continuously. Lin Nan aimed at its head again and bombarded it with 20 missiles. The biggest advantage of the munitions provided by the system is that the ammunition is unlimited. This is not obvious with ordinary firearms. But with high explosive weapons, such as tanks and fighter jets, the effect can be imagined. Especially in fighter jets, due to energy supply and maneuverability reasons, fighter jets often have to leave after using up the ammunition they carry. But the fighter jet piloted by Lin Nan ignores the endurance and ammunition and can keep firing. You know, the ammunition carried by the aircraft is not ordinary weapons. For example, Lin Nan spent another 100 points, equivalent to 1,000 points, or 1/10 the price of a tank, to purchase a high explosive missile. And at this moment, it was like the god of death, ready to harvest. Chapter 17, Raising Zombies. The second-level mutant giant turtle, frightened by the blow, tried to turn its head. But it was too late. With a single bang, the Reaper missiles had already quietly arrived. Almost instantly, they shattered the second-level mutant giant turtle's head. A visible crack appeared in its incredibly solid shell, running from head to tail. Blood instantly dyed the sea red, and scraps of flesh floated on the surface, a foul stench. Tisk tisk, Lin Nan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This is quite powerful. Hey, what is this? He saw a green crystal being washed ashore by the waves. At the same time, a flash of light appeared, and the giant turtle's corpse disappeared. Then, a second-level mutant giant turtle shell appeared in the system inventory. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. The plane landed, and Lin Nan walked to the beach, gently picking up the green crystal and examining it carefully. Hearing the message task completed, Lin Nan said, "That means I can synthesize the RV," reporting to the host. Synthesizing the D-Class RV Fortress requires a second-level evolution crystal. There's a second-level evolution crystal. Lin Nan glanced at the green crystal in his hand. As expected, it should have exploded from a second-level mutant giant turtle. Could it be a second-level evolution crystal? The system seemed to see Lin Nan's confusion and said, "The item in the host's hand is a second-level evolution crystal." Indeed. Lin Nan was stunned. It's actually second level. Isn't it worth a lot? Lin Nan was already regretting synthesizing the RV. It meant consuming the second-level crystal, but there was no other way. Finally, Lin Nan relented. "Take it, and let's synthesize the RV." Lin Nan reluctantly gave up. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw Chu Mingayao still beside him. The little girl's pretty face flushed. "Don't you need to go to the bathroom? Why are you standing here, brother? Look around here. Is there a bathroom?" Hearing this, Lin Nan looked around. The white sandy beach was a vast expanse, and there was indeed no place to use the restroom. Suddenly, Lin Nan remembered that he owned an RV. It had to have a restroom. And now, the RV had been successfully assembled. A flash of light appeared before them, and a massive RV loomed. The pure white metal gleamed dazzlingly in the sunlight. "Is this an RV? Wow!" Chu Mingayao was instantly excited upon seeing the vehicle, eager to open the door. "Don't come in yet," Chu Mingayao warned Lin Nan. Lin Nan was puzzled, but after some thought, he understood what the girl meant. I spent a second-level crystal on this piece of crap." Lin Nan leaned against the car and opened his system's inventory. He was shocked to find that 101st-level evolution crystals had appeared in his inventory. Most surprising of all, there were also 2 second-level green crystals. Did Spider-Man collect this? He summoned Spider-Man and surveyed his empty storage compartment. Sure enough, it was just as he had expected. Wow, over 100, Lin Nan never dreamed there would be so many. What are you waiting for? The system upgraded my system level. Upgraded attribute points. These many crystals should be enough, right? Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully adding points. Congratulations to the host on obtaining the Constitution Active Skill Healing Light. Releases light that can heal wounds. Consumes 2 points. Congratulations to the host on obtaining the Speed Active Skill After Image. Using the skill can create a person identical to the user to confuse the enemy. Consumes 2 points. Congratulations to the host on obtaining the Spirit Passive Skill Spirit Armor. Can resist mental attacks to a certain extent. Consumes 2 points. Getting 3 skills at once is really beyond my expectation, but Lin Nan opened the attribute panel. Host, Lin Nan system level, level 2 strength, 20 constitution, 20 speed, 20 spirit, 20 evolution crystals. 78, level 1, 2, level 2, why are there still so many level 1 evolution crystals left? Also, why hasn't the system level been upgraded? And the attribute points haven't been upgraded either. Aren't these crystals enough, host? Your rank is level 2. Level 1 evolution crystals can only replenish the points required for level 1 attributes, not level 2 ones. Furthermore, adding points and leveling up requires level 2 evolution crystals. Lin Nan was stunned after hearing the system's words. In other words, these level 1 crystals are useless. From now on, you can only use level 2 crystals for adding points and leveling up. Exactly. Holy crap, Lin Nan was bewildered. Is this even possible? I knew it couldn't be this easy. This damn system is worse than a twisted vine. Then how many level 2 evolution crystals are needed to reach level 3? Lin Nan asked, gritting his teeth. The answer was 100. In other words, Lin Nan would have to kill 100 level 2 monsters. Not to mention how difficult that would be. Even finding them was difficult, considering that level 1 zombies were the norm these days. Also, a reminder to the host, the next general evolution is still 10 days away. More evolution? Oh dear. Lin Nan looked at the mutated birds flying in the sky and the giant beasts looming in the sea. If they evolved again, it would truly be the end of humanity. This would wipe out the human race. No, I can't wait any longer. I need to quickly collect some second-level crystals. Improving my strength is the most important thing now. After acquiring the fighter, Lin Nan had envisioned finding a quiet island, away from the hustle and bustle, to live out his days. But now it seemed that dream might not come true. Not to mention whether the giant sea monsters would crawl ashore. Even this general evolution was forcing Lin Nan to grow. If he slowed down and was surpassed by the majority of monsters, he would truly be forced to live a life of hiding. While my strength is above the mainstream, I must hurry and improve. Just then, the door to the RV opened. Having dealt with her personal matters, Chu Mingyao was visibly relieved. Brother Nan, how did you get such a nice RV? I've always dreamed of owning one and traveling around the world, seeing it all. Brother is sent by heaven to help you fulfill your wish. But right now, there's nothing much to see besides zombies. Let's improve our strength first. Yes, 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 Chu Mingyao nodded obediently. Brother, what is this? She noticed the second-level green crystal in Lin Nan's hand, which Lin Nan had specially left for her. Take a look. Do you feel anything? Lin Nan asked. He had just asked the system how a first-level evolver could evolve to the second level. The system's response was to continue consuming the crystals, but the higher the level, the better. One should proceed within their capabilities. Generally, first-level evolvers should be extremely cautious when consuming first-level evolution crystals and second-level ones. If they feel resistance to the crystal, they should give up, because that might be the limit of their body. This is why Lin Nan showed it to Chu Mingyao and asked her what she felt. Chu Mingyao took it, held it in her palm, and examined it carefully, her eyes fixed on her. How does it feel? Lin Nan asked again. Chu Mingyao raised her little head and smiled. Brother, don't laugh at me for what I said, okay? Lin Nan was stunned for a moment. Why would I laugh at you? Tell me, how do you feel? Chu Mingyao said sheepishly. I want to eat it. Lin Nan was stunned again. Instead of resisting, he actually wanted to eat it. Seeing Lin Nan's bewildered expression, Chu Mingyao quickly explained, I said that because this thing is even more tempting than the ones I swallowed yesterday. Then, do you want to eat it? Yes, Chu Mingyao said decisively. Then you can have it. With Lin Nan's permission, Chu Mingyao turned around and swallowed it in one gulp. Then a look of satisfaction appeared on her face. How does it feel? Chu Mingyao chuckled, her eyes narrowed. I want more, I want more. My goodness, this is a second-level crystal. It's fine if I swallow it, but wanting more after swallowing it is too much, Lin Nan thought to himself. He took out another one. This was his only one left. Then look at it. Do you feel any reluctance? Don't lie to me. If you don't want to eat it, don't eat it. Forcing it will kill you. Chu Mingyao listened carefully to Lin Nan's words. After 2 seconds of silence, as if sensing her body, she nodded firmly and said, I'm not uncomfortable. I really want to eat it. Since she said so, Lin Nan had no choice but to hand her the last one. Seeing Chu Mingyao happily accept it and swallow it without a second thought, Lin Nan's face turned green. She was currently at the peak of the first level, but she swallowed a second-level evolution crystal so casually, which really surprised Lin Nan. After swallowing it, Chu Mingyao's face was once again full of satisfaction. Lin Nan, watching him, couldn't help but ask, do you still want it? Chu Mingyao nodded. Yes, oh my god. Lin Nan couldn't believe it and quickly turned to the system for help. System, is this normal? No. Lin Nan wanted to seek comfort, but the system's words startled him again. But then the system said, Level 2 Evolver Chu Mingyao's physical indicators are normal and there's no danger. That's good. No, you've already upgraded. Hearing the system address Chu Mingyao, Lin Nan was shocked. This level 2 was a bit casual. Brother, I want more. Just then, the little girl's voice rang out again. She gently shook the corner of Lin Nan's clothes, her pretty face flushed, and her voice was soft and tender. Seeing her expression, Lin Nan shook his head helplessly. Yao, don't be like this. You've squeezed me dry. I can't give you anything more. Is it really all gone? Chu Mingyao felt a little disappointed at Lin Nan's words, but soon returned to normal. Since my brother is gone, then Yao won't eat. Yao's not a glutton. I'm easy to feed. Lin Nan smiled, but his focus wasn't here, but on the second level evolution crystal. Since evolvers can upgrade their levels through evolution crystals, what about those monsters? System, how are second level mutant monsters formed? Evolved from the first level, I know that too. Lin Nan was speechless. Then let me ask it another way. How can a first level monster be promoted to the second level? One is to advance to the second level through overall evolution. The other is to devour first-level evolution crystals. When a certain amount is accumulated, there is a chance of advancing to the second level. Hearing the system's words, Lin Nan smiled wickedly. Sure enough, it's also by devouring first-level evolution crystals. He glanced at the pile of first-level crystals in his inventory, then said, since second-level zombies are hard to find, I'll just feed some second-level zombies. Chapter 18 Spirited Young Man. Z, a small coastal town. Two people drove their RV, leaving the beach and arriving at a rural village. Brother, why are you feeding zombies? Chu Mingyao, sitting in the passenger seat, asked with a puzzled look on her face. I won't tell you yet, you'll find out later. Lin Nan surveyed the streets outside. Strange. Why aren't there any zombies? That shouldn't be the case. Just as he was thinking, the RV passed through an alley and emerged onto a street. Oh my god. Lin Nan was suddenly startled as a swarm of zombies suddenly appeared before him. What are they all doing here? The two looked puzzled. Hearing the sound of a car behind them, some of the outermost zombies separated and ran towards Lin Nan and his group at top speed. Lin Nan turned the car around and took off. Brother Nan, why aren't we fighting them? Now is not the time. Our goal is to lure out a group of zombies for experiments. There were too many zombies, so Lin Nan could only speed up to create some distance. How many more are there? Lin Nan asked. Chu Mingyao glanced at them. There are still 10. Okay, restrain them all and make them follow. Hearing Lin Nan's words, Chu Mingyao quickly used her control skills to lead them to a safer place. However, they didn't notice that there were actually 2 more people following them. They were nimble, moving back and forth across the rooftops. Brother Long, did you see that? It's an RV. There must be a lot of supplies in there, the mushroom-haired boy said excitedly. Of course, and that RV looks pretty good. If we grab it, we can get out of this hellhole with a bus. Li Long laughed. Stop, they've stopped. Lin Nan brought the RV to a steady stop with a powerful swing of his tail. They're surrounded by zombies. Should we attack immediately or wait? The mushroom-haired boy whispered. We don't have the boss's strength. Let's wait, haha, they're going to become zombie food. The 2 men crouched on the rooftop, observing the RV. To their surprise, the zombies didn't attack the car door. Instead, they stood in formation, like soldiers awaiting inspection. Suddenly, the door opened. Lin Nan stepped out. The 2 men stared at him warily until Chu Mingyao jumped out. Their eyes widened instantly. This is a top-notch treasure. The boss will definitely reward us handsomely if we bring it back. Of course, he's been complaining about being bored lately. This is a good opportunity to satisfy his boredom. Maybe when he's done, we can get a taste of the fishy goodness. At this point, Li Long sighed. I hope so. They thought of the fate of those women who had been bored. The only reason there were no zombies outside was because their boss had used bait to lure the zombies into town. And that bait was the women. But it wasn't limited to them. The elderly, the weak, women, and children could all serve as bait. If they hadn't awakened their powers, they would probably have met the same fate. But Brother Long, look, the zombies aren't killing them. What if The mushroom-headed man pondered. No doubt, he must be an evolved, then should we fight? I'm afraid, Mushroom Head was tempted to back down. After all, the other party could control 10 zombies. What's there to be afraid of? Look at you, you're such a coward. If we work together, how can we possibly stand against them? Unless they have planes and tanks, they'll just be our captives. Don't forget, we're members of society. Li Long brushed the mud off his leggings and loafers, his face beaming with pride. Mushroom Head was so reprimanded that he couldn't speak, so he could only continue observing Lin Nan and the others. However, when his gaze fell on Lin Nan again, he suddenly saw Lin Nan turn around and his eyes met his. You two, you've been secretly watching us for so long. Is there something wrong? Li Long and the other man exchanged glances, each wondering how they could have been discovered when they were hiding so well. In fact, Lin Nan had already sensed something was amiss when they were chasing him. After advancing to the second level, Lin Nan's ability to sense danger had become increasingly stronger, even able to accurately determine a location. So it wasn't surprising that he saw them. The two social people were exposed, but they didn't panic and just jumped down. When they landed on the ground, they even struck a pose that they thought looked good. Hey, moccasins, tight pants, mushroom hair, are you two the legendary spirited young men? Lin Nan said with a smile. You are the spirited young men, we are social people, Mushroom Head argued. So you are mixed up in the society. It's not easy to make a living in this industry. I heard that some people become gangsters after mixing with the society, just like you two, Lin Nan said angrily. From the moment they released a dangerous aura, Lin Nan had never thought of being polite to them. What's more, he hated those who had never been in society but pretended to be tortured by it. Of course, he had beaten up many such people in school. Mushroom Head wanted to retort, but Li Long stopped him. I don't know where you two are from, but since you have come to our Shenwu town, you must understand the principle that a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. What's more, we are all evolvers, you are also evolvers. Lin Nan raised his eyebrows slightly, and at this moment, the system prompt sounded in his ears. Chen Qiang, a first-level evolver, possesses the psychic control ability. Li Long, a first-level evolver, possesses the power ability. After hearing the system's introduction, Lin Nan was stunned. He was indeed a psychic young man, even his abilities were so psychic, one a psychic control type, the other a power type. No wonder they're so arrogant. But you're targeting the wrong people. Lin Nan stepped forward and said to Chu Mingyao, you don't have to attack yet. Just control these precious zombies and don't let them get attacked. After saying that, Lin Nan looked at the psychic duo calmly and said, I can handle them all by myself. HMPH, so arrogant. Li Long turned his head with disdain and looked at Chen Qiang. What are you standing there for? Control him. As soon as he finished speaking, the mushroom-headed Chen Qiang instantly unleashed his power, and then his body began shaking like crazy, causing Lin Nan to tremble with him. Haha, aren't you awesome? The mushroom-headed man suddenly beamed with joy upon successfully controlling Lin Nan. It wasn't that bad after all. This is social dance. Lin Nan couldn't help but smile as he watched his own dancing body. But the smile faded, replaced by a serious expression. Break it. As soon as he finished speaking, the spirit armor skill activated, and Mushroom Head's control instantly vanished. What? How is that possible? Mushroom Head looked at Lin Nan in disbelief. Li Long also sensed something was amiss. Mushroom Head's control skills had never failed before. Many evolvers had died at his hands, many of them powerful. Why didn't it work on him? Use whatever strength you have left so I can send you packing. Don't get too cocky, or you'll get stabbed in the back. Suddenly, a loud voice, like thunder, roared towards Lin Nan. Lin Nan didn't dodge, realizing it was Li Long shouting at him. Then, with a loud bang, Lin Nan was sent flying. A sound wave attack. A classic quote. Oh my goodness, I almost let my guard down. Chu Mingyao watched Lin Nan being sent flying, a wave of worry rising. Suddenly, someone tapped him on the shoulder. It was Lin Nan. Chu Mingyao paused, then glanced back at where Lin Nan had fallen, only to find that the Lin Nan there had already vanished into shadow. This was Lin Nan's speed-based skill, after image. I almost underestimated him. Although he's a first-level evolver, he's a power-based character with a formidable burst. Lin Nan stepped in front of Chu Mingyao, shielding her behind him. Seeing Lin Nan so easily deflect his attack, Li Long felt a sense of unease. He unleashed a series of sound waves. It's hot, and my temper is frayed. Don't make a scene until I smile, young man, you have the aura of a wolf, full of passion. I pat my chest, you've got a long way to go. Don't be too reckless. Life's unpredictable. Bang, 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 dozens of sound waves attacked, and Li Long went into full-on rampage. Lin Nan, clutching Chu Mingyao, dodged repeatedly, after images appearing behind him. I just can't hit him. How is that possible? Li Long couldn't believe there was someone so fast. His eyes grew even colder. Brother Long, are you going to use that move? Mushroom Head saw Li Long pause, took a deep breath, and looked at Lin Nan with a cold expression. Mushroom Head knew he was about to unleash his power. My brother Long is about to use his famous move. You'd better surrender quickly, or you'll have nowhere to retreat. Lin Nan was stunned. Just as Mushroom Head had said, Li Long's aura had indeed changed. Lin Nan also had a vague sense of something was wrong. The sense of danger coming from Li Long was growing. Kid, have you heard of King Han? Li Long said calmly, looking at Lin Nan. That internet celebrity on Kuaijao who recites social quotations every day, Lin Nan said unconsciously. He had seen him on Kuaijao short videos before. He's more than just an internet celebrity, he's my belief. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Long's aura instantly soared. It's appeared. Brother Long's signature skill, the Cold King possessed, the mushroom-headed man shouted. Today, I'll show you what a true social being looks like. Li Long took another deep breath, but this time he didn't exhale. He looked in Lin Nan's direction, locking eyes for a second. Then, a tremendous wave of voice erupted. I don't expect anyone to help me in my time of need. Your Cold King, I just want to tell you, do less evil and more good. Life and death are determined by fate. Wealth and honor are determined by destiny. These days, society is all about who has the most money and who has the most power. Your Cold King, no problem, the Cold King has a message for you. God is watching what you do. Don't do evil. Who says my language is too chaotic? Every word I say is a message of kindness. Li Long frantically recited the Cold King's quotations to Lin Nan. If it had been the short sentences before, Lin Nan would have been able to find a gap to dodge. But now, he was spinning around and reciting continuously, making it impossible to dodge. Bang, 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 the explosions continued. Haha, this is what happens when you offend Brother Long. This is the power of classic quotes, Mushroom Head scoffed recklessly. By this time, Lin Nan had been struck several times, his brow furrowed, his eyes narrowed slightly. He was furious. A flash of light flashed in Lin Nan's hand, and a craniotomy stick appeared in his hand. Do you think you're the only one who knows classic quotes? I'll carry the craniotomy stick on my shoulder. Let's see who's more insolent. As soon as he finished speaking, another afterimage flashed by. Looking back, Lin Nan suddenly appeared before Li Long, the craniotomy stick unleashing waves of chilling power. Chapter 19 I have planes and tanks but I don't use them, I just play with them. What? Mushroom Head stared at Lin Nan in disbelief. He actually withstood Brother Long's attack, however, even greater shock was yet to come. Lin Nan leaped to his feet, and another afterimage appeared. There were actually two Lin Nans. The real Lin Nan had already dodged behind Li Long. Li Long frantically recited classic quotations to the afterimage, but the sound wavered through it, and only then did he realize this wasn't the real Lin Nan. But by then, it was too late. He felt a gentle breeze brush his earlobe, and then there was a bang. His head shattered like a watermelon dropped from 100 meters. The classic quotations continued to echo, but the person reciting them was already dead. This is impossible. Mushroom Head stared at Li Long's body in a daze. Previously, they had always killed people, never expecting to be killed themselves. Retribution came so swiftly, like a tornado. Tell me, how do you want to die? Lin Nan, carrying a craniotomy rod, approached Mushroom Head. Mushroom Head looked at him, feeling that compared to himself, this man looked more like a villain, no, more like a demon. Can I choose to die of old age? He turned to look at Lin Nan, a ruthless smile on his face. Lin Nan smiled faintly. Yes, seeing his devilish expression, Mushroom Head was startled, and fear instantly spread throughout his body. Those who kill will be killed. When you choose to turn on us, you should be prepared to be killed. Lin Nan thought of what would happen to Chu Mingyao if he died, and he couldn't help but want to shoot him in the head. Mushroom Head also felt Lin Nan's anger. He immediately grabbed Lin Nan's trouser leg, pointed at Li Long's body, and burst into tears. It's all his fault. He ordered me to kill you. I didn't want to do it. Please, spare me. Lin Nan ignored him, turning his head to look at the empty space beside him. How long do you want to wait? I'm saying, why do you people like to hide? Lin Nan's sudden words startled Mushroom Head. Following his gaze, the green grass suddenly shifted. Then, the ground cracked, and a stone spear suddenly flew out. It was aimed directly at Lin Nan. The stone spear was extremely sharp, its icy edge radiating murderous intent. If it pierced a person, it would be a shattering blow. But Lin Nan had already sensed something was wrong underground. The moment the stone spear approached him, only a shadow remained. The original body had already moved several meters away. You have something. Li Long deserves to die at your hands, a voice echoed from underground, and with a loud bang, the ground collapsed. Smoke and dust suddenly rose. When the dust cleared, everyone saw a stone giant as tall as a 3-story building standing before them. A man sat on its shoulder, leisurely observing Lin Nan. But when he saw Chu Mingyao, he sat up straight, his expression becoming excited. Boss, you're finally here. Brother Long is dead, you must avenge him. Seeing the man coming was his boss, Mushroom Head immediately stood up. You piece of shit, and you still have the nerve to call me boss, the man spat, glancing at Mushroom Head with an impatient look. He's dead, so what? He's just one person. His witty rants were driving me crazy. If I hadn't spared his life because I thought he was still useful, I would have killed him long ago. Now that he's dead, I don't have to do it. Hearing this, Mushroom Head lowered his head in ashes. In his eyes, we're worse than dogs. Being his dogs meant a full meal and the occasional piece of meat, but we were starving and couldn't even afford a meal. Now that he's dead, he's mocking me. He thought so, but when he looked up, Mushroom Head's face instantly changed to a smile. Boss, you're right. I've known for a long time that he deserved death, and it's just the right time for him to die. HMPH, Boss Shigu again sneered, ignoring him and turning to Lin Nan. Boy, you're capable. I can make an exception, no need. Lin Nan cut him off firmly. I'll make you my little brother, as long as, no need. Lin Nan interrupted again. You're going to die after I finish talking, right? He had originally wanted to say, as long as you give me your girlfriend to play with for 2 days, but he didn't say it. I hate being interrupted. You're really looking for death, aren't you? Since there's a road to heaven and you won't take it, then, fuck you. Are you going to fight me or not? You keep talking so much. Lin Nan interrupted him for the 3rd time. You, Shigu again was speechless. Mushroom Head was also dumbfounded. He had never expected someone to dare to treat his boss like this. Just now, Lin Nan had learned that the awakened superpower of the man before him, Shigu again, was Earth Elemental. And it was a 2nd level one. In an age where 2nd level mutants were rare, a 2nd level evolver had appeared. Lin Nan felt a strange feeling, but even more so, excitement. I wonder if he has a 2nd level evolution crystal. He studied Shigu again like prey. While others would dodge a 2nd level evolver, he was intent on destroying them and obtaining the crystal. Lin Nan's thinking was quite unique. So, facing Shigu again's mumbling, he didn't wait and moved immediately. With a fleeting afterimage, Lin Nan had already slipped behind him, ready to swing the craniotomy club. However, Shigu again was a 2nd level evolver after all, and his reactions were quite swift. Seeing Lin Nan charging at him, he activated his superpower, and a solid stone slab instantly appeared behind him. With a loud bang, the craniotomy club struck the stone slab, creating a crack. Earthshake, Lin Nan activated his skill, shattering the cracked stone slab. But then another stone slab appeared. Earthshake. Lin Nan continued to use his skills frantically, destroying the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th stone slabs. Shigu again realized that simply defending wasn't the answer, and with a wave of his hand, 10 stone spears appeared. Not only were they numerous, but their sharp tips seemed capable of piercing anything. He now possessed both offensive and defensive capabilities. Seeing this, Chu Mingyao's heart tightened. She had to control 10 zombies, not even the energy to control a 2nd level evolver. Let alone use a mind blast on Shigu again. All she could do was silently pray for Lin Nan. Brother Nan, you must be careful. She saw 10 more stone spears charging at Lin Nan simultaneously. Lin Nan frantically used afterimages, but thankfully, with enough points, he dodged them all. Just when he thought he could breathe a sigh of relief, Shigu again gave him a ghostly smile. Only then did he realize he'd missed one. The stone spear, pointed squarely at Chu Mingayo's location, was a psychic-type evolver. Her role in the team was similar to that of a soft support or a center. She wasn't particularly good at defense. Once targeted, not only would it be difficult to escape, but in a crisis, she could be killed instantly. Shi Guogan wasn't a fool. She knew Chu Mingayo was Lin Nan's weak spot. If he attacked her, Lin Nan would surely be thrown off balance. Strategically, he'd already won. And that was indeed the case. With a puff sound, fresh red blood, tinged with a scent of sunlight, instantly splattered onto the emerald grass. Chu Mingayo froze, dazed, and with difficulty turned around. As if she hadn't turned around, the cold reality wouldn't have occurred. Yet, she saw it all. Blood was flowing from the corner of Lin Nan's mouth. He now tightly grasped the stone spear that had pierced his body. Dark red blood flowed from his hand onto the ground. Thank goodness I caught it, he smiled, a smile that was somewhat melancholic. Just in the nick of time, Lin Nan, using both his swift cheetah and afterimage abilities simultaneously, finally caught the stone spear with his body, about to pierce Chu Mingayo's body. Brother Nan, Chu Mingayo looked at Lin Nan with grief, tears streaming uncontrollably. Brother Nan, you're okay, aren't you? Brother Nan, don't scare me. Chu Mingayo was on the verge of collapse. At that moment, her thoughts returned to her dead brother, and she didn't want Lin Nan to leave again. But how could a person survive being pierced by a stone spear? Yeo, don't cry, I'm fine, Lin Nan said weakly. Just then, Shi Guogan's laughter suddenly rang out. Ho ha, I didn't expect you to be so stubborn. Shi Guogan waved his hand, and 10 more stone spears appeared in the air. Seeing the scene before him, Lin Nan endured the excruciating pain and pulled the stone spears out. Blood gushed out again, and he collapsed, falling to his knees. Are you forcing me to be a dehumanized person? Lin Nan muttered to himself. Just then, he suddenly heard a crack, then, he froze. Chu Mingayo tore off the hem of her skirt and tried to stop the bleeding. The more she tried, the more tears flowed, the bleeding wouldn't stop. Brother Nan, hold the wound down until I kill him, then I'll take you to treatment. Without killing Shi Guogan, there was no way she could treat Lin Nan, but could she? Chu Mingayo herself didn't know. But Lin Nan saw a strength and determination in her eyes he had never seen before. Yeo, actually, Lin Nan tried to say he could still fight, but Chu Mingayo interrupted him. Brother Nan, don't say anything more. Leave this to me. The little girl wiped away her tears and held Lin Nan tightly behind her. If necessary, she would use her body to block the spear for Lin Nan, just as Lin Nan had done for her. The torn hem of her skirt couldn't hide Chu Mingayo's long, white legs. Shi Guogan swallowed hard when he saw it. Wow, this is top-notch. Even with the words, the spears continued to fly. Chu Mingayo controlled the zombies, using their bodies to block the incoming spears. The stone spears possessed immense penetrating power, but she knew. If one wasn't enough, then 2. If 2 weren't enough, then 3. Even if it meant skewering them, she would catch every stone spear. In this gifted girl's mind, the positions of the attackers and defenders transformed into a chessboard. The other side's stone spears, she, and the zombies were all pieces on the board. And Lin Nan was the general, the one her own pieces would defend with their lives. Chapter 20 Kiss. Clearly, Shi Guogan was enjoying playing this game of chess with this beautiful young woman. He repeatedly directed his stone spears forward, while the zombies tightly surrounded Lin Nan and the others, shielding them with their bodies. After a few rounds, the zombies' bodies were already riddled with wounds. Shi Guogan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, amazing. 10 zombies faced hundreds of attacks, yet they held their ground perfectly. Not bad, you're truly talented. I cherish talent so much that I can't bear to kill you. He clapped his hands, and the stone spears poised in the sky instantly turned to dust. Seeing this, Mushroom Head was visibly startled. Was he really going to let them go? That wasn't the boss style. Just as he'd thought, Shi Guogan had no intention of letting them go. The stone spears crumbled into dust, but the ground shook. Suddenly, a massive hammer appeared, slowly soaring into the air. Once it fell, Lin Nan and the others would be doomed. Due to Lin Nan's injuries, they couldn't dodge the hammer's crushing blow. Lin Nan remained kneeling on the ground, his hands clutching his wounds. Unnoticed, a faint green light flickered at his wounds. The blood in his body had ceased to flow, and his bodily functions were rapidly recovering. Looking up, Lin Nan sized up Chu Mingyao, wondering what the young woman would do next. No matter how resilient your zombies are, they can't withstand my multi-hundred-pound stone hammer, Shi Guogan laughed, as if the outcome was certain. Chu Mingyao ignored him because she was about to move. More precisely, it was the zombies who were about to move. Suddenly, the zombies huddled together and charged at Shi Guogan at breakneck speed. Huh? Are you desperate? Are you running out of options? Shi Guogan could have brought down the hammer, killing the controller instantly, but he didn't. He was determined to shatter the young woman's hope. With a loud bang, the giant hammer came crashing down. Without a miracle, the zombies were instantly wiped out. How foolish. Staying together? Aren't you just going to die? If you'd spread out a little, you could have lived a little longer, the mushroom had said disdainfully. He was right, they were just going to die. It was just that the little girl had done it on purpose. Chu Mingyao breathed a sigh of relief. Then, with a loud bang, the stone giant suddenly exploded. With a deafening roar, fragments flew everywhere. Also soaring in the sky was Shi Guogan, now motionless in the air. When did the boss fly? The mushroom had looked puzzled, but upon closer inspection, he realized this wasn't flying, he was clearly being controlled. Shi Guogan lowered his head, curled up his legs, and held his shoulders tightly, soaring into the air. This was telekinesis. Chu Mingyao's special ability. These zombies appeared to be her thugs, but in reality, they were her seals. Controlling the zombies meant she couldn't control the level 2 Shi Guogan. Using a telekinetic explosion to kill the zombies was too energy-consuming and wouldn't be effective against Shi Guogan. So Chu Mingyao spent the entire process thinking about how to best eliminate the zombies and break the seal. She didn't resort to using stone spears because their sheer number meant they could penetrate almost any hole. Unless they were all destroyed simultaneously, she wouldn't have any defenses against them. But when she saw Shi Guogan swap his spears for the more damaging stone hammers, she knew her chance had arrived. So she took a gamble, betting that Shi Guogan would eliminate the zombies first and deal with them later. Her bet paid off. Shi Guogan helped her wipe out the zombies in a single wave, freeing her powers. And so, the following scene unfolded. However, despite all her calculations, she had missed a step. Chu Mingyao was overconfident and overly reliant on her own abilities. Just as she was about to use her mind blast to finish off Shi Guogan, his drooping head suddenly lifted. His eyes fixed on Chu Mingyao, and then his signature ghostly smile returned. Fun, really fun. The ring around Shi Guogan's neck emanated a faint blue light, reflecting on his face, making him appear even more eerie. His body, gradually unfurling under the control, gradually unfurled. Chu Mingyao stared at the scene in shock. She couldn't believe someone could resist her control. After all, she was a level 2 evolver. Break it. With a roar that resounded through the heavens, Chu Mingyao was sent flying, and her control completely vanished. Tisk tisk, I never thought the boss could resist control, Mushroom-Headed couldn't help but sigh. In fact, when he and Li Long joined forces, they had always considered killing Shi Guogan and becoming the boss themselves. One controlling, the other attacking, a natural synergy. But Shi Guogan wasn't afraid of being controlled. They discovered it by accident, and after breaking out in a cold sweat, they completely abandoned the idea. Huh? Mushroom-Head sighed at first, then froze. Chu Mingyao was sent flying, and then a shadow appeared, embracing her in his arms. Chu Mingyao tried to resist, but when she looked closely, she saw it was Lin Nan, his face filled with disbelief. She hurried to check Lin Nan's stomach. Don't look, the wound's healed, Lin Nan said with a smile, but even his smile made Chu Mingyao burst into tears. Brother Nan, how are you healed? I thought you were going to die. I was so scared. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been stabbed and bled so much? And am I really that weak? I had him under control, but he still broke free. It's all my fault for holding you back. Woo. And, you don't dislike me, do you? Chu Mingyao sobbed, her words becoming incoherent. She was feeling both happy and disappointed, excited and remorseful. Lin Nan didn't know how to comfort the little girl. She had just been carrying too much pressure. She was afraid that if she collapsed, Lin Nan would die too. So when she discovered that her control didn't work on Shi Guogan, she was truly despairing. As she was being knocked back, she was still thinking, it's all my fault. Otherwise, Brother Nan wouldn't have been injured. His death has a lot to do with me. Just as she was thinking this, Lin Nan appeared beside her as if nothing had happened, holding her in his arms. Surprisingly, the wound on her abdomen had healed. So, in that one moment of being knocked back, Chu Mingyao experienced two extremes of emotion, great sorrow and great joy. Lin Nan listened intently to Chu Mingyao's tears. The little girl cried heartbreakingly, but in his eyes, she was incredibly adorable. When he heard whether he would dislike her, almost subconsciously, Lin Nan kissed her forehead. Dear, without your protection, I would have died long ago. How could I dislike you, with that kiss? Chu Mingyao's tears stopped almost instantly. She was stunned. She stared at Lin Nan in disbelief. Brother Nan, did you just kiss me? Chu Mingyao's eyes were blank, her head buzzing. She couldn't believe what had just happened, just as Lin Nan couldn't believe it was him she'd kissed unconsciously. Their faces flushed instantly. They'd already been on the ground for nearly half a minute. Hey, how long are you two going to hold each other like that? Shi Guogan shouted decisively at the seemingly minor but deeply insulting scene. The voice jolted them both awake, easing the awkwardness. Thanks to you, Lin Nan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He gently lowered Chu Mingyao to the ground and turned to look at Shi Guogan, who stood nearby. Let's see if I can leave you with an intact body. Shi Guogan glanced at Lin Nan's abdomen and was stunned to find the wound had miraculously healed. I didn't expect you to be so capable. This didn't even kill you, you're such a compliment. I haven't even saved your soul yet, so how could you die so easily? Lin Nan chuckled softly. In fact, if it weren't for the physical skill, healing light, the outcome would have been life or death. Then again, without this healing skill, Lin Nan might not have been so reckless. Facing Lin Nan's provocation, Shi Guogan sneered, don't be complacent. Your weak spot is there. Do you think I can't handle you? I'll use the same trick on you again. Shi Guogan was so confident. However, this time, he was overthinking it. Lin Nan waved his hand, and something even more shocking happened to Shi Guogan and the others. With a flash of light, a fighter jet suddenly appeared behind Lin Nan. A real fighter jet. Shi Guogan and Mushroom Head were both stunned, their mouths gaping. Where did this plane come from? How could it appear out of nowhere? Is this the end? They rubbed their eyes in unison. It's over. This is the end. In their moment of daze, Lin Nan carried Chu Mingyao onto the plane. It was then that Shi Guogan realized something was amiss. These two didn't want to fight at all, they wanted to run. Shi Guogan immediately summoned dozens of stone spears and flew towards the fighter plane. He wanted to pierce it. However, he was still a step too slow. The modified Raptor fighter had a starting speed of 700 and flew at twice the speed of sound. Moreover, he was stunned for a while. Dozens of stone spears chased after a fart of smoke and turned into flying dust in the air. Ugh, a coward who runs away when he can't win, what a rubbish, Shi Guogan spitted, and the spit sprayed Mushroom Head's face. But he said excitedly, boss, look over there, they left the RV behind, we can drive away from this broken place. Shi Guogan was stunned looking at the RV. Chu Mingyao, at 10,000 meters in the air, suddenly remembered the RV was still below. She looked at Lin Nan and asked, Brother Nan, if we leave, what will happen to the RV? Lin Nan smiled and said, I didn't say I was leaving. Didn't I tell you before? I'm going to liberate him, or I won't leave. Then why are we going to liberate him? Chu Mingyao asked again. Lin Nan patted the cockpit. Need I ask? Missiles, of course. He then activated a weapon button on a fighter jet. When the plane descended to a certain altitude, just enough to lock onto the enemy, click, Lin Nan pressed the button. At the same time, the two men, about to leave, suddenly noticed something unusual in the sky. Mushroom Head shouted. The boss and the others are back. However, what they saw were indeed two black dots, one large and one small. The smaller one was hurtling towards him at a breakneck speed. You dare to come back, Shi Guogan sneered, but his expression froze as he glimpsed the true face of the black figure. He swallowed his saliva, then cursed lightly, damn, cheater, then, before he could resist, there was a bang. Chapter 21 Secret Realm. Shi Guogan died, a death he felt deeply unwilling to accept. He couldn't understand why the other person, a mere bug, could be easily killed. Yet, in the blink of an eye, this bug had boarded a plane. And most importantly, this plane was a fighter jet, capable of launching missiles. He was bewildered. Others awakened their powers and became evolvers, but why could he? Lin Nan, cheat and become such a jerk? In his final moments, he pondered many things. The most unbearable thing was that he had just captured a stunning beauty, yet before he could even enjoy her, he had to say goodbye. In the end, Shi Guogan left this world with regret and a mushroom-shaped head. He left, and Lin Nan returned. Stepping on the charred earth, Lin Nan bent down and picked up a ring. The string had long since turned to ash, but it had survived the bombardment intact. Wiping the dust off the outside, the ring still shone. System, what material is this ring made of? Why is it so hard? After all, his missiles could crack the shell of a level 2 mutant turtle. Ding, reporting to the host, this isn't a material native to Blue Star. It's a relic from a secret realm, a relic from a secret realm. Lin Nan raised it to his brow, examining it carefully. This thing actually came from a secret realm. Lin Nan suddenly remembered that he'd previously obtained a secret realm exploration ticket, which also came with an upgrade module called the Slave. In his haste to escape, he hadn't bothered to look. That's right, the system continued. With the arrival of universal evolution, space-time vortexes will appear across the world. These are secret realms. Secret realm relics are obtained by exploring secret realms. Different levels of secret realms yield different levels of relics. Generally speaking, the higher the level of the secret realm, the better the rewards. So what are we doing inside? Fighting monsters, Lin Nan asked again. The system didn't respond. Although it remained silent, Lin Nan had already made up his mind to go in and take a look. He suspected that Shi Guogan's advancement to the second level must be closely related to that secret realm. Perhaps the secret realm was somewhere in this place called Shenwu Town. He now needed to work hard to improve his own strength. Compared to the outside world, there might be more opportunities in the secret realm. Perhaps there might even be a second-level evolution crystal. Thinking of the evolution crystal, Lin Nan immediately searched around. Sure enough, he found one in a pile of ash. So, a second-level evolver truly does have an evolution crystal. As expected, it was Shi Guogan's evolution crystal. Chu Mingyao's eyes sparkled when she saw the green crystal in Lin Nan's hand. Brother, no, Lin Nan shook his head. Little ancestor, leave me a few. I'll give them to you when I gather more, okay? Chu Mingyao nodded obediently. But, brother, the little girl pointed to a large, black, shattered piece of car frame nearby. Our RV is unusable? Chu Mingyao felt a pang of grief as she spoke, as if her dream of traveling in an RV had died before it even began. Don't worry, we can fix it if it breaks. Lin Nan walked over to the frame and gently touched it. With a flash of light, the RV instantly returned to its original state. Chu Mingyao stared at the scene in shock. Brother, you call it a repair? It's like replacing it with a brand new one, haha, don't pay attention to those details. This method was essentially the same as when it repaired Spider-Man. Both utilized the system's repair function and required only a few kill points. Alright, now that the car's repaired, let's get on with the experiment. As they spoke, the two of them got on the car and drove back to the town's central square. Lin Nan had been puzzled upon arriving. Despite the loud noises of their battle, no zombies had appeared. It didn't make sense. It wasn't until they got closer that they immediately discovered the truth. Dozens of large iron cages filled the town square, filled with the elderly, the weak, the sick, and even some infants. Shi Guogan had used them as bait, luring all the zombies in the town. Compared to the noise, the sight of meat seemed even more tempting. However, the cages were no match for the overwhelming onslaught of zombies. By the time Lin Nan and his team arrived, almost everyone inside had become zombie food. Even Chu Mingyao, who had witnessed many things with Lin Nan, couldn't help but feel heartbroken at the sight of a baby being torn apart by zombies. This world is hell to begin with. For those in despair, death can be a kind of relief, Lin Nan said calmly. But he quickly recovered. Looking at Chu Mingyao, who was feeling a bit heavy, he gently patted her head. But we must continue to live strong. After all, we still have dreams. We haven't despaired yet. Yeah, Chu Mingyao nodded, her mood gradually easing. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she tilted her head and asked, Brother, do you believe in light? Lin Nan paused for a moment, then smiled. Of course I do. But in this era, besides you, I don't believe anyone else can bring me light. In this apocalyptic world, people's hearts are unpredictable. I prefer to be their light, saving them when necessary. Chu Mingyao couldn't help but laugh after hearing Lin Nan's words. Brother, Are you trying to become Tiga? Haha, I guess so. Lin Nan laughed too. Seeing Chu Mingayo's mood recover, Lin Nan knew it was time to set out to catch the zombies. But just as he was about to lure the monsters away, he heard hurried footsteps behind him. Who? Lin Nan turned around and saw a woman running quickly towards the house. He was stunned. When he turned his head, he happened to meet the woman's eyes. At that moment, he seemed to see light in her. Brother Nan, she ran into that temple. Lin Nan looked in the direction Chu Mingayo pointed. 3 words were written prominently on the eaves of the house. Which temple? Let's go and take a look. Lin Nan pulled Chu Mingayo along. He wanted to see what was going on with the glowing woman. Where's she? Chu Mingayo looked around but didn't see anyone. Instead, the blue vortex in front of the temple caught their attention. What's this? Chu Mingayo raised her hand and touched it cautiously, only to find that she could actually reach inside. Lin Nan was equally astonished. The secret realm is actually here. They had actually seen the woman enter the temple, and now she was gone, which meant she had most likely entered the secret realm. Brother Nan, should we go in and take a look? Chu Mingayo looked at Lin Nan, waiting for his decision. Since we're here, we should definitely take a look. It probably won't take long. Without hesitation, the two of them walked straight in. The secret realm seemed freely accessible, with almost no obstacles, and they were inside. System, this shouldn't be possible. If it's so easy to enter, what's the point of giving me this secret realm exploration ticket? With this ticket, the host can enter deeper into the secret realm. These places are often more challenging and dangerous, and the rewards are richer, the system explained. So that's how it is. Lin Nan suddenly understood. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again. It's necessary to remind the host that a secret realm may have multiple entrances, and the host may encounter other challengers. I understand. With that, the two finally saw the true face of the secret realm. It was a somewhat gloomy world. The setting sun, blood red, hung in the sky, the only source of light in this world. All around was hard earth, not a single plant in sight. Between the potholes, countless caves seemed to crisscross the landscape. If darkness dominated the landscape, then the strange noises beneath the ground were its constant rhythm. Swish, swish, the clang of swords suddenly rang out, an unusually cacophony in this cold, silent world. Lin Nan sensed something was amiss. Why would there be sword sounds here? Climbing over a mound of earth, they looked in the direction of the sound. It's her, they exclaimed in unison. It was the woman they had just met. She was dressed in a red and white shrine maiden's attire, wielding a broken sword as she battled a group of enormous insects. She's injured, Chu Mingayo observed attentively. The woman's attacks were powerful, but she only struck with one hand, the other clutching her stomach. Should we go help? Chu Mingayo asked. No rush, let's see what's going on first. Lin Nan's gaze fell on the beetles. These bugs were common on Earth, but their size was much larger, about the size of a 3 or 4-year-old child. Brother Nan, look over there. Chu Mingayo's voice suddenly rang out, her vocal cords trembling as if she had witnessed something terrifying. Following her gaze, Lin Nan couldn't help but gasp. A dense swarm of bugs rushed towards them, a truly spectacular sight. Flax butterfly, the woman had naturally seen the bugs, too. Terrified, she dropped her weapon and ran, unconcerned with the insects before her. She tried to run back to the secret realm's entrance, but an even more shocking scene unfolded. A massive tank loomed before her, its muzzle pointed directly at her head. Just then, the tank's hatch opened, and Chu Mingayo poked her head out, waving at her, motioning her to come in. The woman froze for a few seconds, then glanced at the insect horde behind her. As if making a profound decision, she hurried towards them. Alligato, entering the tank's cab, the woman clasped her hands together and respectfully thanked them. Lin Nan's brows jumped at her words. Islander? Oh, I am. Seeing that Lin Nan and the others were speaking Mandarin, she responded in her somewhat broken Long dialect. Are you Long people? Lin Nan nodded slightly. He didn't have time to respond, he was focused on dealing with a horde of insects outside. Tanks can't move fast. We'll die sooner or later if we stay inside. Those insects' teeth can chew through steel, the woman warned kindly. Don't worry, my tank is awesome. Lin Nan patted the dashboard and replied in his Lin dialect. Chu Mingayo couldn't help but laugh, but the woman didn't find it amusing at all. In her opinion, while the tanks could deal significant damage, they were too slow to defend against. Just then, The vanguard of the insect army arrived. Lin Nan fired a shot at them directly, then stepped on full throttle and rushed in. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 22 Secret Relics. Lin Nan's retreat, instead of advancing, startled the woman. He'd simply circled and then returned. Don't be nervous, just turn. It's hard to get going back there, so that was it. The woman breathed a sigh of relief. She glanced at Chu Mingyao beside her and saw she wasn't in a hurry at all. They were clearly about to die. Through the small window at the back of the tank, she saw the insects approaching, and her heart immediately jumped. But after a while, she realized they were still just as far away. Some had even fallen behind, exhausted. With Lin Nan's occasional cannon fire, the number of insects following them had dwindled significantly. Seeing this, she was stunned. Sitting in the tank, in pitch darkness outside, with no clear reference points other than the insects, she had no idea how fast the tank was going. But Lin Nan, sitting in the front, knew. The Tiger tank, modified for 400 points, had increased its speed several times over. The current speed was steady at 300 kilometers per hour. Don't underestimate that figure, it was among the best in sports cars. Soon, he had left the insects far behind. I can't believe it. Lin Nan-kun is simply a god. Miss Xiao's is also very strong, actually fighting those insects with a knife. In the previous conversation, they had already learned each other's names. Xiao's herself said that she had come to Shenwu town for a tour when she was suddenly caught in this apocalyptic crisis. Then, she was accidentally discovered and abducted by Shi Guigan. She narrowly escaped and encountered Lin Nan and his group. She assumed they were in cahoots with Shi Guigan, which was why they had ventured into this secret realm to hide. Lin Nan naturally disagreed. Do I look like a badass? This time, Chu Mingyao and Xiao's nodded simultaneously. Unbeknownst to Lin Nan, his overall demeanor had gradually taken on a more aggressive air during his battles with the zombies. To outsiders, it was best to give him a wide berth. After driving for an unknown amount of time, the surrounding landscape changed. The rustling, noisy chirping of insects faded, replaced by a maze of rocks and a difficult, complex path. No matter how fast Lin Nan's modified tank was, it couldn't fly. So, Lin Nan retracted the tank, and the others decided to explore the area on foot. After all, they were searching for relics from the secret realm. But soon, they spotted tiny, flickering lights in the distance. Let's go and take a look. After walking for a while, Lin Nan pulled out the night vision binoculars he had exchanged for. He could clearly see that it was about 5 evolvers battling a mutant creature from the secret realm. Their methods of engagement were, of course, supernatural powers. Seeing Lin Nan and his friends approach, one of the attractive women immediately warned, "You three, leave now. We found this place first. Go somewhere else." Lin Nan and his friends hadn't expected such a strong reaction. "We don't intend to steal anything from you. We just see you're having a hard time fighting these mutants, and we want to help you," Xiao suddenly said. Her words immediately caught the attention of the other 4 boys. Their eyes flickered between Xiao's and Chu Mingyao, then turned to Lin Nan, their expressions of disdain etched on their faces. "No, leave now," the girl said again, swinging her sword, dealing another powerful blow to the mutant. Lin Nan looked at the giant cockroach-like mutant and felt a deep sense of nausea. Although he didn't know why they refused to help, he was happy to be at ease. Just as they were about to turn and leave, the injured mutant suddenly let out a loud cry of alarm. "Oh no! It's calling for allies. Let's combine forces and deliver a fatal blow. Remember, the final blow will be mine," the girl suddenly declared, and then the other 4 combined their powers. Lin Nan glanced at them again. From the system's introduction, he learned that their skills included healing, sword attack bonus, slight stun, and control of ice and earth elements. It was a good lineup, but due to being all first-level evolvers, they couldn't achieve a collective advantage. Although several people combined their strength to deliver their strongest attack, the mutant cockroach was too tenacious, ultimately thwarting their efforts. Furthermore, the mutant cockroach then spat out a thick green liquid that splashed onto them, instantly corroding the head of the evolved person with healing abilities, killing him instantly. Seeing this, Lin Nan remained calm, and he had no intention of attacking. Stop looking. Let's go. As he finished speaking, a few green lights suddenly appeared in the distance. Lin Nan picked up his binoculars and saw that they were the reinforcements the mutant cockroach had summoned. There weren't many, only 5 or 6, but they were enough to kill the men. Let's go. They're coming, Lin Nan whispered softly. His voice was quiet, but the men heard it clearly. More, they exchanged bewilderment. Now that their support was dead, without any follow-up healing support, they would be doomed as soon as the reinforcements arrived. Furthermore, the hatred between them and the mutant cockroaches had already flared, and if they left, they would surely be hunted down and attacked. The girl who had earlier told Lin Nan and the others to leave was also decisive. Seeing them about to leave, she quickly said, "Please stay. We're begging you to help us." At her words, several people stopped, but Xiao's was even quicker, turning to help. Just then, a somewhat brisk voice suddenly rang out, "No. I'm afraid I'll steal your monsters." Lin Nan's tone seemed gentle, but it harbored murderous intent. He was furious. "You tell me to leave, and I'll leave. You tell me to stay, and I'll stay. Who do you think I am?" Everyone was stunned by his words. Then Lin Nan added, "Xiao's, if you want to help, stay, but we're leaving." Xiao's suddenly stopped and slowly retreated. What a joke. In her eyes, Lin Nan had become a powerful figure. She wasn't willing to give up a powerful figure for these people. And she was determined to hold on to this figure. Seeing Lin Nan's aloofness, the remaining 3 men's faces grew even uglier. One of them suddenly said, "Big sister, if they don't want to help, let them go. I don't think their strength is that great. Maybe they were just ordinary people who stumbled into this secret realm by mistake." As the man spoke, he lost consciousness. A pool of thick green liquid splashed onto him. Before he could finish his words, he melted instantly. Seeing this, the woman was completely furious. "Please help us. I can let you take the final blow on this monster." The remaining 2 men, upon hearing the woman's decision, tried to persuade her, but were spurned by her resolute glare. They knew their big sister had made up her mind. But Lin Nan shook his head again. "Why would I need your final blow? I'm not interested in it." The mutant cockroach battling them seemed to have gained intelligence. Hearing Lin Nan's words, it turned and glanced at him. Lin Nan met his gaze and glared at him. The mutant cockroach turned its head away instantly, as if it had met someone extraordinary. Lin Nan, the overlord of the apocalypse, had directly or indirectly slain over 1,000 zombies. One could imagine the murderous aura he exuded. Hearing Lin Nan's decisive refusal, the woman realized something was amiss. A thought struck her. "You're new to this secret realm, aren't you?" Lin Nan nodded. "That's right. Killing elite mutants in this secret realm grants access to secret realm relics. This mutant cockroach is the elite monster we're looking for. Whoever delivers the final blow will receive a secret realm relic limited to that particular person. That's why we say we'll let him take the final blow, so that's how it is." At that moment, Lin Nan understood. Initially, he'd been like a headless chicken, unsure what to do. Now, it seemed that hunting elite monsters was the correct way to unlock this secret realm. Lin Nan smiled. Why hadn't he mentioned this good idea earlier? He took a step forward. Seeing Lin Nan's actions, the woman breathed a sigh of relief, thinking she'd finally been persuaded. At this moment, Lin Nan said, "Let me make it clear, I'm not doing this to help you. I'm after this secret relic." With that, a flash of light flashed from Lin Nan's hand. Seeing Lin Nan's stubborn expression, the woman couldn't help but laugh. For a moment, she even found him endearing. But the next moment, her smile vanished. The light dimmed, revealing the blood-soaked mace in Lin Nan's hand. Their hair stood on end, a shudder running down their spines. The sharp barbs unleashed a chilling aura, and they could even see clumps of thick white fluid clinging to the crimson fangs. What was that? They speculated, but a mere second's thought gave them the answer. If it wasn't brain matter, what else could it be? The boys who had previously despised Lin Nan were now grateful to be alive. Lin Nan didn't hesitate. The moment he drew his craniotomy rod, he charged forward. The 3 remaining men retreated instantly, partly to make room for Lin Nan, and partly to prevent their heads from accidentally colliding with something they shouldn't. Seeing Lin Nan charging at it, the mutant cockroach was startled for a moment, then suddenly took off. The elite monsters were shocked to see him flee. Lin Nan, leaving a shadow behind, rushed directly in front of him. The mutant cockroach, realizing it couldn't escape, quickly spat out green corrosive fluid. But another shadow appeared, and Lin Nan appeared behind him again. Without giving him another chance, Lin Nan activated his skill, Earthquake. With a resounding bang, the mutant cockroach was slammed to the ground. He followed up with dozens of more blows, leaving the mutant cockroach powerless to fight back. In less than 10 seconds, the mutant cockroach's head was reduced to pulp. The mutant cockroach was dead. Lin Nan had just warmed up, not yet satisfied. Pointing at the reinforcements that had arrived, he asked the woman, "Look at those little cockroaches. Which one is the elite? I'll take that one too." By then, the mutant cockroaches had stopped not far away, staring blankly at the corpse on the ground. After hearing Lin Nan's words, they froze for about 3 seconds. They chirped ferociously in anger. Then turned around, and ran 1 meter, 2 meters, dozens of meters in the direction they came from, until they were out of sight. Oh my god. They're running away again. Chapter 23 Mutated Lizardmen. The group was stunned. Having heard their angry cries, they'd assumed they were about to unleash their ultimate attacks, but they'd actually fled. Lin Nan hadn't expected this either, but thankfully, Chu Mingayao was quick enough to unleash her control skills. The 5 mutant cockroaches immediately froze, motionless, waiting for Lin Nan to harvest them. This woman is so powerful. Xiao's and the remaining 2 were stunned by Chu Mingayao's abilities. Combined with Lin Nan's attacks, the 2 were practically invincible. However, they soon realized a problem. If Lin Nan attacked, Chu Mingayao would be on the defensive, vulnerable to a surprise attack. Xiao's face flickered with a subtle smile. Lin Nan's side had no problems, and he unleashed his skills dozens more times, annihilating all 5 mutant cockroaches. However, this time, no secret relic appeared. Lin Nan shook his head helplessly, picked up the secret relic left behind by the first dead mutant cockroach, and examined it carefully. This tooth-shaped ring, shimmering with tiny green lights, sprays a corrosive venom. Miraculously, the ring's ability is fully integrated with its own system, allowing it to be used once for every 2 points. I didn't expect it to be this beautiful. Lin Nan slowly raised the ring into the air. The setting sun cast its afterglow upon it, adding a touch of blood. Just as Lin Nan was about to put it on, a red streak of something suddenly attacked. Lin Nan, instantly alert, tried to defend himself, but its target was the ring in his hand. Lin Nan's carelessness caused the ring to be snatched away. Is that a lizard, man? Everyone looked in the direction of the red streak and was shocked to discover it was a humanoid creature, over a meter tall, carrying a black bag and sporting the head and tail of a lizard. The red streak was its tongue. Oh my goodness, it's got me. Lin Nan instantly cast a shadow effect, attempting to dodge past it. Unexpectedly, the lizardman was able to blend its color with the surroundings, achieving a near-invisibility effect. This truly astonished Lin Nan. "Brother, we've got her under control." Just then, Chu Mingayao's voice suddenly rang out. She pointed in a direction, precisely where the lizardman was. However, the control didn't last long, as she soon realized the control had been lifted. A ring around the mutant lizardman's neck shimmered with light, remarkably identical to the one Shi Guogan had worn, with the same effect. A single flash of light was enough for Lin Nan to quickly pinpoint its location. Lin Nan, carrying the craniotomy rod, instantly appeared before it. Bang! With a resounding roar, the craniotomy rod struck the creature. However, to Lin Nan's astonishment, the rod struck without any damage. It even lolled out its red tongue, taunting Lin Nan unceremoniously. Lin Nan noticed the necklace around his neck, nearly a dozen rings, one of which was now gleaming brightly. This wasn't the same one from before. Lin Nan instantly realized that this must also be a relic from the secret realm. The ability of the ring to withstand the damage from the craniotomy rod must be due to its special ability. Looking at the more than 10 rings around its neck, Lin Nan was stunned. Does it have more than 10 special abilities? As he expected, after the mutant lizardman withstood the heavy blow, another ring around its neck glowed. Then, it vanished from its original location, reappearing several meters away. It wiggled its hips, mocking Lin Nan and the others. Seeing this, Lin Nan's eyes narrowed slightly. The craniotomy rod in his hand vanished. Then, a shoulder-fired missile launcher appeared in his hand. The people around him were startled by his sudden weaponry. The boy who had previously looked down on Lin Nan was so frightened that he took a step back, his legs giving way, and he accidentally sat down on the ground. Unaware of the weapon in Lin Nan's hand, The mutant lizardman wasn't afraid. It took out the ring it had snatched from Lin Nan and showed it off to them, then let out a soft chuckle. There were a few this arrogant before, but they all ended up in a miserable state. Chu Mingyao, standing nearby, suddenly spoke softly. Thinking of Shigu against fate, she felt a little sorry for the mutant lizard man. Setting up the missile launcher, Lin Nan decisively loaded a half-meter-long missile. So long, Miss Azal couldn't help but swallow her saliva. With a whoosh, the missile blasted towards the mutant lizard man. Its speed was incredibly fast, and its murderous intent was overwhelming. The mutant lizard man turned his head and saw the missile that seemed to devour him completely, and he was startled. Then a ring around his neck lit up, and a blue energy shield instantly appeared in front of him. A buzzing sound was emitted. The mutant lizard man thought that since he had dodged the missile, the enemy had no means of attack, but he was naive. Lin Nan, unwilling to give up, fired a second, and a third. Let's see who has more defensive measures, you or my missiles. To protect those around him from the missile explosions, Lin Nan didn't use particularly powerful ammunition, but his strength was no less formidable. It's been hit again, Xiao suddenly declared. Yet, it dodged it. So many defensive measures, Xiao added. It can't be helped if it doesn't have many. Look at what it's doing. How can it not leave itself some escape routes? Another woman remarked. They could also clearly see that the mutant lizardman was getting anxious. Its previous composure was gone, and genuine anxiety and fear could be seen in its huge eyes. Aren't you quite good at dodging? A flash of light flashed, and the shoulder-fired missile launcher in Lin Nan's hands instantly transformed. The single barrel instantly became 10. Oh my god. This, seeing Lin Nan's magically modified 10-shot missile launcher, everyone felt a chill run down their spines, speechless with shock. In contrast, Lin Nan calmly watched the mutant lizardman's back as he unhurriedly loaded 10 missiles. He lifted them, aimed, and fired, all in one smooth motion. 10 missiles were instantly launched. The mutant lizardman heard the noise behind him and instinctively turned to look, stunned. Its body stiffened instantly, and it fell straight to the ground. It fainted from fear. The missiles didn't stop with its fall, they blasted straight ahead. A loud bang echoed, followed by a cloud of dust and a flash of multicolored light. The multicolored light was exceptionally bright. Lin Nan took one look and wondered, could it be a flare? Without a second thought, he ran over. As expected, the mutant lizardman's body was shattered by the explosion. Meat fragments splattered across the ground, along with the mutant's black backpack. It was filled with secret realm relics, looted and stolen, collected from all over the place. This was a great bargain for Lin Nan. Brother Nan, look, Chu Mingyao walked up to Lin Nan, clutching a dozen green crystals. Oh my god, so many level 2 evolution crystals. Lin Nan was also shocked. He left a few for Chu Mingyao and stored the rest in the system backpack. Although the spoils were scattered all over the floor, no one except Lin Nan and Chu Mingyao dared to pick them up. Even if they were trying to help, they couldn't. They were afraid that Lin Nan would misunderstand and attack them too. What a shame, all the rings and necklaces are limited edition. Lin Nan reluctantly put all the items into the system backpack, except for the venom ring. Ding, the system suddenly sounded. Detected non-host limited items. Do you want to decompose them? Decompose? Lin Nan was stunned. What can I decompose? I can decompose blueprint components, evolution crystals, advanced secret realm exploration tickets, and more, evolution crystals. Sounds good. Although there were many items that could be decomposed, he completely ignored the others. Lin Nan's mind was only on the crystals. What did you find? Any goodies? Any tier 2 crystals? The system was silent for about 2 seconds. Ling. 26 secret realm relics have been decomposed. Here's the total. 26 tier 1 evolution crystals, 1 advanced secret realm exploration ticket, 5 tier 2 evolution crystals. Lin Nan breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the system's response. I almost thought there was only 1 tier 2 crystal. I was so scared, but luckily there are still 5. It seems it's easier to get tier 2 crystals from these secret realm relics than from killing tier 2 mutants. But the easiest way, Lin Nan glanced at the mutated lizardman flesh and smiled. The easiest way is to rob this robber. If only there were a few more, he thought so, but he knew it would be hard to find another mutated lizardman in this vast secret realm. After all, it was too big. Let's go, let's get out of here and look for elite monsters elsewhere. Lin Nan turned and looked at Chu Mingyao beside him. But her expression was unusually captivating, and not just hers, but everyone else's as well. Suddenly, Lin Nan's sense of danger kicked in, and he looked up at the nearby mound. The setting sun shone across the mound, casting 7 humanoid shadows on the ground before him. Lin Nan smiled faintly. His wish had come true. On the mound were none other than 7 mutant lizardmen. The one in the middle stared intently at Lin Nan, his hand clutching something. Curious, everyone took a closer look and gasped. It was the head of a female. Blood still gushed out, indicating she had been killed recently. Seeing that, several girls immediately swarmed towards Lin Nan, with Chu Mingyao grabbing Lin Nan's arm. This move filled Xiao's and another girl with envy. Meanwhile, the other boy, though equally frightened, hesitated to move closer out of respect. Just then, a mutant lizardman suddenly opened its bloody mouth and screamed. The boy was startled, and this time he decisively hid behind Lin Nan, even feeling the urge to cling to him. Meanwhile, Lin Nan remained calm, even feeling a sense of elation. He looked at the boy behind him and whispered, "Please make way." He had already lifted the missile launcher, with 10 missiles already launched. All he needed was the trigger. Chapter 24 Thought Explosion. Why don't we just leave? We've been killing each one so badly, and there are 5, 6, 7, a full 7, the boy said with a doleful expression. Hearing his words, Lin Nan chuckled dismissively. What 5, 6, 7, 8? That's clearly 50, 7, 35, a full 35 second-level crystals. They naturally didn't understand what Lin Nan meant, and he didn't expect them to understand. Seeing their teammate dead, the mutant lizardmen on the opposite side kept their eyes on Lin Nan and the others. Their tails lightly touched, as if secretly communicating. Unlike the mutant cockroaches before them, the mutant lizardmen didn't flee upon seeing Lin Nan. Instead, they wore solemn expressions, as if they wanted to completely kill him to vent their anger. But no matter how they discussed countermeasures, Lin Nan couldn't wait any longer. He gently pulled the trigger, and 10 missiles flew out instantly. The mutant lizardmen scattered, the rings on their necks flashing with a strange light. In a mere second, they had left their original position and reappeared elsewhere. Lin Nan ignored them and continued firing missiles. He even handed Chu Mingyao a missile launcher. As for the others, Lin Nan barely glanced at them. The mutant lizardmen weren't simply dodging, they had offensive methods. But just as they were about to strike, the missiles they dodged didn't explode. Instead, they turned and continued toward them. What are you thinking? I'm equipping you with homing missiles this time. They won't explode until they blow you apart, Lin Nan said calmly, continuing to fire homing missiles. They realized they had no chance of victory unless they killed Lin Nan. Just then, a mutant lizardman suddenly appeared before Lin Nan. Be careful, he's an elite monster, a woman's voice suddenly rang out. Lin Nan, instead of being frightened, was excited. Which means if I kill him, I'll get the secret realm relic. Lin Nan's launcher transformed into a skull cutter. Facing the suddenly appearing mutant lizardman, he flashed behind it in a flash. Are you sure you want to fight melee? Lin Nan shouted, the craniotomy club in his hand suddenly unleashing astonishing force. Earth-shaking smash, Lin Nan roared, about to strike the mutant lizard man, but it dodged again. Then came the missile that had been tracking it. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. They believed Lin Nan had no time to dodge and was destined to be hit by the missile. Even Chu Mingyao trembled, her heart in her throat. The mutant lizard men were still dodging the missiles, but seeing this, they cheered excitedly. They felt that if Lin Nan took this blow, he would be injured if not killed. The most ironic thing was that this was his own weapon. However, Lin Nan, faced with this sudden situation, remained calm and laughed. What are you thinking, little bastards? You want to use my weapon on me? Instead of running away, he reached out to catch it. The missile, as if recognizing its master, stopped directly in front of him. Lin Nan even reached out to touch the warhead, pointed at the mutant lizardman, and whispered something in his ear. Then the missile turned and headed straight for it again. Suddenly, Xiaoz looked at Chu Mingyao, pointed at the missile, and asked, how did Lin Nan know it was called Ma Peter? Chu Mingyao was stunned for a moment. Then Xiaoz added, I just heard Lin Nan point at that guy and say, fuck him Ma Peter. Chu Mingyao nearly fainted from laughter, finally saying, the Dragon Kingdom's culture is profound and extensive. You islanders won't understand. Lin Nan's attempt to avoid the weapons by accident failed, and the lizardmen were thrown into chaos. They could only dodge continuously, or face a barrage of missiles. The mutant lizardmen's protective devices exploded one after another, and their means of survival were dwindling. However, the one who had the most misfortune was the one who had to confront Lin Nan head-on. Not only were missiles chasing him, but Lin Nan was also on his tail. There was nothing he could do. It was the elite monster in the group. Lin Nan kept using his afterimage skill, appearing right in front of it every time. But then, the ring on its neck flickered, and it reappeared in the distance. However, Lin Nan's afterimage was superior. This was because his skill could be used continuously as long as he had enough points. Meanwhile, the elite monster's ring's escape function couldn't be used constantly, otherwise, it wouldn't have been carrying so many rings. Soon, after a few rounds, the elite monster's pace slowed. This slowdown allowed it to see Lin Nan swinging his craniotomy club. Then, the club transformed into the Grim Reaper's scythe. With a bang, the elite mutant lizardman perished instantly. With its fall, the entire group of mutant lizardmen fell like dominoes, until only one remained, shivering on the ground. Everyone thought Lin Nan would kill it with a single blow, but he actually planned to let it go. His condition: emit a colorful light signal to attract some mutant lizardmen. Faced with this extremely insulting request, the last mutant lizardman committed suicide. However, before dying, it sent out another signal. It wasn't a colorful light, but a picture hanging in the air. It depicted a figure with a missile launcher in his left hand and a skull-chopping club in his right. Is this a wanted list? Lin Nan looked at the picture, unconcerned, and simply fired a few shells. Blast it to pieces. If they were to hide from the image of him, wouldn't there be no business left? Meanwhile, the wealthy businessman Lin Nan was sorting through his spoils. After disassembling them, and adding the second-level evolution crystals he had obtained earlier, he now had 20. It wasn't what he'd expected, but he knew better than to be greedy. He was actually quite satisfied with what he had. But what truly satisfied him most was the Secret Realm relic that dropped after killing the elite mutant lizardman. This relic didn't possess any special powers, but it made Lin Nan incredibly excited. It was a map of the Secret Realm. A remarkably complete one. As expected of someone who made his fortune through robbery, the relics he found were truly extraordinary. Lin Nan carefully examined the map, discovering that it was divided into 5 zones: east, west, south, north, and center. Each zone had its own distinct style and predominant monster distribution. For example, the northern wormhole zone lurked within tens of thousands of giant beetles, and ordinary creatures dared not approach, lest they be reduced to skeletal remains in a matter of seconds. Lin Nan's location, however, was a mountainous area of rocky peaks, primarily inhabited by giant birds and mutated reptiles. However, its unique location at the intersection of all 4 zones made it easy to encounter the dominant creatures from each zone. For example, the mutated cockroaches he saw earlier were actually from the northern zone, and since it was at the intersection, there were some here as well. What caught Lin Nan's attention the most was the fact that the map marked the locations frequented by elite monsters, as well as the entrances to deeper secret realms. With this map, how could I possibly be afraid of not encountering elite monsters? Lin Nan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Oh, there's one right here. Lin Nan looked up at the massive stone pillar behind him. According to the map, that was the lair of a level 2 mutant elite monster. Instinctively, several people followed Lin Nan to the base of the stone pillar. Suddenly, several fireflies, about the size of soccer balls, appeared. They stood guard at the stone pillar like guards. After reading the system's description, Lin Nan realized that these fireflies were actually level 2 mutant creatures. While not elite monsters, they were certainly not to be underestimated. After all, they were level 2 creatures. The boy, who had been Lin Nan's protection, felt a surge of resentment throughout the journey, as if Lin Nan had stolen all the limelight. In reality, he only needed to briefly consider the consequences of his advance to realize how pathetic and pointless his anger was. But he didn't realize that the sight of the fireflies before him instantly made him think that this was his chance to prove himself. You guys take a break. Leave these bugs to me. Lin Nan was stunned by his words and couldn't help but stare at him a few more times. But in the end, Lin Nan said a few more words. Give up. You're no match for these bugs, the boy snorted inwardly. He felt Lin Nan was looking down on him. Then, without hesitation, as if afraid Lin Nan would steal the spotlight again, he attacked. But almost instantly, as if anticipating his attack, The second-level fireflies followed suit. A blazing flame, like a serpent of fire, erupted from the mouth of one of them. It then pierced straight through the boy who had just leaped up to strike with his blade. The fire snake lasted only a second, like a flash of light. The boy seemed to be frozen in midair. He turned stiffly and glanced at Lin Nan with a dazed look. Then, like a puppet without a frame, he fell to the ground. Through the charred wounds, the blood-red setting sun could be seen, gradually setting. The woman's teammates were completely wiped out. It all happened so quickly that even Lin Nan didn't react. Just as the fireflies were about to attack again, Chu Mingyao moved. In fact, she had been waiting for an opportunity. Compared to the impotent and furious boys, Chu Mingyao was the one truly pent-up energy with nowhere to go. Initially, against the mutant cockroaches, she held back because Lin Nan wanted to deliver the final blow. The second time, against the mutant lizardmen, they all wore rings granting them immunity to control, leaving her completely powerless. After all, she was a true second-tier psychic. This time, however, she saw an opportunity to strike. Her target was none other than the firefly. While its damage was terrifying, its defense was low, and most importantly, it couldn't withstand psychic attacks. So, as everyone was desperate to avoid it, Chu Mingyao directly exerted control. Then came the explosion of her mind. Chapter 25 Metal Element Manipulator. Bang, bang, bang. Explosions erupted in quick succession. Everyone was stunned by the sudden scene. Xiaoz and the woman instinctively looked at Lin Nan, while he, in turn, looked at Chu Mingyao beside him with shock. Only then did they realize that this devastating act was the work of a 16 or 17-year-old girl. They gasped in shock. Well done, Yao. 3 more green crystals. Lin Nan patted Chu Mingyao's head and casually handed her one. The woman looked at the now dead boy with a heavy heart, then suddenly said, I'm not going on with you. My men are all dead, and I'm leaving too. She glanced at Lin Nan, but he didn't seem to want to respond. He was still concentrating on the map in his hands. Xiaoz and Chu Mingyao, however, were concerned about her and urged her to be careful on her way back. She nodded, staring deeply at Lin Nan's back once more, before disappearing completely into the darkness. The night in the secret realm was chilly and windy. Only the dim light at the entrance offered a glimmer of comfort to those wandering at night. After a while, Lin Nan slowly raised his head and paced back and forth around the massive stone pillar. He searched for the entrance marked on the map, but couldn't find it. Just then, Chu Mingyao seemed to realize the problem. She whispered, Brother Nan, are you holding the map upside down? Upside down? Lin Nan paused, then turned the map over and circled around to the back of the stone pillar. Sure enough, he saw an entrance. A faint glow lingered, identical to the entrance to the secret realm. Damn. You really held it upside down, Lin Nan smiled awkwardly. Brother, I'm still curious how you were able to get so close to your destination by walking backwards, Chu Mingyao said with a smile. His words also puzzled Lin Nan. He opened the map again, looked at it for a while, and suddenly laughed. Oh my goodness, what an accident. We were originally aiming for the lair of a Tier 2 elite monster, but we ended up at the entrance to the next secret realm. Everyone suddenly realized what was going on. But it seems the entrance to this secret realm won't let us in. Xiaoz's voice suddenly rang out. She slowly reached in, only to be bounced back. Something in my head tells me my level is too low to enter. Lin Nan, unconvinced, reached in as well. Just then, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Host is entering a deeper secret realm. The secret realm level exceeds yours. Do you want to use the secret realm exploration ticket to force entry? Yes. Without hesitation, Lin Nan decided to enter. A higher level also meant more monsters capable of dropping Tier 2 green crystals. He was just worried about finding them somewhere. Why not? However, after Lin Nan made his decision, the system's voice sounded again. It's necessary to remind the host that the beasts of the deep secret realm can chase them out through the entrance. Please remain vigilant and don't assume that escaping through the entrance is safe. Hey, system, please have some confidence in me. Why am I being chased by them, instead of me chasing them? The system remained silent, once again choosing to remain silent in the face of Lin Nan's question. Just then, Lin Nan reached inside. Let's go. I've spoken to the person in charge of this secret realm, and they've let us in. With that, he grabbed Chu Mingyao's hand and walked in. Chu Mingyao naturally doubted Lin Nan's ability. But Xiaoz was astonished to see them enter unimpeded. Lin Nan Kun, I really feel more and more that he's omnipotent. Xiaoz then followed in, and the obstructing force disappeared. The system determined that Xiaoz was with him and let her in as well. After they all entered, Lin Nan turned to count the people and noticed something was wrong. Where's that woman? The two girls paused. Which woman? The woman whose teammates were all dead, Lin Nan said. The two were speechless. She left a long time ago, didn't you know, Lin Nan? Damn, she didn't even tell me before she left, Lin Nan muttered to himself, then simply picked up the craniotomy rod and headed down. The deep secret realm was different from the outside world. There was no sky here, only dense caves and endless forking paths. In comparison, it was more like a dungeon in a game. And most importantly, there was no room for planes or tanks here. It's worthy of being a high-level secret realm. I can feel the pressure as soon as I enter. Lin Nan knew it was the danger sense at work. Looking at these caves, Lin Nan suddenly thought of the giant beetle nests he had seen when he first arrived in the secret realm. The difference was that there was a buzzing sound everywhere. It was very similar to the sound made by the fireflies before. Thinking of this, Lin Nan couldn't help but feel a little panic. If a swarm of fireflies suddenly appeared, it would be a disaster. As Lin Nan walked several dozen meters further inside, he suddenly caught sight of a bright light emanating from a cave. It was so bright that it illuminated the stone chamber beneath him. Accompanied by an even stronger buzzing sound, Lin Nan sensed something was amiss. He cautiously advanced a few meters and peered into the cave. It would have been fine if he hadn't looked, but once he did, he felt like the grass on his grave had grown several meters long. He saw a dense swarm of thousands of giant fireflies swarming the cavernous rock walls. If they all emerged, it would be a disaster for the three of them. Let's get out of here, Lin Nan whispered, then gently stepped back. Although his voice was so soft, the three of them barely heard it. But they were not fools. Seeing Lin Nan's nervous expression, they immediately understood the danger ahead. As they tiptoed out of the first fork in the road, they were startled to see a first-level firefly suddenly appear from behind. The firefly had clearly spotted them. It hunched over, smacking its lips non-stop. Lin Nan knew it was preparing to attack. If it succeeded, not only would it harm them, but the sound alone would likely attract a swarm of fireflies. Just as the blazing flames were about to erupt, Chu Mingyao instantly activated her control skill, subduing them. Just as they thought they could breathe a sigh of relief, a second firefly flew out of the cave. Another control. A third. Another control. And so on, until the fourth, the fifth. Lin Nan was stunned. How could they be out in force for the bathroom? In a matter of moments, Chu Mingyao had already controlled approximately 21st-level giant fireflies. This was possible thanks to the second-level evolution crystal she had previously consumed. Of course, another important factor was that the fireflies, while powerful in attack, were weak against mind control. How are you, Yao? Can you still hold on? Not bad, Chu Mingyao nodded. Faced with the relentless appearance of fireflies, the two sides remained deadlocked for a while. Finally, Lin Nan made the decision to kill 1,000 enemies at the cost of 800 casualties. He exchanged for a dozen or so TNT charges and distributed them to the captured fireflies. Be good, don't fight over them. One per insect. Give these to your elders later. After they had all taken theirs, the group quickly left the area while the fireflies remained. Chu Mingyao, meanwhile, guided them towards their nest. Seeing the return of the 20 or so fireflies, the surrounding fireflies quickly gathered around, curiously examining the strange black substance on their bodies. Some even took a bite, but the bite was in vain. The TNT instantly exploded, taking the remaining ones with it. Bang! A deafening sound echoed. The simultaneous detonation of over 20 TNT charges was a spectacular sight. However, due to the cave's immense size, even the TNT charge failed to collapse it. However, countless fireflies died. Unfortunately, there were no kill points for creatures in the secret realm, so Lin Nan's move was purely to reduce their numbers. The reason he killed 1,000 enemies but lost 800 of his own was that the explosion had unleashed the remaining mutated fireflies in the cave. Perhaps to avoid a blast, they penetrated every possible hole. There were countless caves here, yet nearly 100 of them still managed to escape to Lin Nan's side. This alone demonstrated the sheer number of fireflies in the caves. Brother Nan, what should we do? Chu Mingyao, seeing the sheer number of fireflies, grew anxious. Lin Nan shouted, "The only way to get out now is to run. Don't stop, keep running." Even as they spoke, the fireflies were already charging at them. Dense, scorching flames, like rays of light, shot towards them from all directions. If struck, Lin Nan might survive, but the two girls would be utterly terrified. At this crucial moment, a massive iron block suddenly appeared, absorbing all the damage. "You're finally willing to use it, the metal element controller." Lin Nan looked at Xiao's. Seeing the iron block, his first thought was the harmless Miss Xiao's. She had always concealed the fact that she was a metal element controller. Although he didn't know why she kept it a secret and had never intended to use it from the beginning, Lin Nan still knew about her ability. Because he had the system. Because of this, Lin Nan had always been wary of her, fearing that she would get an iron spear from somewhere and launch a sneak attack. But she was also well behaved. Lin Nan didn't sense the sense of danger coming from her, which also meant that she had no intention of harming Lin Nan. Now that she had finally used her ability, it was the first step in being honest with each other. However, at this moment, Lin Nan noticed that she had been holding her stomach while performing the skill. Lin Nan suddenly realized that she might not use her ability because she was injured. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.